Chapter 1137. At the Yellow Springs Road, Dejun was heavily guarded, and news from the Yang realm had been sealed. Although many people knew about the Nether realm, with Jean Diu leading the Third Legion, no one dared to approach. Nether realm, Great Qin City, Central Hall. The officials stood respectfully, and Yifeng stepped forward, reporting to Sage King. According to the information we have gathered in the past 5 years, although the myriad ghost domain is divided into two, the world is not stable. In the past, the 10 countries had just unified into 2 countries, and the cities have different feelings of belonging to the 2 holy halls. The citizens of the cities miss their old countries, and they're even more conflicted with the 2 countries. Dejun is now the time to mobilize troops. Mobilizing troops will be a great victory, Yifeng said solemnly. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan nodded. In the myriad ghost domain, the holy court of Great Jun is the rightful ruler of the world. The various nations are at war, and the Yushun and Han dynasties have raged against each other, inciting the resentment of the masses. The 2 dynasties will not rest until one of them is dead. If this continues, the common people will definitely suffer. Since Dejun is established, the world will be at peace, and the myriad ghost domain will be at peace. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the officials replied. Yifeng will be in charge of the punitive expedition headquarters, and the myriad ghost domain will be at large. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty, Yifeng replied. Meng Tian will be the secluded divine lord marshal, and Li Si will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world, Yin Chuan ordered. In other words, Meng Tian would lead the troops, and Li Si would take care of the logistics. Yes, your majesty, the 2 replied. Wang Jian will be the secluded divine lord marshal, and Yin Hintian will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world, Yin Chuan said again. Yes, your majesty, Wang Jian and Yin Hintian replied. After the 2 acknowledged the order, Wang Jian returned to his position, but Yin Hintian did not. Yin Hintian, do you have something else? Yin Chuan asked. Yin Hintian smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Yin Hintian mustered his courage. Sage King, I have a request, Yin Hintian said. Oh, clenching his fists, Yin Hinchin's eyes reddened as he said, Soul Rage, Sage King, Zhua Tianhun, plead with the Sage King to kill him. With that, Yin Hintian bowed solemnly. No one doubted the final result of this expedition. The Great Jin Empire would definitely win. The only question was how they would win. It was very likely that in the end, the 2 emperors would submit, or force them to flee. But Yin Hintian wanted Zhua Tianhun to die. Sacred King, I've done some investigation. The Soul Rage, Sacred King, Zhua Tianhun, is a disciple of the Zhua clan side branch. Although his status in the Zhua clan isn't high, killing Zhua Tianhun will offend the Zhua clan. The Zhua family is an extremely powerful force in this world. No, it is one of the top forces in the world, Yin Hintian said frankly. One of the top forces in the world? The ministers were surprised. Many people had heard of the Zhua family. After all, they had dreamt of Tianji for 5,000 years, so they had more or less heard of them. However, they had never heard of the Zhua family being one of the top forces. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan, and so did Yin Chuan. Zhua family? The enemy that you mentioned? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, the main culprit who caused the destruction of my family. I will never forget it. Yin Hintian lifted his head and looked at Yin Chuan. At the same time, he seemed to be forcing Yin Chuan to state his position. Yin Hintian had stayed in the Great Jin Empire so that he could one day avenge himself. Yin Hintian had seen how powerful the Great Jin Empire was, but what was the attitude of the Great Jin Empire? Did the Sacred King still remember his promise? Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hintian. He naturally knew what Yin Hintian was planning. However, Yin Chuan wasn't angry. Approved, Yin Chuan suddenly said. Wang Jian, yes, your majesty. Capture the Soul Rage royal family and hand them over to Yin Hintian, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty, Wang Jian naturally replied. Thank you, Sacred King. I will not let you down. Enrich said with tears in his eyes. He was touched. Enrich knew that Yin Chuan might have had a powerful past life, but he had not recovered to his peak. Even so, Yin Chuan had supported him without hesitation. Enrich suddenly felt like a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Yifeng. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng stepped forward again. I have received news that a ghost immortal has opened a star-scattered chess hall in the myriad ghost domains Lilua City. Yin Chuan said. Yifeng was slightly surprised. The Sacred King had received news? This meant that the news wasn't from the East Factory. It should have been from Butian Pavilion. However, Lilua City? Ghost Immortal? Star-scattered chess hall? What did that mean? That ghost immortal is called Chun Feitian. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Chun Feitian? Yifeng seemed to have contracted hysteria. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense emotion. Chun Feitian was Yifeng's wife. When Yin Chuan had persuaded Yifeng to follow him back then, a large part of the reason was Chun Feitian. As long as they established the Immortal Kingdom together, the Immortal Kingdom's forces would definitely help Yifeng find Chun Feitian's whereabouts in the Netherworld. 5 years ago, Yifeng had asked Gui Guzi to send people to search for her, but there had been no results. Now there was. One had to know that Yifeng had not remarried all these years because of his stubbornness. I have already sent people to protect the star-scattered chess hall. This is Chun Feitian's portrait. Yin Chuan handed it over. A scroll flew quickly to Yifeng. Yifeng carried an intense joy as he quickly unfolded it. The moment the scroll opened, it revealed a woman in white. She looked extremely beautiful on the left side, but on the right side, there was a long scar. Feitian, it's really Feitian. This scar? Yifeng was excited at first, but when he saw the scar on her face, his eyebrows jumped wildly. It is said that after the sealed world collapsed, Chun Feitian obtained a ghostly cultivation method in the Netherworld. Her cultivation was quite good, and because of her beauty, she was fancied by a disciple of the Soul Fury Holy Court. He wanted to take her as a concubine, but Chun Feitian was unwilling. She used weaving fire to injure her soul and destroyed her own appearance, avoiding disaster. Yin Chuan said. Yifeng's eyes were already red. That disciple is called Zhuojiang. He is now the assistant minister of the Soul Fury Holy Court's Ministry of War. When I received the news, I did not make a move. You can deal with everything yourself. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Holy King. Yifeng's voice trembled. This was a trembling that could only be caused by suppressing a surging aura. It felt like he was about to explode at any moment, causing the surrounding officials to feel a bone-piercing chill. Yifeng had always been cultured and refined. He had always been indifferent and had never had a temper. Why was he so angry now? The officials didn't need to guess. They all knew what would happen to Zhuojiang. Yifeng, reorganize the army. We'll set out in 10 days. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Understood. Yifeng replied through gritted teeth. Court is dismissed. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. The officials bowed and retreated. Set out in 10 days? There was no need for 10 days. In 3 days, Yifeng urged the 2 marshals to set out. The expedition to Myriad Ghost Domain had officially begun. Rumble. The army set out. For a time, the flames of war rose in Myriad Ghost Domain. Meng Tian and Wang Jian had been born to lead armies since ancient times. Under the training of these 2 fierce gods, the soldiers under their command had all become fierce gods. An army of 1,000,000 fierce gods continuously set out for the various major cities. In front of these 2 fierce gods, the various major cities couldn't withstand a single blow. This was especially true for cities that didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the 2 dynasties. In just a month, the 2 marshals had subdued 18 cities. They continued to spread out in all directions. Li Si and Enrich were both powerful logistics officials. They had also nurtured a large number of civil officials and quickly stabilized the cities they had subdued. They also quickly recruited soldiers and recruited talents with generous rewards. The officials didn't keep a single immortal stone from the cities they had conquered. They threw all of it into the battlefield. This was because all the officials understood that these immortal stones didn't count for much. The only thing that was truly useful was the merits. War was always accompanied by a large number of merits. Whoever obtained more merits would gain more power and influence when a myriad ghost weave was unified. What were spirit stones? Once power arrived, the Holy King would reward immortal tools, immortal pills, and immortal techniques. They were all wholesale. The Holy King was never stingy with his rewards. As long as there was merit, there would be rewards. The powerful machinery of the empire quickly began to operate. However, when the news of the Yellow Springs path reached the two Holy Hall's capitals, Great Jun had already conquered 50 cities of the two dynasties. It was a virtuous cycle that was constantly expanding. What Li Si and Enchanting were doing the most now was to continuously take part in the literary examinations and continuously select the most useful talents so that they could continue the selection process. Great Jun's expansion was like the sun at noon. The Holy Hall's capital. The Holy King was listening to his subordinates' report. The officials were in an uproar. How was that possible? How long has it been? Half a year? The Holy Hall of Great Jun has already invaded 100 cities of our dynasty? The Holy King's expression darkened. No, Holy King. This news is from a month ago. To be more precise, they have already taken over 100 cities of our dynasty. The official said. The Holy King slammed his palm on the armrest of his throne. Trash. A puny Great Jun recruited a bunch of random soldiers and conquered a city. The Holy King said coldly. It's not a random army. The army led by Meng Tian has 10 armies. The generals of each army are all peak great immortals. No, they seem to be ancient immortals. The official said fearfully. What? Moreover, Great Jun's logistics is extremely strange. That Li Si is one of those who submit to him prosper, and those who oppose him perish. Those who resist him will have their entire family wiped out. Those who support him will receive strong political support from Great Jun. When it comes to those who are virtuous, they will scour the ground to find them to govern. Great Jun uses the nobles to control the nobles and the virtuous to maintain order. Their logistics management is impeccable, the official said bitterly. Is their logistics management really that impeccable? The Holy King asked with an ugly expression. Yes, they are even more ferocious than Meng Tian's army. Meng Tian's army only conquered cities, but Li Si's management is destroying hearts. The official said. The Holy King's expression darkened. Great Jun? Great Jun had come prepared. What about the Holy Hall of Soul Fury? The Holy King asked. The Soul's Fury Holy Court is even worse. It seems that the Great Jun's attack on our two dynasties is more targeted at the Soul's Fury Holy Court. They have sent more soldiers and officials. Our dynasty has lost 100 cities, while the Soul's Fury Holy Court has lost 150 cities at the same time. Chapter 1138. Great Jun's war had begun in the Netherworld. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's armies attacked Yushin and Hun Nu ferociously. In the mortal realm, although De Jun hadn't sent out any troops, the ministers of the mortal realm weren't idle either. Zhenlong Domain, Great Chu's sacred court. Inside the palace, Great Chu's sacred king, Chun Xiao, personally received Lu Buwei from Great Jun's sacred court. In a banquet hall, Chun Xiao sat in the main seat, surrounded by ministers. On the other side, Lu Buwei was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, sitting with several envoys from Great Jun. Congratulations, Lord Lu, for being conferred the title of Great Jun's right minister. Chun Xiao raised his cup and smiled. Lu Buwei raised his cup and smiled. Right minister? My position as the right minister is just an empty title. In Great Jun, my achievements are far from enough. Oh, what is a feint? Chun Xiao asked with a hint of surprise. Great Jun's sacred court must have the dignity of the sacred court. I am fortunate to be chosen by the ministers and recognized by the sacred king as the right minister. Although I'm a minister, my achievements are far from enough. I will slowly make up for it. Lu Buwei said. Oh, faint? Make up for it? It seems like Lord Lu is highly regarded by Yindi. Chen Xiao smiled. After drinking, Lu Buwei smiled and said, I dare not accept his praise. The merits that I owe him will eventually be repaid. Oh, Lu Buwei smiled and looked at the officials who were attending the banquet. He then turned to look at Chen Xiao. Emperor Chen, what do you plan to do about the sacred king's offer of 100 years? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao's face turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. In the past, when Great Zhen ascended, destroyed Zhou Tianshu, and defeated Sun Wukong, Yan Chuan announced that he would give the major forces 100 years to retreat or submit. It was extremely arrogant. However, in recent years, Yan Chuan had suddenly gone into hibernation, which puzzled everyone. Why did he bring it up again? The fact that the Prime Minister of Zhen was an envoy meant that Yan Chuan attached great importance to him and was determined to win him over. Furthermore, Lu Buwei could even represent Yan Chuan fully at this moment. What does Yan Chuan mean? Chen Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha! Emperor Chen, there's no need for that. I brought these people today. Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao looked at the officials behind Lu Buwei, his expression extremely complicated. Lord Lu, speak your mind. Chen Xiao said. All right, then I will say it. Chen Di, you can see that although your Great Chu's territory is vast, it is blocking my Great Zhen's path. You want to swallow Sun Wukong's former territory, but you don't want my Great Zhen to drink the soup. This territory was given to us by Sun Wukong. Zhen what? Secondly, Emperor Chen, I'm sure you've sent people to investigate the background of my dynasty over the years. What do you think? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao, how much is the difference between the Great Chu Sacred Court and our Great Zhen Sacred Court? Lu. Chen Xiao's face darkened as Lu Buwei spoke. Lu Buwei no longer remained seated. Instead, he carried the wine bottle and walked to the center of the hall. Emperor Chen, you might be thinking that Great Zhen is strong, but with so many heroes working together, you're nothing to worry about? Lu Buwei smiled. That's right. Chen Xiao nodded. Ha ha! Lu Buwei laughed. Turning around, Lu Buwei looked at the group of people he had brought with him. There was a man with a veil covering his face. Lord Wu. Lu Buwei smiled. The man slowly took off his veil. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Some of the officials cried out in surprise. On the dragon throne, the wine bottle in Chen Xiao's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine. Wu Wen, it's you? Sichuan's prime minister? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Apart from the Great Zhen dynasty, there were 4 other factions in Zhenlong domain: Great Chu, Great Tao, Sichuan, and Sea Dragon. As for Wu Wen, he was the sect master of the Purple River Dojo. Yet, this prime minister had become Lu Buwei's subordinate. This was Sichuan's prime minister, who was on equal footing with Chen Xiao. Why was he here? Who did not understand? Sichuan's prime minister had submitted to Great Zhen, and the vertical alliance had collapsed. Emperor Chen, Lord Wu, and I will toast you, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Chen, I'll drink first, Wu Wen said with a smile. The two of them downed the wine in the bottle. Chen Xiao drank the wine, but he could not calm down. Chen Xiao was not the only one. All the officials in the hall were terrified. Vertical alliance? How is that possible? What's wrong, Wu Wen? Why did you submit to Great Zhen? Chen Xiao asked in disbelief. Ha, Emperor Chen. Lord Wu didn't have to tell you that he chose Great Zhen. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Xiao's face darkened. The officials also had ugly expressions. The Great Chu Sacred Court was established by Emperor Chen, and it took a lot of effort. It is very difficult to give it up. I understand that, but sometimes you have to give it up. Originally, I was not the one who came on this mission. It would have been best if External Minister Zhang Yi, the commander of Great Zhen's 7th Army, could have come. However, I have some karma with Great Chu, so the Sacred King sent me. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, 5,000 years ago, I worked together with all of you. 1/3 of Great Chu's territory was conquered by me through the trade route. Lu Buwei said with a faint smile. What? What a joke. Is Lu Buwei crazy? The officials were in disbelief, but Chen Zhao's pupils constricted. Lu Shang? You're Lu Shang? Chen Zhao's expression changed. Lu Shang was a great merchant who suddenly appeared in Great Chu's territory 5,000 years ago. His cultivation was not high, but his means were outstanding. In a short 10 years, his wealth was enough to buy a city. After that, he worked hard for Great Chu. In the following 5,000 years, Lu Shang focused on nurturing the hostages sent by the various dynasties and holy lands. He used these hostages to seize control of the dynasties and holy lands. In a short 5,000 years, Great Chu's territory increased by 1/3. However, just as Chen Xiao was about to give Lu Shang an official title, Lu Shang suddenly disappeared. In these 5,000 years, Lu Shang helped Great Chu for free, but he never accepted an official title. He never lost to the emperor. In Great Chu, countless officials were extremely respectful to him. Many of them were even recommended by Lu Shang. A large number of officials were even Lu Shang's former guests. These officials submitted to Lu Shang's courage. Lu Shang disappeared, but as long as he appeared, he could gather a large number of officials in the blink of an eye. The countless officials in the hall were already in an uproar. Lu Shang? How could this be? How could that proud and lofty character be Lu Buwei? You're Lu Shang? What evidence do you have? Chen Di said with an unsightly expression. What was the name of my merchant association in the past? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. The Buwei Merchant Association and the Dao Qiu Merchant Association, Chen Di said in shock. Lu Buwei Kong Dao Qiu? You should have found out that I used this name 5,000 years ago. Also, everyone, 1/3 of the officials here were my former guests. Do you still remember my Lu Shang's spring and autumn annals? Lu Buwei took out a bamboo slip and laughed loudly. The officials immediately panicked. Greetings, sect master. Many officials suddenly bowed. Back then, Lu Shang had a keen eye for talent. When many people were at their poorest, Lu Shang sent people to find them and give them the greatest help. It could be said to be a grace of rebirth. Hence, they bowed respectfully to Lu Buwei. When Chen Xiao saw that his officials were bowing to Lu Buwei, his expression turned even uglier. 5,000 years ago, your consciousness entered this world. Then, you possessed Lu Shang. Why? Why are you funding my Great Chu? Chen Xiao asked sullenly. Ha ha ha, Emperor Chen, you must have forgotten. I made it very clear just now. My position as Great Zhen's right minister is illusory. Have you forgotten? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end. He instantly understood. You did it for Great Zhen? When Great Zhen ascends, it must conquer the world. You started planning 5,000 years ago. You didn't do it for my Great Chu, but for Great Zhen. 5,000 years ago, you began to merge the original 10 heavenly dynasties and 8 sacred lands. You started planning then? Merge with my Great Chu, and my Great Chu won't get 1/3 of the territory, but rather, we will help you guard this territory. You can take it back at any time. Chen Zhao's back broke out in cold sweat. It was not just Chen Xiao. Many officials in the hall broke out in cold sweat at this thought. Lu Buwei flung his sleeve and placed it behind his back. A trace of smugness flashed in his eyes as he said, Emperor Chen, you finally figured it out? You. Chen Zhao's eyes turned cold. What? You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Emperor Chen, you can't kill me with your ability. Since I dared to come, I naturally have a way to leave. As for your cities, my 2 merchant associations will continue to control them. As long as I give the order, 1/3 of your Great Chu's territory will immediately belong to Great Zhen. Lu Buwei shouted. Chen Xiao trembled in anger as he clutched the wine bottle. It's not just the cities. I can even take away 1/3 of the officials in this hall. Do you believe me? Lu Buwei said sullenly. The moment Lu Buwei said that, the officials in the hall immediately became suspicious. They kept looking to see which of their colleagues was the traitor. Good. Lu Buwei, Yin Chuan, it turns out that you have been targeting my Great Chu since 5,000 years ago. Chen Xiao said angrily. We are not targeting your great Chu. Emperor Chun, you are not qualified to own true dragon territory. The entire true dragon territory will belong to my great Jun Holy Court, and even the great Jun Heavenly Court in the future, Lu Buwei said sullenly. The Heavenly Court? Chen Zhao's expression changed. He did not expect Yin Chuan to be so ambitious. Emperor Chun, there will be no place for you in true dragon territory. Each territory is controlled by a Tao God. You will not be able to do much. You are indeed talented, but you are much weaker than me, let alone the sacred king, Lu Buwei said sullenly. I don't believe it. Lu Buwei, you are deluding us. Chen Xiao shouted angrily. He was about to attack. Wu Wen was about to step forward. Lord Wu, don't interfere, Lu Buwei said sullenly. Then, Lu Buwei struck out with his palm. Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the sky from the hall. On this day, the Great Chu Imperial Palace was in chaos. The golden light shrouded the entire palace for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, the golden light slowly disappeared. No one knew what had happened during these 3 days. The surrounding officials were unconscious on the ground. In the banquet hall, only 3 people were awake. Chen Xiao, Lu Buwei, and Wu Wen. Chen Xiao took off his dragon robe. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Lu Buwei stood at the side. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Buwei. After a long while, the confusion in his eyes slowly turned into determination. Chen Xiao, Lu Buwei, will personally recommend you. What are you worried about? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he suddenly looked up at the sky and said, People of Great Chu. Boom! The Sea of Providence shook violently, and the sound spread throughout Great Chu. Countless people looked up at the sky in confusion. From today onward, the Great Chu Sacred Court will submit to the Great Jin Sacred Court and worship the Great Jun Sacred King. Long live the Great Jun Sacred King! Chen Xiao shouted. Hum! The sky of Great Chu collapsed. The people, officials, and soldiers all screamed in shock. What was going on? The Sacred King had submitted? Countless city lords quickly flew out of their cities and headed to the capital to ask the Sacred King about this unbelievable thing. Ha ha! Lu Buwei laughed arrogantly in the imperial city. Chapter 1139. The Chu Sacred Court's providence was flowing toward Great Jun. Chen Zhao's greeting caused an uproar in Great Chu. Countless officials put down everything they were doing and rushed to the palace. Countless city lords also flew toward the capital. Great Chu had submitted to Great Jin? How could this be? There was too much disbelief and panic. Great Chu was on the verge of collapse because of Chen Zhao's words. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had already made arrangements. He had established 2 chambers of commerce and planted some pawns to quickly stabilize the situation. The officials quickly gathered, and Chen Xiao quickly made arrangements to submit to Great Jun. Even so, it would take several years to convert all the territory to Great Jun. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Wu Wen also returned to Zichuan Training Hall. Not long after, Zichuan Training Hall made a shocking announcement. Zichuan Training Hall was officially submitting to Great Jun's Sacred Court. Zichuan Training Hall's disciples were in an uproar. At the same time, most of the dynasties and sacred grounds in the Jinlong domain also announced their submission to Great Jun's Sacred Court. For a moment, the Jinlong domain was in an uproar. The entire Jinlong domain was in an uproar. It was even more intense than when Great Jun had ascended. After all, last time, it was only at the sealed world's entrance. This time, it was like a storm that swept across the world. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was an unbelievable thing. A newly ascended celestial empire had destroyed the 1,000 Confucian sect and defeated Great Chi's Sacred Court. Now, it had silently made Zichuan Training Hall and Great Chu's Sacred Court submit? This was too strange. Great Jun hadn't sent any troops. Almost everyone could see that the Jinlong Weave was about to undergo a major change. Although most of the domain wasn't completely under Great Jun's control, it already belonged to them in name. As long as they had time, Great Jun would be able to take over. Was a new domain lord about to be born? Apart from some aristocrats who were strongly opposed to this kind of expansion without war, the common people were only slightly dissatisfied. After all, even the sacred kings had submitted. What did the common people have to worry about? Life was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. Although they still remembered their homeland, everything was still the same. It was just turning the country into a domain. Under Dejun's various preferential policies, the people quickly adapted. The ones who couldn't adapt the most were the Great Wave Sage King and the Sea Dragon Hierarch. The moment Great Chu announced its submission, the two mighty experts immediately sensed the change in fortune in the distance. Surging providence flowed towards great perfection. At that time, Great Wave Sage King Wang He was in court. Through the sea of providence, he suddenly sensed Great Chu's providence dissipating. He immediately cried out, "What's going on? Holy King, what's wrong?" The officials were curious. "Grand Tutor, go to the Great Chu sacred court immediately and let me see what's going on," Wang He said with an ugly expression. "The Grand Preceptor is going?" The ministers were slightly taken aback. Keep in mind that there were two ancient immortals in the Grand Wave Sacred Hall. One was a sacred monarch, and the other was the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor was only below one person. The Grand Preceptor and Wang He had a tacit understanding. They immediately understood the severity of the situation and quickly flew out of the hall. After a few days, the Grand Tutor returned with news. The hall was in an uproar. How could this be? The officials cried out in alarm. Wang Yi's expression was also unreadable. "Holy King, it seems like the vertical plan is useless," the Grand Preceptor said with an ugly expression. "Great perfection, sacred court." Wang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes cold. "I originally thought that the vertical plan would be able to completely suppress great perfection. Great perfection has been content with its position all these years. I originally thought that it was because great perfection was afraid. I didn't expect great perfection to be even more ruthless this time." It silently swallowed the Great Chu Sacred Court and Zichuan training grounds. The Grand Preceptor smiled bitterly. The Thousand Confucian sect was destroyed. The Great Qi Sacred Court retreated. The Great Chu Sacred Court surrendered, and Zichuan training ground surrendered. Ha ha! Great perfection in Yinchuan. In such a short time, more than half of the true dragon domain has already belonged to great perfection. Wang Yi's expression was extremely ugly. "Holy King, what should our dynasty do?" the Grand Preceptor asked in a deep voice. Wang Yi's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a while, Wang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Yinchuan, since he's courting death, he can't blame me." "Oh," the officials asked curiously. "Let's leave. Great perfection is nothing to worry about. Yinchuan will definitely die." Wang Yi promised. "Yes, may the Holy King live for 10,000 years." The officials left the hall, filled with doubts. Only the Grand Preceptor remained. "Holy King, are you really going to go?" the Grand Preceptor asked with a worried expression. "Originally, our Great Wave Sacred Court was going to become independent and not rely on them. However, time waits for no one. Unexpectedly, a monster like Yinchuan appeared. We can only ask them for help." Wang Yi said in a deep voice. "Actually, this is also good," the Grand Preceptor nodded. "Oh, if great perfection is destroyed, our Great Wave Sacred Court will be the only sacred court left in the true dragon domain." The Grand Preceptor's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Wang Yi's eyes lit up as he smiled. "While I'm not here, Grand Preceptor, help me oversee the Great Wave Sacred Court," Wang Yi said. The Grand Preceptor nodded. After giving some instructions, Wang Yi stepped out of the hall and flew toward the east. Whoosh! Several days later, in a large hall, Wang He and the Sea Dragon cult's leader, Whale King, were talking. "Whale King, we're the only two forces left in the true dragon domain. Don't tell me you're planning to perish together with great perfection?" Wang He smiled. Whale King's face turned ugly. "My Great Wave Sacred Hall and your Sea Dragon Bodhidharma are both forces nurtured by them. To put it nicely, we're just allies. To put it bluntly, We're just their gatekeepers. Wang He laughed. Whale King looked at Wang He and said, "So what if we're gatekeepers?" Wang He, do you have a problem with that? It was obvious that Whale King was extremely loyal to them. No, of course I have no problem with that. However, if great perfection continues at this pace, we won't be able to complete our mission. We have to uproot great perfection, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King looked at Wang He. You and I aren't a match for great perfection, but they can, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King's expression changed slightly. You want to go to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon King for help? Whale King asked in a deep voice. That's right. If Dragon King doesn't show up, our forces will be destroyed. If Dragon King shows up again, we'll have to start all over again, Wang He advised. Whale King frowned and paced back and forth in the hall. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. There are Tao gods among the Dragon Kings. We only need one Tao god to destroy Yin Chuan, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King nodded. Let's not delay any longer. We'll set off immediately, Wang He said. Whale King looked at Wang He and pondered for a while. Finally, he said, all right. With such a big thing happening in the true dragon domain, it's time to report it to the Dragon Kings. Whale King and Wang He quickly flew out of the Sea Dragon cult and headed straight for the Eastern Sea. Great Perfection's sacred court, Xianyang. Meow. Meow jumped into a pond excitedly. She picked up a fish 3 times her size and started eating. The fish was golden in color and looked like a carp. However, its body was transparent and clean like a crystal. It had a pair of dragon whiskers. Puff, puff. The fish struggled for a while and stopped moving. In the end, Meow finished it. Delicious. Meow. The Eastern Sea arowana. I can finally eat arowana again, Meow said excitedly. After eating, Meow jumped up. Thank you, Mr. Gue Guzi. Meow smiled at Gue Guzi, who was standing beside Yin Chuan. I was lucky when I went to the Eastern Sea to investigate. I saw a few and brought them back. Arowana are born from the energy of dragons. They are extremely rare and not easy to find. Gue Guzi smiled. Eastern Sea? Where is it? Meow asked. The 9 prefectures of the Yang realm are divided into the middle continent, the 4 surrounding continents, and the 4 outer continents. Do you know? Gue Guzi smiled. Of course I know. Our true dragon domain is in the outer eastern continent. It's close to the northeast continent. Meow nodded. The Eastern Sea is in the east of the 4 surrounding continents. It's the intersection between the outer eastern continent and the 4 surrounding continents. Gue Guzi explained. Isn't it very close? Meow was surprised. It is very close. You can say that the sea to the west of the true dragon domain is the Eastern Sea. Gue Guzi said. Meow. Then I'll catch them myself when I have time. Meow said thoughtfully. Yin Chuan smiled and said, all right, you're busy eating. Why don't you give some to ZZ? Meow. You only know how to dote on Sister ZZ. Meow rolled her eyes. However, she still skipped away. Behind her, Meow used a spell to float a few arowana into the harem. After watching Meow leave, Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. How did it go? Yin Chuan asked. All these years, I've been traveling around the true dragon domain and finally found some clues. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Oh, the vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is only half of the other domains. This is also the reason why some Taoist gods don't want to come here to dominate. Due to the lack of vital chi of heaven and earth, cultivation is naturally slower than in other domains. That's why there are too few experts in the true dragon domain. However, during my travels, I found that something is wrong. Gue Guzi took a deep breath and said, something is wrong? It's not that the vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is too little. It's just that a certain spirit has forcefully devoured half of it. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is right next to the true dragon domain. It's actually to find it, but it hasn't been found for many years, Gue Guzi said excitedly. Devouring half of the vital chi of heaven and earth in a domain. Could it be? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The sage ruler guessed correctly. It's the primitive dragon vein, the most powerful great earth dragon vein. No wonder I felt that there were so many great earth dragon veins in the true dragon domain. It's unusual that there are so many great earth dragon veins in a place without vital chi of heaven and earth. Those small great earth dragon veins were born together with the primitive dragon vein. Gue Guzi said solemnly. The primitive dragon vein. The primitive dragon vein in the outer eastern continent is in the true dragon domain. That's great. Gue Guzi, you cultivate fate and feng shui. Finding the primitive dragon vein is your specialty. Find the dragon head as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, sage ruler. I already have some clues. It won't take long. All lands under the heavens belong to the Great Jin Empire. Since the primitive dragon vein is in the territory of the Great Jin Empire, it belongs to the Great Jin Empire. No one can take it away, not even the dragon kings of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 1140. West of the Jinlong territory, there was a vast ocean. This ocean was the East Sea of the world. In the depths of the East Sea, there was a magnificent area. This was because there were countless luminous pearls that illuminated the bottom of the sea as if it was daytime. Outside the luminous pearls, there was a huge array that isolated the seawater. Inside, there was a vast palace surrounded by colorful corals and crystals. It was a beautiful sight. There were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling the area. In the middle of the palace was a huge palace called the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding it. Outside the palace, Wang He and Whale King waited patiently. Soon, an old man walked out of the Crystal Palace. Prime Minister Turtle, I wonder if the Dragon Kings? Whale King asked respectfully. The Dragon Kings invite the two of you in. Prime Minister Turtle said. Yes. The two of them walked into the Crystal Palace. In the Crystal Palace, there were 5 men standing there. All of them had prominent foreheads and a majestic expression. They wore dragon crowns on their heads, and their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Wang, He, and Whale King. Greetings to the 5 Dragon Kings. Whale King and Wang He said respectfully. The 5 Dragon Kings nodded. I wonder if the Dragon Emperor is here? Wang He asked. Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor is in seclusion. The other Dragon Kings are also in seclusion. Have you found him? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No, Whale King said shamefully. The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. 5 Dragon Kings, we have no choice but to come and ask for help. Wang He said immediately. What happened? One of the Dragon Kings asked. Wang He immediately told them about the Jinlong territory. Dejun? Yinchuan? The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. Yes, Dragon Kings, if we don't deal with Yin Chuan, our sects and countries will be destroyed. We are not Yin Chuan's match. Please help us. Wang He said immediately. The 5 Dragon Kings squinted their eyes. Emir Yin Chuan wants to unify the Jinlong territory? One of the Dragon Kings squinted his eyes. Seeing the white-robed Dragon King's disgust, Wang He and the Whale King's faces lit up. Dragon 5th. Another Dragon King immediately called out. White-robed Dragon King Dragon the 5th was slightly stunned. Wang He took a look and realized that something was amiss. Dragon Kings, no matter how strong Dejun is, he's just an ancient immortal. He can't even withstand a single blow from you. Dragon Kings, please kill Yin Chuan. We'll find what you want as soon as possible. Wang He said immediately. Yeah, big brother, this is nothing. Dragon 5th yelled. The leader of the Dragon Kings shook his head. Wang He, Whale King, you two go out first. The Dragon King shouted. Oh yes. The two of them walked out of the Crystal Palace with doubts. Quang. The great door of the Crystal Palace slammed shut, leaving only the 5 Dragon Kings inside. Big brother? What's wrong? Dragon 5th said puzzledly. Dragon 5th, you have outstanding talent, but you are still too young. Great Jun? Indeed, it's easy for us to destroy Dejun, but we have to pay a sufficient price. The leading Dragon King said solemnly. Great Jun? Wang Yi said it so casually. How can I not see it? I don't know how strong Dejun is, but Wang He and Whale King didn't even have the courage to fight. He's obviously not someone to be trifled with. At the same time, his subjects are also extraordinary. We have to pay a price for destroying Dejun. The Dragon Emperor has instructed us not to fight with anyone for the time being, the leading Dragon King said solemnly. Ah, big brother, of course there will be injuries in battle. Moreover, Yin Chuan is just an ancient immortal. Dragon Fifth yelled. The leading Dragon King shook his head and said, Normally, I wouldn't be afraid. In fact, the EC has never feared anyone. But now, we can't make any mistakes. Why is the Dragon Emperor in seclusion? Why are the other 12 Dragon Kings in the East Sea all in seclusion? Dragon Fifth's face darkened. 5,000 years ago, Di Renjia of Great Zhou led his army to the West Outer Continent. Have you forgotten? Great Zhou established the Heavenly Court, and almost all the sea dragons submitted to Great Zhou. Only our East Sea Dragon tribe is left. A few years ago, a dragon came to report that the West Outer Continent situation was settled. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor of the West Outer Continent will be here soon, the leading Dragon King said. The other Dragon Kings nodded. Dragon Fifth's face turned ugly. The East Sea Dragon Palace is also at a critical juncture. We can't make any mistakes. If anything happens, our East Sea Dragon Palace will cease to exist. Dragon Fifth, do you understand? It's not that we're afraid of Dejun. It's just that we can't spare any energy to deal with it. Once something happens, it's very likely that our East Sea Dragon Palace will be consigned to eternal damnation. But are we just going to let Dejun be free? Finding the primordial dragon vein is also a top priority. Dragon Fifth said worriedly. We won't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. If you won't go, I'll go. Dragon Fifth said. Dragon Fifth. The leading Dragon King was furious. Big brother, before the great ancient calamity, how powerful was our dragon tribe? What about now? The primordial dragon vein is the hope of our East Sea Dragon Palace. We can't lose it. I'll go. I'm a Tao god who controls a great heavenly Tao. Isn't it easy to kill Yin Chuan? If something happens, no one can stop me. Dragon Fifth said, It's best if you don't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. No, big brother, I can't listen to you this time. It's just a small Dejun. Don't worry. Dragon Fifth said, Dragon Fifth, our EC Dragon Palace only has 5 Tao gods. What if something happens to you? Another Dragon King said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I can't even deal with an ancient immortal, how can I call myself a Tao god? Don't worry. The Dragon King said firmly. The leading Dragon King looked at Dragon Fifth and agreed. Finally, he nodded and said, Be careful. It's best if you don't get hurt. Dezhou's dragon tribe can come at any time. Big brother, don't worry. Dragon Fifth said confidently. Tao God. He was someone who could completely crush an ancient immortal. Quang. The Crystal Palace's door opened. Wang He and Whale King looked over. Dragon Kings? Let's go. I'll go with you to Xianyang. Dragon Fifth said, Good. Wang He said excitedly. With the Dragon King going, Yin Chuan will definitely wait for death. Whale King said excitedly. Boom! 3 rays of light flew out of the Crystal Palace. After Dragon Fifth left, the remaining 4 Dragon Kings frowned. Dragon One, your brother left. Should we report to the Dragon Emperor? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No need to disturb the Dragon Emperor. It's just an ancient immortal. Be careful of Zhou's dragon tribe. Dragon One said. The Dragon Kings nodded. Obviously, they felt that Dragon Fifth would be fine. When the Dragon Kings went out, 2 huge waves appeared in the sea, as if a road was opened. The 3 of them flew towards Zhenlong's territory. Along the way, they stayed close to the surface of the sea. The dragon aura spread, and countless fish worshipped them. The speed of the 3 experts was extremely fast. In just 10 days, they arrived outside Xianyang. Xianyang, Chaotian Palace. Yin Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. Lu Buwei, Zhang Yi, and the others were all out collecting the various cities. Sage King, news came for the East faction. Wang He and Whale King are heading west together. Liu Gang said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. A sage king and a sect leader were heading west together, and at such a time. Just as Yin Chuan was deep in thought, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Outside of Xianyang, Dragon Fifth, Wang He and Whale King had already arrived. Wang He and Whale King stood respectfully behind Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth looked at the heavenly providence in front of him with disdain. Oh! Dragon Fifth suddenly roared towards the sky. The dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, and a huge dragon aura came down, pressing down on the hearts of countless people. That wasn't enough. Behind Dragon Fifth, a golden heaven's path suddenly shot up. A huge transparent pillar pierced through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Heaven's path. A vast heaven's path. Once the heaven's path appeared, a terrifying heaven's aura came down. In Xianyang, countless people were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Dragon Fifth was high above with the support of the heaven's path, overlooking the entire Xianyang city. Overlooking the skyward palace, a peerless domineering aura was emitted. Whale King and Wang He both revealed looks of amazement. The Tao God's aura was so terrifying. Just the heaven's path alone was half the size of Xianyang. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that they were undefeatable. Yin Chuan, come out for this king. Long, he roared. The huge dragon aura, together with the heaven's aura, penetrated the entire Xianyang city. Countless people heard the explosion. Buzz. The Xianyang Great Array was activated and blocked the sound wave attack. Inside the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan had to stop the court meeting. Looking outside the palace, Yin Chuan's face was gloomy. Yin Chuan slowly walked down from the dragon throne. He led the officials out of the Skyward Palace. In the square of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan stood in the center. The officials stood respectfully on both sides. Standing in the square, Yin Chuan looked coldly. Lord Dragon King, that is Yin Chuan. Wang He pointed at Yin Chuan and shouted. Dragon Fifth stared at Yin Chuan. East Sea Dragon Palace? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Remember, this king is called Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth said coldly. God, Yin Chuan said coldly. The corner of Dragon Fifth's mouth curled up into a cold smile. You also know about Tao Gods? Since that is the case, this king will not make things difficult for you. From now on, announce your allegiance to the Great Wave Sacred Court. This king will let you go today. Dragon Fifth laughed. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Wang He shouted excitedly. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at Dragon Fifth and sneered. Ha! What a joke. Why? You are not willing? Dragon Fifth said in a deep voice. The East Sea Dragon Palace can't even protect itself. You still want to talk nonsense in front of this king? Yin Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1141. Nioibo, studio now, get out of my great Jun. Otherwise die. Yin Chuan glared at him. Die. Yin Chuan's last words were like thunder, causing the expressions of the 3 people in the sky to change. Is Yin Chuan crazy? Wang He and Whale King exclaimed. This was a Tao God, a powerful being recognized by the heavenly Tao. Although not all of them were ancestral immortals, only ancestral immortals could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Every Tao God was favored by the heavens. Wang He and Whale King were shocked, and Dragon Fifth was even more furious. He had always been high and mighty. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost? Crack! Dragon Fifth clenched his fist. A mere ancient immortal dares to talk nonsense in front of me? Dragon Fifth said coldly. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Yin Chuan die. Dragon Fifth roared. He stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a golden dragon claw appeared in the air. The dragon claw was extremely powerful, and it tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled. Immense killing intent filled Xianyang. Yin Chuan was still expressionless. The dragon claw was about to reach Xianyang's array. Don't be presumptuous in front of the Sage King. A roar suddenly came from Xianyang. A huge tiger paw rushed into the sky and collided with the dragon claw. The tiger paw reached out, and a surge of violent aura dyed the sky black. Boom! With a loud sound, the dragon claw and tiger paw shattered. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and a white-robed man appeared in the sky. The Zhen's national beast, the paragon of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. Bai Ditian's face was fierce, and his eyes were filled with violent aura as he looked coldly at Dragon Fifth. "Who are you?" Dragon Fifth asked coldly. Although Dragon Fifth didn't use his full strength, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Wang He and Whale King's faces twitched. Other than Meng Tian and Wang Jian, how could the Great Jin Empire have such powerful people? Moreover, his aura did not lose to Wang Jian's at all. "Lord Dragon King, this is the supreme beast of Dezhun, Bai Ditian." Wang He immediately explained. "Bai Ditian?" Dragon Fifth's face sank. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yan Xuan saw Bai Ditian come out and naturally understood what Bai Ditian meant. Bai Ditian felt that Dezhun was too violent, so he intervened for Dezhun's sake. He didn't want Dezhun to become enemies with the East Sea Dragon race. However, would Yan Xuan care? However, since Bai Ditian had intervened, Yan Xuan naturally gave Bai Ditian some face. "Dragon Fifth? Tao God? Haha, you've merely received the blessings of the heavenly Tao. You only possess the power of an ancestral immortal by using the power of the heavenly Tao. However, you're still not an ancestral immortal. Aren't you an ancient immortal as well? Dezhun is not a place you can come to. Go back to the Eastern Sea," Bai Ditian advised. "Ha! You want this king to go back? Then where will this king's face go?" Dragon Fifth said with a glare. "Face? If you don't leave now, you will lose even more," Bai Ditian said in a low voice. You're the ones who will lose even more. You bunch of ants dare to be impudent in front of me?" Dragon Fifth said angrily. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the huge heavenly Tao appeared in front of Bai Ditian with a loud rumble. It crashed towards Bai Ditian. "You're courting death." Bai Ditian glared. "Tiger deity slaughter," Bai Ditian shouted. Endless violent aura suddenly surrounded the area. In an instant, the sky darkened. Bai Ditian himself was like a tornado of violent aura. A vast violent aura storm crashed toward Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Bai Ditian's violent aura tornado collided with Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Boom! The surrounding void shook violently. A rolling storm erupted. The void shook, forming a huge spatial wave that swept in all directions. 10,000 dragons, spatial lock formation. Gigu Zi's voice came from Xianyang. Buzz! Xianyang City's array suddenly froze, and the spatial wave was unable to move. However, this huge wave caught Wang He and Whale King off guard. Wang He spat out a mouthful of blood from this huge wave. Whale King's face also flushed red. The two of them retreated in fear. A battle between Tao gods was not something the two of them could fight against. The tiger deity Slaughter collided with the heavenly Tao, and Dragon Fifth retreated more than 50 feet. Bai Ditian, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters. However, the two of them were not injured. The power of the heavenly Tao is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, the Sage King said that in order to use the power of the heavenly Tao, one must be an ancestral immortal. You are only an ancient immortal. Let's see how many times you can use this move. Bai Ditian said with a fierce look in his eyes. Tiger deity slaughter. Boom! Once again, the violent aura tornado crashed toward Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Bai Ditian to be so fierce. There was a qualitative difference between ancestral immortals and ancient immortals. They could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, an ancestral immortal could use the power of the heavenly Tao to fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, he could not do anything to Bai Ditian. Boom! The two of them fought ferociously. Tiger deity slaughter. Bai Ditian used the tiger deity slaughter again and again, but he could not do anything to Dragon Fifth. As a Tao god, Dragon Fifth was protected by the heavenly Tao, and his strength was extremely fierce. However, Bai Detian was also a person who became more and more ruthless the more he fought. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky above Xianyang was covered by the violent aura. The pitch-black violent aura made it impossible for the people of Xianyang to see what was going on inside. Only the entrance of the Skyward Palace could be seen. Yin Chuan was still watching carefully. Gigu Zi and Zizi were standing beside Yin Chuan. Sage King, Tao gods are still unique, Gigu Zi said with a smile. Using the power of the heavenly Tao, Bai Detian refined the tiger ancestor's life providence, but he is still an ancient immortal. It is not bad that he can fight against him. However, Dragon Fifth's strength is still too low. He can only use the power of the heavenly Tao, but it is limited. Yin Chuan shook his head. That's right. He is not merged with the heavenly Tao, so he naturally cannot understand the power of the heavenly Tao. Gigu Zi nodded. Now that Bai Detian is unable to hurt Dragon Fifth, what should we do? Should we send more people up? ZZ asked worriedly. It's useless. Without becoming an ancestral immortal, one cannot shake the heavenly Tao. It is already not bad that Bai Detian could do this with the tiger god aura. Gigu Zi shook his head. Then, is there no other way? ZZ asked worriedly. I can kill it. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. ZZ exclaimed. Wasn't it said that ancient immortals could never defeat Tao gods? How? However, I don't want to kill it now. I lack a tool, Yin Chuan said solemnly. ZZ asked curiously. I will restrain it. You place a curse on it so that it cannot transform, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, ZZ nodded. Whoosh. Yin Chuan soared into the sky. High in the sky, the black aura was dense. In Xianyang, other than the important officials, no one else could see anything. Bai Detian against Dragon Fifth. Whale King and Wang, he retreated again and again. The shockwaves from their battle were too ferocious. Boom! Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Bai Detian and Dragon Fifth froze. After fighting for a long time, Dragon Fifth was also a little afraid. He had not heard of Bai Detian before coming here. How could he be helpless against someone who had suddenly appeared in Xianyang? How many powerful beings were there in Xianyang that he did not know? At this moment, Dragon Fifth was filled with hatred towards Whale, King, and Wang He. How dare these two dogs hide from him? What ancient immortals? Only your head. He regretted not listening to his big brother. How could it be easy for Xianyang to scare Whale King and Wang He to that extent? Dragon Fifth had already made up his mind. When he returned, he would definitely punish these two dogs. Just then, Yin Chuan appeared. Looking at Yin Chuan, Dragon Fifth's eyelids twitched. Bai Detian, leave it to me. There are still two culprits. Since they are here, there is no need for them to leave. Kill, Yin Chuan ordered coldly. Yes, Bai Detian replied. At this point, Bai Detian naturally understood that although he had obtained the tiger ancestor's life providence, he was still inferior to Yin Chuan. Swish! Bai Detian charged towards Wang He and the Whale King. The surging aura covered the sky. Yin Chuan? Good. You have delivered yourself to me. Dragon Fifth roared. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly Tao binding. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared again and suddenly shrank towards Yin Chuan from all directions. A huge pressure seemed to want to squeeze Yin Chuan to death. Dragon Fifth stood outside the heavenly Tao and watched as it squeezed Yin Chuan. Ancient immortal? Without the heavenly Tao, you will always be an ancient immortal, Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! A green heavenly Tao suddenly rushed out from Yin Chuan's body. However, this heavenly Tao was a broken one. There were countless cracks on the heavenly Tao. It was the heavenly Tao nurtured by the heaven-devouring Tao scripture. However, it was not complete. It was not important at all. What was important was that Yin Chuan's understanding of the heavenly Tao was much better than Dragon Fifth's. Although it was broken, Yin Chuan's body was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao was transparent, but Yin Chuan's heavenly Tao was solid. Boom! The broken heavenly Tao suddenly expanded and instantly crushed Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Bam! Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao instantly shattered and disappeared as if it had turned into countless crystals. "This is impossible," Dragon Fifth exclaimed. Yin Chuan's figure instantly appeared above Dragon Fifth as he stomped his foot down. Boom! Dragon Fifth was instantly stomped down. Yin Chuan's stomp was naturally extremely terrifying. It carried the power of the heavenly Tao and seemed to want to stomp Dragon Fifth into meat paste. Roar! Dragon Fifth immediately transformed into his original body in pain. He transformed into a huge golden dragon that was 10,000 feet long. His vigorous and powerful body wanted to break free from Yin Chuan's stomp. But how powerful was Yin Chuan? How could he break free? Boom! Dragon Fifth was stomped into the ground by Yin Chuan. He couldn't move at all. "You're a heaven mender?" "No, that's only a broken heavenly Tao. It's not complete yet. How can you break free from my complete heavenly Tao?" Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Stepping on Dragon Fifth, Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. "East Sea Dragon Palace? I didn't want to bother with it, but since you've personally come, then stay. My dragon carriage still lacks an evil beast to pull the carriage." "You want me to pull the carriage?" "Bastard, I'm the East Sea Dragon King. If you dare to make me pull the carriage, the Dragon Emperor will not let you off." Dragon Fifth roared in shock. "Huh?" Yin Chuan exerted force with his foot. Boom! The immense power caused Dragon Fifth to feel a burst of pain, and he was firmly pressed under the foot, unable to move. Chapter 1142. Although the commoners couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield, they couldn't change the current situation. The Tao god, Dragon Fifth, was being stepped on by Yin Chuan. Even the wailing bird couldn't make a sound at this moment. In the distance, Bai Detian's massacre was also extremely fierce. Even someone as strong as Wang, he was quickly torn apart by Bai Detian. With just a scream, Wang Yi was split in half. Throwing away the two halves of the corpse, Bai Detian rushed towards the Whale King. As Wang Yi's corpse fell to the ground, he saw Dragon Fifth in the distance, who was being stepped on by Yin Chuan. "No!" Wang Yi let out a final cry of despair. How could they have imagined that a group of mortals who had just ascended would be so ferocious? No, it wasn't just fierce. This world was the world of Tao gods. They were Tao gods recognized by the heavenly Tao. Yet, they were being stepped on by Yin Chuan. Even Tao gods were being stepped on. Wang Yi's eyes were filled with despair and regret. He regretted his little trick of getting someone else to do his dirty work. Perhaps he could have retreated from the true dragon domain. But he didn't. Why didn't he? Why? Regret was useless. Wang Yi's corpse fell to the ground. The moment Wang Yi died, the golden dragon of providence in the great wave sacred court let out a cry. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence soared into the sky. Countless officials felt their hearts tighten. Rumble! Providence quickly flowed towards the great wave sacred court. The golden dragon of providence quickly dissipated. How can this be? The Sage King died? The Sage King died? No, how can this be? Didn't the Sage King say that the great wave sacred court was nothing to worry about? How can this be? The great wave sacred court was filled with wailing. In Xianying, Yin Chuan was stepping on Dragon Fifth. A book suddenly appeared in front of ZZ. It was the Book of Life and Death. Flipping to a page, ZZ suddenly shouted at Dragon Fifth. "With the curse of the Book of Life and Death, unless Yin Chuan and I remove the curse, Dragon Fifth will never be able to transform. The beast Tao of reincarnation will bear witness." Boom! A black light shot toward Dragon Fifth. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the golden Dragon Fifth was enveloped by a layer of black gas. The black gas quickly seeped into Dragon Fifth's body. The moment the curse entered his body, Dragon Fifth felt that something was wrong. However, under Yin Chuan's foot, he could not move at all. "No, I am the East Sea Dragon King. You." Roar! In his despair, Dragon Fifth could no longer make a human sound. He had completely sealed off the possibility of transforming. "Evil creature, do you submit or not?" Yin Chuan said coldly. Roar. Dragon Fifth struggled stubbornly. Humph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and exerted force with his foot. Boom. Dragon Fifth fainted. Lu Gang. Yin Chuan shouted. Present. Lu Gang quickly flew over. I'll leave this dragon to you to train. Once you've trained it, put it on Zhen's carriage. It'll be useful the next time Zhen travels. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Lu Gang answered. After giving Lu Gang a kick, Yin Chuan returned to the front of the sky-facing palace. Many officials could not see it clearly, but most of the powerful officials could see it clearly. A Tao God? Based on the information collected over the years, the Tao God was a powerful existence that preyed on the world. Now, the sage ruler was stepping on it and preparing to use it to pull his carriage. The sage ruler is mighty, the officials said respectfully. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ smiled faintly. Meow. A Tao God pulling a carriage. When the time comes, I want to ride it too. Meow shouted excitedly. In the outside world, the evil aura slowly disappeared. It was slowly absorbed into Bai Detian's body. The commoners could gradually see the sun. At the same time, they could see a figure in the sky. Bai Detian grabbed half of the Whale King's body and threw it down. Everything was quiet, but the commoners could not calm down for a long time. They had been in the celestial world for a few years. At this moment, they finally knew how strong great accomplishment was. They did not know what happened to the Tao God. At the very least, the sage ruler did not need to use the power of great accomplishment to deal with it easily. Long live the sage ruler. Long live the sage ruler. Long live the great accomplishment. Long live the sage ruler. In Xianyang City, the commoners of great accomplishment cheered and bowed to Yin Chuan. All of them were extremely excited. Only the spies from the Great Wave Sacred Hall and the Sea Dragon Taoist were frightened. Dead? All dead. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the Providence Cloud collapsed. The Sea Dragon Temple was slightly better. The Providence Cloud shook. Sects were different from countries. If the emperor died, the country would be destroyed. However, if the sect leader died, there would be others who could inherit the position. However, everyone in Sea Dragon Temple knew that the Whale King was dead. They were all panicking. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the officials were even more panicked. However, there was still one person who was extremely calm at the entrance of the hall. It was the Grand Tutor of Great Wave Sacred Hall. Wang Yi is dead? Seems like the Whale King is also dead. What trash. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. That's true. If the two of them were really talented, they wouldn't have been infiltrated by my people. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. Primordial Dragon Vein? If we didn't know that the two of you were puppets of the East Sea Dragon Palace, why would we compromise? Originally, we wanted to borrow your hands to help the East Sea Dragon Palace find the Primordial Dragon Vein. What a pity, what a pity. Humph. Seems like we can only find it ourselves. The Grand Tutor clenched his fist. Grand Tutor Pang, what should we do? The sage ruler is dead. What should we do now? An official ran over and cried. What are you crying for? It's just that Wang He is dead. The Grand Tutor Pang's eyes were cold. The surrounding officials looked at the Grand Tutor Pang in shock. Do you know the Deju Celestial Dynasty in the West? The Grand Tutor Pang said. I know. It's just a Celestial Dynasty. However, Grand Tutor, you have never allowed us to use troops against it. An official said, I, Pang Tianhe, am the ruler of the Deju Celestial Dynasty. The Grand Tutor Pang shouted. The sorrowful officials cried out in shock. Wang Yi is dead. There's no point in keeping the Deju Celestial Dynasty. You're the officials of Deju Celestial Dynasty. I promise that when you go to the Deju Celestial Dynasty, your titles will not change. The Grand Tutor Pang said. Pang Tianhe, when the sage ruler was alive, he was very kind to you. You actually betrayed him. The moment the sage ruler died, an upright official immediately scolded. Boom! Pang Tianhe slapped him to death. Flesh and blood splattered on the ground. The hearts of the officials palpitated. I have been the Grand Tutor for so many years. All the cities in the Deju Celestial Dynasty are my disciples. Humph! I only need to give an order, and all the cities will belong to the Daiju celestial dynasty. If you disobey, die. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who defy me will forget. Pang Tianhe said coldly. A group of officials looked over in shock. Of course, many of Pang Tianhe's subordinates quickly knelt down. Long live the sage ruler! Long live the sage ruler! Pang Tianhe entered the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. The Daiju celestial dynasty, which had been dormant in the past, suddenly made a high-profile comeback. In the imperial city, Pang Tianhe called a disciple. Disciple, master, the disciple said respectfully. I want to adopt all the territory of the Great Waves Holy Court to the Great Ju Celestial Dynasty as soon as possible. Go to the Sea Dragon Dojo immediately and find your martial uncle. Ask them to quickly filter out the karmic positions of the birth position. When I unify this place, I need the karmic positions of the birth position of the Great Ju Celestial Dynasty to the Holy Court as soon as possible. Understood, the disciple said respectfully. Then, the disciple quickly left. Pang Tianhe left behind to command his subordinates to quickly collect all of the Daiju Celestial Dynasty's territory. Standing at the entrance of a hall, Pang Tianhe looked towards the west. Soon, the news of Xianyang will reach the East Sea. I wonder how the East Sea Dragon Emperor will react. This time, I wonder who the East Sea sent to Xianyang. It seems like it's not good. Pang Tianhe sneered. Xianyang. The crisis was resolved. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. However, the Daiju Celestial Dynasty's fate cloud sea had more fate surging. 2 months later, at the Skyward Hall, Lu Buwei returned. He brought back 2 ancient immortals, Wu Wen and Chen Xiao. Although the 2 ancient immortals had submitted to the Daiju Celestial Dynasty, they were more or less dissatisfied. After all, they were once sect masters and sage king. To be demoted in the blink of an eye, both of them had a knot in their hearts. But now, the 2 of them were much more comfortable. Not. Bullshit not. Look at what happened to Wang, He, and Whale King. Just by DTN alone had torn them all apart. What did they have to feel unbalanced? Greetings, Sage King. The 2 of them bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. The 2 of them returned. Only Lu Buwei stood out. Sage King, news came from the west. The Daiju Celestial Dynasty and the Sea Dragon Temple have been merged by a powerful force. The Daiju Celestial Dynasty has taken the Sea Dragon Temple's birth position and officially established the Daiju Celestial Dynasty. Lu Buwei said solemnly. This emperor understands. Yin Chuan nodded. The Daiju Celestial Dynasty? There's nothing to worry about now. As long as they don't step into the territory of the Daiju Celestial Dynasty, this emperor will not touch them for the time being. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Lu Buwei nodded. The Daiju Celestial Dynasty's territory had increased too quickly, but they were far from enough to manage it. More than half of the people who had enough had been transferred to the Netherworld. The middle-level talents in the mortal realm were a little lacking. Lu Buwei, you will prepare for the 4th examination and recruit talents for the Daiju Celestial Dynasty. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This subject obeys. Lu Buwei answered. Jinlong Dominion. The Daiju Celestial Dynasty and the Daiju Celestial Dynasty were equals. They jointly governed the Jinlong Dominion. News of the battle at Xianyang had also spread to the East Sea at the fastest speed. East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Crystal Palace was in an uproar. You don't know? You say you don't know where Dragon Fifth went? A Dragon King stared at a kneeling man in front of him. This lowly one really doesn't know. This lowly one couldn't see the scene outside Xianyang. When the evil aura disappeared, Wang He and Whale King were dead, and Dragon Fifth and Dragon King were nowhere to be found. Maybe, that person hurriedly said. Maybe what? Maybe they were killed. That person said fearfully. Impossible. Dragon Fifth's life token is still there. A Dragon King stared. Dragon Fifth hasn't returned yet. It seems like he was captured by Yin Chuan. Dragon One said solemnly. What? He was captured? Dragon Fifth? is a Tao god. A dragon king shouted. So what if he's a Tao god? A Tao god isn't invincible, Dragon 1 said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? No, we have to save Dragon 5th. Yes, we have to go. The group of Dragon 5th said anxiously. Shut up. Have you forgotten the Dragon Emperor's instructions? Dragon 1 glared. The Dragon Kings looked over. We have to report this to the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible, Dragon 1 said with an ugly expression. The other Dragon Kings looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 1143. Young World, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. A white-haired old man sat on the largest dragon throne. His forehead was protruding, and his long white eyebrows extended to his chin. The old man's eyes shone with the light of wisdom that could see through the affairs of the world. Dragon Emperor, please give the order. We will go and rescue Dragon 5th. Dragon 1 said. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has never been bullied like this. A small holy court wants to ride on our heads? Dragon Emperor, you don't have to do anything. We will definitely rescue Dragon 5th. There were a total of 7 Dragon Kings in the palace, and all of them were asking for battle. The Dragon Emperor rubbed his long eyebrows and looked at Dragon 1. Repeat what you said just now. The group of Dragon Kings was stunned. Dragon 1 was puzzled as he recounted Great Jun's development, the enmity between Great Jun and the various dynasties, and the grudge between Great Jun and Dragon 5th. Dragon Emperor, Dragon 5th's whereabouts are still unknown. He must have been locked up by Yin Chuan. Dragon 5th has never suffered since he was young. I'm worried, Dragon 1 said anxiously. Is Dragon 5th dead? The Dragon Emperor asked indifferently. No, his life token is still there. A Dragon King said. Since he's not dead, he won't die. The Dragon Emperor said solemnly. The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. They didn't see what they wanted from the Dragon Emperor's attitude. He didn't listen to my orders. Since he's imprisoned, let him suffer. Only then will he remember. The Dragon Emperor said indifferently. Dragon Emperor, Dragon 5th is insensible. Doesn't the Dragon Emperor dote on him the most? How can you let him suffer? Moreover, this concerns the reputation of our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Dragon 1 shouted. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. The Dragon Kings quieted down. Dragon 5th is the youngest. I know that all of you dote on him, the Dragon Emperor said. The Dragon Kings nodded. However, our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Who knows what will happen? Perhaps Dragon 5th can stay out of this matter. The Dragon Emperor sighed. The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed, and their eyes flickered intensely. Although they were extremely unwilling, they gritted their teeth and finally nodded. A year later, in the True Dragon territory, the Great Extinction Holy Court, Pang Tianhe's study. Pang Tianhe looked at the important ministers in front of him. His expression turned ugly. Is there still no news from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Pang Tianhe asked with an ugly expression. Not yet. Holy King, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace doesn't seem to care about this matter, an official said with a complicated expression. Pang Tianhe angrily slammed his palm on the table. How's Dezhan's development now? Pang Tianhe looked at another official. Fast, terrifyingly fast. Those officials don't look like natives from the mortal world at all. Their ability to control the country's institutions is superb. Some of the officials quickly merged and divided the territories, while others quickly recruited a large number of talents. Dezhan was glowing with a ferocious vitality. The momentum of development is even faster than that of our dynasty. The official said. Pang Tianhe's face turned ugly. Sage King, there is still some internal strife in our dynasty. Once everything is settled, the Great Jin Empire might have already taken control of the other territories. When that time comes, the Kingdom War will be even more difficult. The official added. Got it. You can leave now. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Everyone left, leaving only one person in the study room. Master, that person looked at Pang Tianhe. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. Dezhan? Yin Chuan is indeed a talented ruler. So many fearsome people actually submitted to him. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace actually admitted defeat? Oof. What should we do? The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace admitted defeat, but we can't. Since the Jew Palace sent me here, they naturally won't send anyone else to help me. However, it's not like we can't seek help from the Jew Palace. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Master, the Jew Palace's rules can't be changed. I have a way because I found another person by Di Tian. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Oh, the Azure Divine King of the Jew Palace took in a concubine more than 10,000 years ago. Do you know that? I know that the Azure Divine King dotes on that concubine to the extreme. However, that concubine didn't give the Azure Divine King any face. Even so, the Azure Divine King still dotes on her. You have to know that the Azure Divine King is also extremely handsome. His strength is also one of the top 5 in the Jew Palace. He dotes on that concubine a lot. Why did that concubine keep ignoring him? Why? Because his concubine had a husband and even a son. Unfortunately, her husband died. I heard that she had a son. However, no one knows if he is dead or alive. No one has seen him. No, perhaps the Azure Divine King's subordinate saw him. Unfortunately, by the time others arrived, his subordinate was already dead. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Master, what do you mean? I've investigated by Di Tian's past. He reincarnated. He's alive again. Who? The Azure Divine King's concubine's husband? The disciples' eyes widened. That's right. The Jew Palace won't send anyone to search for the Genesis Dragon Vein. However, the Azure Divine King will definitely be happy to kill Bai Ditian and the others. This is all the information on Bai Ditian. Return to the Jew Palace and personally hand it to the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King will definitely send someone. Pang Tianhe's eyes flashed coldly. Yes, Master is wise. After sending the disciple out of the study, Pang Tianhe glanced towards the east. Great Jun? Pang Tianhe snorted coldly. 5 years later, in the Netherworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. In a manner, Desolation Hua held a stack of information in his hands. A group of people stood before Desolation Hua. Some of them were ghostly cultivators. Great Jun? What a ferocious army. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Li Si, Inhen Tian, and Yifeng. Regardless of cultivation, just their methods alone have reached the level of a domain lord. And this group of people are merely subordinates of Great Jin. Desolation Hua took a deep breath and said, Young Master, Great Jun is indeed ferocious. The speed at which they expand their territory is like a flood. They are unstoppable. A ghostly cultivator said. Their ability to govern is also extremely ferocious. Talents are constantly being recruited like the tide. Desolation Hua nodded and said, The Holy Court of Netherworld and the Holy Court of Soul's Wrath. Although these two holy halls do not unify the entire domain, they are still two extremely powerful holy halls. Even so, in the face of Great Jun's army, they are constantly losing ground. There are casualties in small battles, but Great Jun has never tasted defeat in large battles. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new domain lord with our own eyes. A ghostly cultivator exclaimed. Desolation Hua paced back and forth in the small courtyard. After thinking for a moment, he said, No, we have all overlooked something. What? Everyone looked at Desolation Hua. We have still underestimated Great Jun. This is the underworld, the world of the dead. Besides Yin Chuan, the rest of Great Jun are living beings. Living beings and dead spirits are basically opposing groups. If Great Jun had countless ghostly cultivators, it would be fine if they could achieve this. However, this is not a ghostly cultivator army, but a living person, using living beings to enslave dead spirits, opposing forms. They're still able to rule like an iron bucket. This Great Jun is stronger than we imagined. Desolation Hua glared. The experts immediately reacted. The Holy Court of Soul's Wrath has already lost a third of its territory. The Holy Court of Netherworld has already lost a quarter of its territory. Desolation Hua frowned and said, "Reporting, young master, Lord Asan has returned." A voice came from outside the courtyard. So fast. Desolation Hua was slightly stunned. "Let him in." Soon, a man rushed into the courtyard. It was the man who had been sent back to see the old ancestor by Desolation Hua. "Asan, how are you so fast?" Desolation Hua asked in surprise. This lowly one saw the ancestor. The ancestor really dotes on young master. He used his supreme power to send me to the world of the living and gave this subordinate a Feng Shui Yin Yang talisman. He asked me to go to Jinlong territory to investigate. After that, I will come down from Jinlong territory to see young master. Asan immediately said, "Oh, young master, this is the information I have gathered. This great Jun is not simple." Asan immediately took out a long scroll of information. Desolation Hua immediately read it. The information detailed Yin Chuan's life, the sealed world, the war in Jinlong territory, and even the grudges of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The more Desolation Hua read, the more shocked he became. Desolation Hua admitted that he was a genius, but he had never seen such a stunning person. A mortal undergoing ancient immortal tribulation? "All of you leave first," Desolation Hua said. Yes. Everyone left. Desolation Hua hugged a pile of information and sat alone in the small courtyard, constantly thinking. Yin Chuan's information seemed to have a strong magnetic force, causing Desolation Hua to be unable to move his eyes away. He sat there for 3 days. During this time, Asan was called over to ask some questions. On this day, Asan poured tea for Desolation Hua. When he saw Desolation Hua's eyes changed intensely, it finally turned into determination. "Asan, this young master is preparing to go to Great Jun to seek an official position." Desolation Hua said. Seek an official position? A holy court? Young master, what is your status? What is Yin Chuan's status? Even if you go to Heavenly Court, you will have a high position. If you establish a dynasty, even if Heavenly Court doesn't dare to say, it will be easy for you to become a holy king. In today's world, who dares to not give you face? Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Asan said in surprise. No, you don't understand. Our family is supported by the old ancestor. As for the other bloodlines, my bloodline can only be considered a little more remote. Desolation Hua shook his head. But if young master seeks an official position in a holy court, you will be laughed at by the other young masters. Asan said worriedly. Laughed at? So what if it's a joke? Will I care about them? Moreover, maybe in the future, I can help the old ancestor. Desolation Hua shook his head. The old ancestor doesn't need help from others, right? Who could do anything to the old ancestor? Moreover, young master, don't you want to tell the old ancestor? Asan advised. No need, I made up my mind. Desolation Hua's eyes were determined. 10 days later, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Desolation Hua stood alone in the Central Palace, looking at Yin Chuan on the dragon throne. The other courtiers looked at Desolation Hua curiously. Seek an official position? No, to be precise, by an official position. This was the first case in Great Jun. Someone actually dared to buy an official position in Great Jun, and in front of a holy king. How bold! Desolation Hua, you want to seek an official position in Great Jun? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Chapter 1144. Holy Court of Great Jun, Netherworld, Great Qin City, Central Hall. Desolation Hua, you want to seek an official position in Great Jun? Zombie Yin Chuan asked. Yes. Desolation Hua smiled. Everyone looked at him. What position are you seeking? Zombie Yin Chuan asked curiously. I don't want an official rank or a noble title. I want the position of Great Jun's army commander. Desolation Hua said firmly. Army commander? In the main hall, the officials were shocked again. What a big tone. Army commander? Although it was just a title, it held great significance in Great Jun. After all, there were only 7 army commanders in Great Jun. Although they had different ranks, every one of them was valued by the Sage King. Army commander? Ha, what qualifications do you have to be Great Zhen's army commander? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. This is my resume. Desolation Hua took out a jade slip. Immediately, a servant handed it over. Yin Chuan started reading with a hint of curiosity. As he read, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Descendant of sage? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Descendant of a sage? Instantly, countless officials in the hall looked at him. This was not just a matter of status, but also a political issue. If a descendant of a sage became a court official, wouldn't that be an alliance with a sage? Yin Chuan smiled faintly and threw the jade slip back. Not enough. Yin Chuan shook his head. Desolation Hua was stunned. Desolation Hua did not see a trace of excitement in Yin Chuan's eyes. The Grand Ancestor was a sage, but Yin Chuan did not seem to care about a sage. However, Desolation Hua had a strong mentality. Not only did he not resent Yin Chuan, but he also had a trace of admiration in his eyes. He was satisfied with his choice. I know that Great Zhen uses its army ferociously. If it wasn't for the fact that it recruited Go soldiers, the war would have already reached the capital of 2 dynasties. Great Zhen is in urgent need of Go soldiers. Although I'm not talented, I have 10,000 undead followers who are both civil and military. My grand ancestor gave them to me years ago. I can provide them to Great Zhen as soon as possible, so that the Sage King can manage Myriad Ghost Domain as soon as possible. Desolation Hua. 10,000? Sage King? Everyone in the hall, the officials in hall, was shocked. The underworld's the word was the underworld's war, was the underworld was Great Zhen, was the underworld war, was the underworld empire war. Living beings and dead spirits were naturally at odds with each other. Although there were many living beings in the netherworld, they naturally couldn't be compared to the number of dead spirits. With 10,000 city lord star on, was Hua everyone Hua, that is, was Hua that Desolation Hua raised an eyebrow, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he had brought so many benefits. Was it not enough to change the commander? Not enough. Desolation Hua did not get angry. He pondered for a while, then said, I can persuade Sacred King Yushin to surrender. At the very least, I can make him retreat from Myriad Ghost Domain. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression finally changed. Persuade a dynasty to surrender? Even with Desolation Hua's status, it was impossible for a Sage King to willingly give up his empire. This was not a matter of status. Was Desolation Hua showing his ability? Yin Chuan looked at people based on ability. Yin Chuan had made an exception for the few Legion generals because their abilities were up to par. If he could do that, then Desolation Hua did indeed have the ability to shock the world. All right, I will ask Meng Tian to stop sending troops. If you can persuade Sacred King Yushin to surrender, I will allow you to become the commander of the 8th Army. Yin Chuan said seriously. This was Yin Chuan's official recognition of Desolation Hua. Whether or not he could become a commander, he had acknowledged him. At the very least, she had that kind of spirit when she was no longer desolate. Thank you, Holy King. Desolation Hua took a deep breath and smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Also, I have something to offer to the Holy King. Desolation Transformation smiled coldly. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. He hadn't even been promoted to an official yet, and he was already bribing people, bribing the monarch with a subject. Looking at Desolation Hua, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with amusement. Sigh for the courage of Huiyuhao. Quang. Desolation Hua took out a huge coffin. Yin Chuan's expression changed. I've read some information about Dezhan and know that the Sage King's Dharma treasure is the ancient immortal artifact, the sky-burying coffin. Coincidentally, my ancestor obtained it by chance and gave it to me as a reward. Today, I'll present it to you. I offer it to the Sage King. I hope that the Sage King can bring Dezhan to the heavenly court as soon as possible. Mournful Transformation said with certainty. Sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Desolation Hua and said, You're so sure that Dezhan can advance to the heavenly court? Yes, that's why I'm here. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Looking at Desolation Hua, his eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan could already see Desolation Hua's courage. With such a status, he was actually willing to enter the heavenly court as a subject. From the degree of refinement of the sky-burying coffin, it was obvious that he had refined a lot. It should be a commonly used Dharma treasure, but he gave it away just like that. Such bearing and boldness were extremely rare in Dezhun. If his ability was really as he said, then Dezhun had really picked up a treasure this time. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin suddenly emitted a green light, and a ripple immediately appeared. Then, it slowly flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. Desolation Hua's face revealed a look of surprise. The reason being that Yin Chuan was able to erase his seal with a wave of his hand and completely refine it at a terrifying speed. It was even more refined than he was. No, this wasn't just a refinement. It was as though this was Yin Chuan's to begin with. One had to know that even his old master couldn't have done something so perfect, right? The sky-burying coffin flew towards Yin Chuan. With a sweep of Yin Chuan's sleeves, the sky-burying coffin disappeared. Initially, yours truly did not want to accept gifts from a subject. However, this sky-burying coffin is extremely important to yours truly. Therefore, yours truly shall accept this gift. Yours truly promises to return you an ancestral immortal weapon in the future. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Saint King. Desolation Hua smiled. Yin Chuan's words were worth 1,000 gold. Desolation Hua was clear about that. Furthermore, Yin Chuan had accepted the gift. As the saying went, gifts blind one's hands. Yin Chuan nodded his head. After the morning assembly, the hearts of the court officials could not calm down for a long time. Successfully bribed an official? Of course, everyone could tell that Desolation Hua's bribe was not about status, subordinates, or gifts. What really caught the Saint King's eye was his ability. Bribing an official with ability? Some people were envious. However, what was the use of being envious? They did not have that much boldness. Outside the palace, Desolation Hua's subordinates were also waiting for him. Upon receiving the news of the morning assembly in the central palace, the subordinates were at a loss. Young master, aren't you devaluing yourself too much? You've sacrificed so much just for a chance to become the 8th Army's commander. Just a chance? I don't think it's worth it. What's so good about Dezhun? A subordinate said indignantly. Desolation Hua shook his head. There are some things that you don't understand. Also, from now on, I'm also an official of Dezhun. In the future, I don't want to hear any of you belittling Dezhun. Yes. Everyone could only helplessly reply. Turning back, Desolation Hua looked at the central palace in the distance and took a deep breath. Not worth it. No, Desolation Hua, am definitely not wrong. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Desolation Hua shouted. Where to? The subordinates were at a loss. To the capital of the Holy Court. I want to meet the Holy King. Desolation Hua said solemnly. You're really going? The subordinates were shocked. The front line, Meng Tian's main camp. A group of soldiers stood respectfully. General, we're ready. Surly C has also recruited enough talents. When are we going to deploy the troops? Yes, General. My spear is already thirsty for blood. The soldiers rubbed their fists and waited for Meng Tian's order. Meng Tian smiled at the crowd and was about to say something. The imperial edict has arrived. A loud shout came from outside, interrupting everyone. Meng Tian immediately stepped forward and led the soldiers to welcome the imperial edict. Soon, a eunuch entered. Greetings to the Holy King. May the Holy King live for 10,000 years. Meng Tian bowed. Lord Meng, there's no need for that. Haha, the old slave is only here to pass on a message. The eunuch said politely. His Majesty has decreed that the Holy Court's army must stop advancing. The eunuch read the imperial edict. The generals looked at the eunuch in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Tian took the imperial edict. The Holy King knew that Lord Meng would be confused, so he had me bring you a secret letter. He told you not to leak it. The eunuch handed over another letter. Meng Tian quickly read it. Oh, in desolation? Meng Tian was surprised. Myriad Ghost Domain, Milieu City, Star Scattered Chess Hall. Star Scattered Chess Hall was a large chess hall. It was surrounded by carved railings and painted buildings, and the environment was extremely elegant. There were many chess boards in the pavilions, making it convenient for chess enthusiasts to play. The chess hall also had a large number of bets, allowing others to bet on the outcome of certain chess players. In a large hall in Star Scattered Chess Hall, a woman was drinking tea. She was extremely beautiful from the left, but there was a long scar on the right side of her face. The scar affected her beauty, making her look slightly sinister. The woman sat on a chair, drinking tea as she looked at a portrait on the wall. As she looked, she seemed to be in a daze. In the portrait was the Great Jun's 2nd Legion commander, Iphone. Hall Master, bad news. Someone is here to challenge us. A maidservant ran into the hall and said anxiously. When a maidservant entered, the woman flipped her hand and flipped the portrait on the wall. It was as if only she could admire the portrait. What happened? The woman's face sank. I don't know. It started 3 days ago. An extremely powerful chess player came, and he kept winning. Not long ago, he even arrogantly took on 10 people by himself. The entire Star Scattered Chess Hall is in an uproar. The other chess players stopped playing and went to watch that man play. The maidservant said anxiously, 1 against 10? Who dares to cause trouble in my Star Scattered Chess Hall? The woman's eyes widened as she stood up. I don't know. This person won, but he didn't want the Immortal Stones. He put them all into the game. He even said that whoever can beat him will get all the Immortal Stones. But no one can beat him. He keeps winning. The maidservant said, Oh, right. Milieu Chess Saint and Tianyuan Chess Saint are here. They knew that someone was here to challenge us. So they arrived early. The 2 chess saints are very enthusiastic about you, Hall Master. The maidservant said immediately, Enthusiastic? So be it. Come, let's go take a look. The woman said. Chapter 1145. Liluo City, Star Scattered Chess Hall. A large number of Go players gathered in a valley. This was because a powerful Go player had arrived 3 days ago. This Go player placed his Go pieces extremely quickly and won them extremely quickly. He had played a total of 60 Go games and had not lost a single one. Star Scattered Chess Hall divided the Go players into 10 levels. Starting from the lowest level, one had to challenge them one by one before one could face off against the strongest Go master. However, this person had killed his way here. At this moment, he was already facing off against the strongest Go master. Moreover, these strongest Go masters were losing ground in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. The other Go players in Star Scattered Chess Hall all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to watch this person play. Quick, junior brother, over here. Everyone was pushing and shoving. Hundreds of people had gathered in the valley. Furthermore, the news quickly spread everywhere. More and more Go experts in Liluo City came to watch the show. At this moment, a man in white sat in the very center. 10 Go games were arranged in a row in front of him. Each of the 10 Go games had a Go player playing against each other. Smack! Smack! The 10 Go pieces were placed one after another. The man in white was also smiling as he tossed black Go pieces onto the Go board. It was as if he did not even need to think. Fast. Extremely fast. The man in white was none other than the commander of Great Jun's 2nd Corps, Iphone. Iphone placed Go pieces without hesitation. However, the 10 opponents were racking their brains. It can't be, senior brother. You told me that someone was playing against 10 Go players alone. I thought it was only against first-grade Go players. How is that possible? Those 10 people? A spectator exclaimed. All 10 of them are top-grade Go players. 5 of them are even the Star Scattered Chess Hall's Go Masters. Star Scattered Chess Hall's Go Masters. 1 against 10, and he's doing it with ease. This person is too abnormal. Hiss. When did such a strong Go player appear in Liluo City? Indeed, perhaps only Chan Fei Tian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint can compare to him. Chun Fei Tian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint? Everyone was shocked. Did you see that? Is that pile of deeds God? Everyone looked over and saw two subordinates following behind Ifong. Beside them was a pile of documents. What's that? That's everything that this person has won in the past 3 days. The Star-Scattered Chess School opened a gambling house at the same time. This person has been winning and betting on himself all this time. He has won almost half of the Star-Scattered Chess School with just one low-grade spirit stone. What? A low-grade spirit stone? You won so much. That's right. Furthermore, no one else is allowed to bet. Only he and the Star-Scattered Chess Hall are allowed to bet. The Star-Scattered Chess Hall has been losing all the way. This time, it's 1 against 10. If we lose, perhaps the entire Star-Scattered Chess Hall won't be able to gamble anymore. Bet against the entire Star-Scattered Chess Hall? Hiss! Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they looked at Ifong. However, Ifong did not care, continuing to play ghost stones. The Tengo masters on the other side all felt very anxious. Ifong smiled. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Chess Saint Leloa is here. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint is here. The crowd shouted. The crowd quickly got out of the way. Then, 2 mortals in their 50s or 60s walked over. One had red hair, and the other had blonde hair. Greetings, Chess Saint Leloa. The crowd called out as they looked at the red-haired man. Greetings, Heavenly Essence Chess Saint. The crowd looked at the blonde man. The two were not very handsome, but they looked very imposing. Master, it's that brat. That brat wants to kick down the Star-Scattered Chess School. A disciple called out to Chess Saint Leloa. Leloa, what are you doing here? Heavenly Essence Chess Saint asked with a frown. Humph. Something happened to Fei Tian's Go Hall. How can I not come? Chess Saint Leloa immediately called out. Heavenly Essence Chess Saint frowned and said, What does Fei Tian's Go Hall have to do with you? It's fine as long as I'm here. Didn't Fei Tian say that she doesn't like that red-haired man? Don't flatter yourself. Humph. You are the one who flatters yourself, golden-haired lion? Huh. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you can marry Fei Tian? Chess Saint Leloa immediately scolded. Humph. The two chess saints snorted at each other. The two chess saints turned their heads away. However, the surrounding people did not care about this scene. This was because everyone knew that the two chess saints adored Chun Fei Tian and had been arguing with each other for many years. Although Chun Fei Tian had a scar on his face, the two did not care about their appearances. It was the same today. When they heard that someone came to kick down the Star-Scattered Chess School, they immediately put down everything they were doing and rushed over. After the two chess saints scolded each other, they looked at the Go board. Go Master Chen Taoyu throws in a Go stone and admits defeat. An arbiter at the side called out. Huh! Sighs rang out in the surroundings. Yifeng placed another Go stone. The Go Master on the other side already blushed when he saw this Go stone. Blarg. It seemed like he had been holding it in for a long time. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. TSK. Playing Go can make someone vomit blood? Amid the crowd's discussions, that Go Master smiled bitterly and threw in a Go stone to admit defeat. Go Master allows it. Throw in a Go stone and admit defeat. The surrounding people held their breaths. Go Master Zhou Yunshi throws in a Go stone and admits defeat. At this moment, Yifeng was losing one Go stone after another. He threw in a Go stone and admitted defeat one after another. His Go skills were too strong. Whoosh. Who is this person? Who is he? Is he so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Yifeng won a large number of Immortal stones again. This was 10 Go games, and he won all of them. Everyone looked at the Star-Scattered Chess School's housekeeper. The housekeeper had an anxious expression. He did not expect this person to be so monstrous. A total of 10,000 Immortal stones. Let's continue gambling, shall we? Yifeng said with a smile. 10,000 Immortal stones? The surrounding Go players all sucked in a breath of cold air. That housekeeper showed a bitter expression. That was 10,000 Immortal stones. In addition to the Immortal stones they won earlier, the Star-Scattered Chess School was already struggling to make ends meet. The schoolmaster is here. Make way, make way. A maidservant's voice rang out. At this moment, the gamble was as exciting as the Go games. Before the schoolmaster came in, the housekeeper rushed over. The crowd separated Yifeng and Chen Feiyan. Schoolmaster, I'm useless. The star-scattered chess school has less than 10% of our immortal stones left. The housekeeper said bitterly. Schoolmaster, I'm useless, a Go master who had just lost said bitterly. Schoolmaster, this person is here to challenge the school. What should we do? A female Go official asked anxiously. If he still wants to gamble, the star-scattered chess school will lose everything, the housekeeper said with a long face. Chen Feiyan took a deep breath. He understood that an expert had come today. Feiyan, don't worry. With me around, no one can bully the star-scattered chess school. Lilua Chess Saint immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. Feiyan, I'll help you vent your anger, the heavenly origin chess saint also promised. The two Go saints were competing with each other for enthusiasm. Chen Feiyan frowned. Yifeng's voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the crowd. Do you still want to gamble? Yifeng's voice rang out. Chen Feiyan's heart skipped a beat. What a familiar voice. No, it's not him. It's not like I haven't heard the same voice over the years. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The star-scattered chess school has never been afraid of anyone. Chen Feiyan took a deep breath and said. As soon as Chen Feiyan opened his mouth, the onlookers were immediately excited. The show was about to begin. Lilua, Chess Saint, and the Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also suddenly turned serious and looked at the crowd. The crowd quickly made way. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng and Chen Feiyan met. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, it was as if they had forgotten everything around them. Their eyes were bursting with countless words that they wanted to say. 10,000 years in a glance. Yifeng and Chen Feiyan both felt a stinging sensation in their noses at the same time, but they held back the tears in their eyes. Suddenly, Chen Feiyan seemed to have realized something. He could not help but take a step back. A strong sense of panic flashed in his eyes. Feiyan, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll help you beat him. The star-scattered chess saint shouted. Feiyan, I'll help you vent your anger. The heavenly origin chess saint also shouted. Yifeng was a meticulous person. Naturally, he could tell what Chen Feiyan was panicking about. The scar on his face? That was the scar that disfigured his face for him. Would Yifeng dislike it? Kid, I'll go back and forth with you. Lilua Chess Saint stepped forward. I'll do it. The heavenly origin chess saint also rushed forward. Many chess players around looked at the two chess saints in surprise. However, the housekeeper from before laughed. The strength of the two chess saints was extremely shocking. This person was finally going to lose. Sir, what about you? Do you want to continue? Of course, the star-scattered chess hall can only bet 3,000 celestial stones, the housekeeper said with a smile. Yifeng suddenly shook his head. What's wrong? Kid, are you scared? Lilua Chess Saint suddenly shouted. If you guys win this round, I'll return all that I've won. Yifeng said. The housekeeper suddenly laughed. But if I win, Yifeng suddenly laughed. What if you win? The heavenly origin chess saint asked. If I win, I want her, Chen Feiyan. Yifeng laughed and said, What? Bastard. The two chess saints exclaimed in shock. The chess players around all looked at Yifeng in surprise. This was more than just a challenge. He was too arrogant. What do you think? Yifeng looked at Chen Feiyan. Chen Feiyan was very clear. He naturally saw Yifeng's intention. Yifeng was expressing a kind of determination. Whether or not you have a scar, I don't care. When everyone looked at Chen Feiyan and saw Yifeng's gentle eyes, Chen Feiyan unexpectedly said, Okay. That one word shattered the dreams of the two chess saints. How could this be? If this was possible, I would have done the same back then. The two chess saints beat their chests and muttered for a while. Then, they looked at Yifeng with anger in their eyes. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll kill you. The heavenly origin chess saint said in a low voice. I'll do it. Lilua Chess Saint shouted. The two immediately started a fight. Chapter 1146. Let's do it together, Yifeng said nonchalantly. Everyone around was stunned. Together? This person wants to take on 2 chess sages alone? The 2 chess sages immediately felt embarrassed. If you don't want to do it, we'll switch, Yifeng said directly, not wanting to be long-winded. The surrounding Go players looked at Yifeng with increasingly strange gazes. Let's do it, the 2 chess sages immediately shouted. The Go board was quickly set up, and the housekeeper at the side laughed. After all, chess sages represented invincibility. Now that he was fighting 2 chess sages alone, he was doomed. The surrounding crowd had the same expression. However, no one noticed that Chun Feitian was clenching his fists tightly and biting his lips. He was not in a good mood as he stared at Yifeng without blinking. Clack! The Go pieces began. Yifeng continued to place his Go pieces at an extremely fast pace. Smack! 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 Go pieces continued to be placed, increasing in number. After about an hour, some Go players could not take it anymore. The mysteries of the Go board made some Go players dizzy just by looking at it. Clack! Clack! However, Yifeng seemed to be placing Go pieces at high speed. The 2 chess sages were originally very fast, but gradually they found it difficult to continue. The 2 chess sages looked at Yifeng in shock. However, Yifeng did not stop placing Go pieces. Pawn! Pawn! Chun Feitian's eyes were filled with conflict. At that moment, his mind was in a mess. Chun Feitian was no longer looking at the Go board. Instead, he looked at Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng's focused face, he felt somewhat dazed. Yifeng was not playing Go. He was healing the wounds in his heart. After half a day, the 2 chess sages looked up at Yifeng. This time, the 2 finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. This person's Go skills were too terrifying. Many Go players around no longer dare to watch. Under Yifeng's Go skills, the 2 chess sages seemed to be losing ground. How can this be? Chess Saint Leloa said anxiously. I can't lose. If I lose, I'll fly away. The Heavenly Origin chess Saint was even more anxious. Smack! 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 Chess pieces continued to be placed. Finally, after 2 days, Lilua Chess Saint and Tianyuan Chess Saint held onto their chess pieces and could not place any more. They could not place a single piece because they were in a stalemate at the moment. However, if they placed any piece, they would lose immediately. Holding onto the white stones, the 2 of them were unable to play for a long time. Around them, countless chess players no longer cared about the complexity of the game. Instead, he was just looking at the general situation. Suddenly, a Go player exclaimed, "Look, there are words on the Go board." Words? Everyone was at a loss. However, as soon as their thoughts changed, everyone immediately understood. On the chessboard, Yifeng actually used the black pieces to place 2 words on each chessboard. I have no regrets in my life. When these words were read out, everyone was stunned. It was really just 4 words. No regrets in life. Was this done by the white-robed man? Furthermore, it was done on the chessboard of 2 Go sages. Placing these 4 words could only mean that this person's Go skills were stronger than those of the 2 Go sages, by a lot. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The 2 Go sages also noticed the 4 words, and their faces immediately turned pale. How could this be? Impossible! The 2 Go sages exclaimed in shock. There was no need to talk about these 2 games. Yifeng won again. Yifeng got up and slowly walked towards Chun Feitian. At this moment, Chun Feitian looked at the words, "No regrets in life" on the chessboard and could no longer hold back his tears. As Yifeng walked closer, Chun Feitian took a step forward but quickly took another step back. Yifeng stepped forward and grabbed Chun Feitian's hand. Chun Feitian cried. He choked on his sobs and was speechless. "Let go of Feitian. Let go." The 2 Go sages exclaimed. The 2 of them had lost. They had lost to Chun Feitian. When they saw Chun Feitian's tears, they thought that he had been wronged and immediately exploded. Boom! The 2 people that Yifeng brought forced the 2 Go sages back in an instant. They did not allow them to disturb him. "Let go of me," Chun Feitian said. Yifeng did not let go, but his other hand wiped away Chun Feitian's tears. "I'm here. You are mine. How can I let go?" Yifeng said gently. "I'm already disfigured. I'm no longer beautiful." Chun Feitian cried. "No, in my heart, You will always be the most beautiful. This scar? It is the proof of our love. If you want to get rid of it, I will do everything I can to get rid of it for you. Believe me, I'm here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Yifeng said gently. Chun Feiqian gritted his teeth and choked on his sobs, not allowing himself to make a sound. With a wave of his hand, one of his subordinates quickly took out a box. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the box was opened. A human head. It's a human head, some of the Go players exclaimed. Chun Feiqian also looked at the box in surprise. With one look, his eyes widened. This is Zhujiang's head. Back then, he caused you to be disfigured. I've already wiped out his entire family. Yifeng said gently. Zhujiang was the person that Chun Feiqian hated the most in his life. Now that the head was here and his entire family was wiped out, it was as if the flames of hatred that had been burning for many years had finally been extinguished. The husband before him was like a mountain protecting him. Sob, sob, sob. Chun Feiqian lay in Yifeng's arms and cried for a long time. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Yifeng patted Chun Feiqian's back. Deep affection flashed in his eyes. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the two of them knew each other. Furthermore, their relationship was not ordinary. You. How can this be? The two ghost sages were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How can this be? How can Chun Feiqian be so gentle? Who is he? Countless Go players in the surroundings were also dumbfounded. Even the housekeepers, maids, Go masters, and officials of Star-Scattered Chess Hall were dumbfounded. None of them had enough brains to process this. Who is he? Yifeng hugged Chun Feiqian. He ignored the crowd. After crying for a while, Chun Feiqian seemed to have just realized that they were in public. Her face turned red, and she immediately pushed Yifeng away. We've been husband and wife for so long. What are you afraid of? Yifeng said with a smile. Chun Feiqian rolled his eyes at Yifeng. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Only then did Yifeng look at the crowd. This one is Yifeng, Chun Feiqian's husband. Thank you for taking care of my wife over the years. Yifeng said solemnly. What? Husband? The surrounding Go masters were dumbfounded. The Go players were also at a loss. Chun Feiqian's husband? Master Chun has a husband? Everyone was shocked. However, the housekeepers and maids of Star-Scattered Chess Hall were overjoyed after being stunned for a while. That was because the immortal stones that they had lost earlier were not losses at all. Husband? The two Go sages looked at Chun Feiqian. They wanted to ask. Chun Feiqian looked at the two and nodded. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Yifeng nodded and said, both of you, Star-Scattered Chess Hall has been in trouble over the years. I'm indebted to both of you for your help. In the future, if there's anything that I, Yifeng, can do to help, please feel free to say the word. I, Yifeng, will do my best to help. The two Go sages were immediately discouraged. Chun Feiqian has a husband? Then I'm definitely done for. Sigh. At that moment, the two of them did not realize how precious Yifeng's promise was. Chapter 1147. Netherworld, Nether Holy Court, Imperial Capital. Desolation Hua stood outside the Imperial Capital with his subordinates, looking at the majestic city in front of him. Young master, are you really going to persuade Nether Holy King? Every Holy King will not give up their empire. Moreover, even if the Patriarch comes, even if the saints persuade them, they will not give up. A subordinate said worriedly. Desolation Hua patted the fan in his hand, his eyes flashing with confidence. I might not be able to persuade others, but not Nether Holy King. He owes me a great favor. When the old ancestor was preaching the Tao, the serene divine king was still a rogue cultivator. He wanted to listen to the Tao, but he didn't know what to do and almost lost his life. It was my father who saved him and personally introduced him to the old ancestor. Without my father saving his life, he would not have achieved what he has today. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Let's go. I know his character. I dare to spread the writ in the central palace because I know Nether Holy King. Otherwise, why would I spread the writ? At the very least, I can force him to leave the Thousand Ghost domain. Desolation, Hua said with certainty. Yes, young master is wise. The subordinates immediately said. Whoosh. Desolation, Hua led the group into the Nether Holy Court's imperial capital. Soul Fury Holy Court. In the imperial court, Soul Fury Holy King Zhuotianhun sat on the dragon throne, overlooking the imperial court. The atmosphere in the imperial court was extremely tense. It was obvious that the situation was not good. Report. A Jiao voice came from outside the imperial court. Soon, a soldier rushed into the imperial court. Report. Holy King, the 1st Legion Commander Qinjiu has died for the country. The soldier cried. Ha! Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. There was an uproar in the imperial court. The 1st Legion commander had died for the country. Didn't that mean that a large number of cities have been lost? Holy King, the Great Jin Holy Court is coming aggressively. Our Soul Fury Holy Court has already lost 4/10 of our territory. Holy King, you must put aside your prejudice against the 2 dynasties and form an alliance to fight against the Great Jin Holy Court. An official said anxiously. Alliance? Zhuotianhun narrowed his eyes. The Soul Fury Holy Court could be said to have resisted the Great Jin Holy Court's army, but even so, they were retreating. Dejun was too ferocious. Previously, no one had expected Dejun to dispatch troops so quickly. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers arrived at the city gates. Sage King, there is no such thing as eternal hatred, only eternal benefits. Let's wait for our 2 dynasties to destroy the Great Jin Empire before we fight again. Another official said. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Immediately, all the officials in the hall agreed. Approved. Minister of Rights, you will personally go to the Nether Holy Hall and persuade the Nether Holy King to join forces against the Great Jin Empire. Zhuotianhun said. This subject obeys the decree. An official stepped forward and shouted. After the court session, all the officials left. In the court session hall, Zhuotianhun sat alone on the dragon throne. He tapped his fingers lightly and anger flashed in his eyes. Where did this Yin Chuan come from? Although I, Zhuotianhun, am only a branch of the Zhuo family, I am still a member of the Zhuo family. Humph! Zhuotianhuan's eyes turned cold. Who? With a step, Zhuotianhun disappeared. Soon, Zhuotianhun appeared in a valley surrounded by Yinqi. Outside the valley, large groups of ghosts were driven in by some soldiers with whips. No, I don't want to go there. Save me. In the valley, endless cries and screams could be heard. It was extremely miserable. Smack! Go in. No, I don't want to go in. Outside the valley, countless ghosts struggled to escape. However, under the whips, there was nowhere for them to run. They were driven into the valley one by one. Those who could not be driven out were directly thrown in. Greetings, Sage King. The soldiers suddenly saw Zhuotianhun and greeted him respectfully. Zhuotianhun ignored them. Instead, he stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked at the scenery in the valley. In the valley, a black dragon that was 1,000 feet long was circling. The black dragon emitted a faint black light, and its eyes were bloodshot. A powerful, evil aura emanated from it, and anyone who looked at it would feel a chill in their hearts. Countless ghosts and ghosts were driven into the valley. As they struggled, the black dragon opened its mouth and sucked them into its stomach. Don't. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. The black dragon kept swallowing the ghosts. Nether Dragon, 7 fiends, Zhuotianhun shouted. The black dragon turned its head and looked at Zhuotianhun, who was at the peak of the mountain. Zhuotianhun, the black dragon said, these ghosts are not enough. I hope you can provide me with twice as many. The black dragon said, that's not a problem. However, I have something I need you to do. Zhuotianhun said. Oh, 7 fiends was puzzled. You are a Dao god and a peak ancient immortal. You are not bad among Dao gods. I need you to kill someone for me. Zhuotianhun said. Kill someone? Sage King Nether Soul? 7 fiends said lazily. No, a zombie king born from the Nether Spring, Yin Chuan. Zhuotianhun said. Haha, a zombie king? Zhuotianhun, you can't be asking me for help for a zombie king, right? You know that it's not cheap to ask me for help. Seven Fiends said calmly. Zhuotianhun raised his eyebrows. Of course, I will provide you with twice as many ghosts. Zhuotianhun said. Seven Fiends shook his head and said, looking at you, that Yin Chuan must be a powerful person. Ghosts? The netherworld is so big. If not for waiting for you, would I be lacking ghosts? Then what do you want? Zhuotianhun asked. What do you want? I want you to introduce me to the patriarch or elders of the Zhua family. I need the method to become an ancestral immortal. I have been stuck at the ancient immortal realm for 20,000 years. Seven Fiends said, introduce you to the patriarch? Impossible. Zhuotianhun shook his head. Since it's not possible, then forget it. Seven Fiends circled around again and ignored him. Zhuotianhun looked at Seven Fiends, and his face turned ugly. Seven Fiends was stubborn. He only wanted the method to become an ancestral immortal and could introduce him to the patriarch. He was just a member of the side family. Even if he wanted to introduce the patriarch, he would have to pay a great price. He might even lose his favor with the imperial clan. Just as Zhuotianhun was about to explode in anger, the Providence clouds suddenly churned. Zhuotianhun's face changed, and he looked up at the sky. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence roared in annoyance. Zhuotianhun closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, his face changed. How can this be? The providence of the Nether Holy Court is flowing toward the Great Jin Dynasty? Has the Nether Holy Court collapsed? Zhuotianhun was shocked. Impossible. I must have sensed wrongly. How could the Nether Holy Court be destroyed? Zhuotianhun closed his eyes again and sensed with a strong sense of disbelief. He stood there quietly for a while. Then, Zhuotianhun opened his eyes. It's flowing at such a speed? Did they submit? What happened to the Nether Holy Court? The Nether Holy King submitted to the Great Jin Dynasty? Did he submit to Yin Chuan? Zhuotianhun said in shock. One had to know that every sage king had the ambition to rule the world. How could they submit just because they wanted to? Earlier, he had heard that the Great Jin Dynasty and the Nether Holy Court were fighting to the death. Now they had submitted? What had happened? Zhuotianhun began to panic. Yin Chuan? He had not taken the newly born zombie king seriously at first. Who would have thought that he would be so ferocious? In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed his sworn enemy? How long had it been? 10 years. Zhuotianhun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The pressure that Yin Chuan gave Zhuotianhun was increasing. It was so great that he felt like he could not breathe. Seven Evils, I agree. I will introduce you to the Zhua family elder. Zhuotianhun looked at the Abyss Dragon again. The Abyss Dragon opened his eyes and suddenly said, No, the Zhua family head. Zhuotianhun was furious when he saw the Abyss Dragon raise the price, but he suppressed it. Okay, I will introduce you to the Zhua family head. Zhuotianhun said through gritted teeth. Ha, good. It's a deal. I'm not afraid of you lying to me. You have a country here. The Abyss Dragon stood up and stopped devouring the ghost. Although Zhuotianhun was furious, he wanted Yin Chuan dead more. I will get someone to bring you there. Remember, you must kill Yin Chuan. I want him dead. Zhuotianhun said with a savage expression. No problem. However, do you need to be so angry? Seven Evils asked curiously. Yin Chuan's army attacked my dynasty. Many of my descendants were killed by Yin Chuan's army. Death by 1,000 cuts? My favorite great-great-grandson, Zhuojiang, was killed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, his bones were ground to dust. Zhuotianhun's eyes flashed fiercely. Zhuojiang? That guy who lusts after beauties? The last time I saw him, he was forcing himself on a girl. However, that girl destroyed her own face. He is really unyielding. I think his name is Chun Feitian. Seven Evils recalled. I don't care who he is. After Yin Chuan dies, all of them will die. Zhuotianhun said coldly. Get someone to bring me to see Yin Chuan. Also, remember what you said. If you go back on your words, I will eat you. Seven Evils said coldly. 10 days later, Great Jin Holy Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Desolation Hua brought Nether Sage King over. Sage King, I did not disappoint you. Desolation Hua said excitedly. Nether Sage King looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, in the end, it turned into a long sigh. Greetings, Sage King. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and Nether Sage King with satisfaction in his eyes. It was not for the Nether Sage King or Nether Sage King, but for Desolation Hua. Such a talent had actually reached Great Jin. From today onwards, Desolation Hua will be conferred the title of Great Jin Holy Court's 8th Legion Commander. The Nether Sage King will submit to the 8th Legion Commander. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Just as Yin Chuan was about to confer the title, roar, suddenly, a provocative dragon's roar sounded out from outside the palace. As the dragon's roar sounded out, billowing demonic chi suppressed the entire Great Qin city. Senior 7 Evils, he's right there in the central palace. Yin Chuan is in the central palace. A coquettish voice sounded out. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He stood up and walked towards the entrance of the central palace. He slowly walked out of the central palace. He saw a huge black dragon in the distance. It gave off a monstrous demonic chi that rushed towards the central palace. Chapter 1148. Roar! Outside the Great Qin city, a black dragon roared into the sky. The huge sound wave rushed towards the Great Qin city and the central palace. Beside the black dragon, a cultivator trembled as if he was the guide. The black dragon was the underworld dragon and the 7 fiends that Zhuo Tianhun had invited. The 7 fiends looked at the central palace and then at the huge Yellow Springs Road not far away. Yellow Springs Road? Zhuo Tianhun didn't say there was a Yellow Springs Road here. The 7 fiends looked at the guide with murderous intent in their eyes. Senior 7 fiends, you didn't ask. Hee. Yin Chuan is in the central palace. Sorry for the trouble. The guide smiled apologetically. Oomph. The 7 fiends snorted. At this moment, zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the central palace with his officials. Waves of evil aura rushed towards them. Underworld dragon, 7 fiends? Sage Emperor Yuyo said in shock. Yu Qianjun? You know him? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Sage Emperor Yuyo nodded immediately. Sage Emperor, I've met him once. He was a tyrant in the Myriad Nether Domain and was expelled by the Myriad Nether Domain Lord. However, he's extremely powerful and is at the peak of the ancient Immortal realm. Moreover, he's a Dao God. Dao God? The officials were surprised. Yes, the guide beside him is Zhuo Tianhuan's subordinate. It seems that he's with Zhuo Tianhun. 7 fiends? I didn't expect Zhuo Tianhun to have hidden his strength so well. With such a ferocious dragon, he was able to endure until today. I'm no match for him. Yu Qianjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, the Myriad Nether Domain Lord was an ancestral immortal. Even if he expelled the 7 fiends, he couldn't do anything to him. Be careful, Sage Emperor, Yu Qianjun said. At the same time, his heart palpitated. The 7 fiends' ferocity was still fresh in Yu Qianjun's memory. Back then, he saw the 7 fiends fight 18 ancient immortals alone and kill them all. Their strength was monstrous. Yin Chuan nodded and looked coldly at the 7 fiends in the sky. Roar! The 7 fiends roared. Their demonic auras surged. The 2 experts looked at each other. Yin Chuan? This is the zombie king from the secluded springs? The 7 fiends stared at Yin Chuan with curiosity. How dare you? Jin Dayu's angry rebuke suddenly came from the Yellow Springs intersection. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Roar! The 7 fiends opened their mouths and spat out a purple demonic light that rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. The purple fiend demonic light damages the soul and corrodes the spirit. Ancient immortals will die upon contact. Be careful. Yu Qianjun immediately cried out. Clang! A bell rang, and a sound wave rushed towards the purple demonic light. Boom! The purple demonic light exploded with a loud bang, and the sky instantly became misty. What? Yu Qianjun looked into the distance in shock. The purple fiend demonic light did not have a fixed form. It was just light. Even Dharma treasures could not touch it. How could it be broken by a sound wave? Yu Qianjun had seen with his own eyes how the purple fiend demonic light had instantly killed an ancient immortal. There were still ferocious people in Dezhun? The seven fiends' eyes widened. Jin Dayu, Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Your servant is here. Jin Dayu's reply came from the Yellow Springs intersection. This evil creature is a Tao god. Guard the Yellow Springs road well. We will deal with it personally, Yin Chuan said indifferently. As you command, Jin Dayu said respectfully at the Yellow Springs intersection. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the seven fiends. The seven fiends' eyes also darkened as they looked at Yin Chuan. Evil creature? You dare to call me evil creature? One can survive a heavenly disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. Don't worry, all of them will be buried with you. It's been a long time since I've eaten flesh. Everyone, come into my stomach. The seven fiends roared. Roar. With a loud roar, the seven fiends' mouths seemed to produce a tremendous suction force that sucked towards the entire Great Qin city. Ah, Sage Monarch, save us! Immediately, some civilians cried out. Nether Dragon, heaven-swallowing technique. Yu Qianjun cried out. Back then, Yu Qianjun had seen the seven fiends swallow 10 ancient immortals in one mouthful. Many civilians gasped in terror. Impudent. Zombie Yin Chuan coldly snorted. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan made his move. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and with a terrifying speed, his palm instantly appeared at the head of the seven fiends. He grabbed the seven fiends' heads with extreme speed. Then, he exerted force with his palm. Boom! The seven fiends were slammed into the ground by this palm, creating a huge crater in the south of the Great Qin city. The civilians who had been flying were saved. At this moment, almost all of the civilians looked at this scene in confusion. In the south, a huge black energy palm was pressing down on a black dragon, causing it to be unable to move at all. Only its tail was writhing wildly. Yu Qianjuan's jaw dropped. Before he could see what was going on, the dragon had been pressed to the ground. Was he seeing things? If we were in the world of the living, you might be able to fight with my other body. But in the netherworld, in front of my current body, you dare to be impudent? Yin Chuan said coldly. The officials didn't pay much attention to this, but Hua Qiliang sensed something amiss. Yin Chuan had two bodies, one in the world of the living and the other in the netherworld. But what did Yin Chuan mean? Were the two bodies different in strength? And this zombie body seemed to be more ferocious? The officials and civilians were shocked, and the seven fiends in the distance were even more confused. With a whoosh, they were pressed into the crater? Was this a joke? Roar! The seven fiends roared in grief and indignation. As the dragon's roar rang out, a black and purple heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind the seven baleful Qi. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared and instantly broke free of Yin Chuan's palm. Roar! As they roared, the seven fiends soared into the sky, followed by a vast heavenly Tao, and a terrifying heavenly might pressed down. Yin Chuan, you're dead. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll use Yin flames to burn your soul every day and make you suffer for eternity. The seven fiends roared. Heavenly Tao, help me crush the Great Qin city. The seven fiends roared. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao rumbled towards the Great Qin city. As the heavenly Tao moved, huge waves appeared in the void, and strong winds blew. Powerful spatial waves swept towards the Great Qin city. The seven fiends hid behind the heavenly Tao. They wielded the heavenly Tao to destroy the Great Qin city. Without reaching the Tao integration stage, you'll never be able to withstand a single blow. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stretched out his palm again and rushed towards the heavenly Tao. Haha, it's useless. If you're not a Tao god, you'll never be able to break the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao. The seven fiends roared excitedly. Boom! However, Yin Chuan's palm strangely pierced through the center of the heavenly Tao. What? The seven fiends cried out in shock. Boom! After piercing through the heavenly Tao, the black palm grabbed the seven fiends' tails again. With a violent swing, the seven fiends, despite their monstrous strength, were instantly flung headfirst into the ground by the terrifying force. Boom! The seven fiends crashed into a tall mountain, instantly shattering it. However, Yin Chuan wasn't done yet. Boom! 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 He lifted the seven fiends again and smashed them headfirst into the ground. Despite their strength, the seven fiends' bodies were already weak as they were smashed again and again. This wasn't a battle at all. It was clearly a one-sided beating. The seven fiends were Tao gods and peak ancient immortals. Now, they were being flung around by Yin Chuan like a whip. The commoners were excited, and the officials were excited. In the distance, Jin Diyu turned his head and looked over with a strong sense of admiration in his eyes. Yu Qianjuan's mouth was agape, but he didn't say anything. Yu Qianjun had convinced himself on the way here, but as a holy king, it was impossible for him to not have a nod in his heart. What did Yin Chuan do to deserve this? Seeing this, Yu Qianjun was speechless. Not my ass. The seven fiends that he couldn't beat were like little chicks in front of Yin Chuan. He could crush them as he wished. What was Yin Chuan's strength? An ancestral immortal. This Yin Chuan was definitely an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal? This. Yu Qianjun sucked in a cold breath. The indignation in his heart instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the eyes of the other person, Desolation Hua, lit up. His palm crossed the heavenly Tao. Could it be the ultimate zombie? It's outside the heavenly Tao and not within the five elements. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to this ultimate zombie? The ancestor mentioned that this ultimate zombie is the body of a general and subject that even the ancestor has never seen before. Desolation Hua's eyes suddenly flashed. The seven fiends were thrown into confusion, and the heavenly Tao that they had been holding up naturally disappeared. Smack! For the last time, Yin Chuan threw one of them in front of the central hall, in front of the officials. The 1,000-foot-long dragon still looked enormous. It was a magnificent sight, but no one was afraid. The dragon stuck out its tongue and foamed at the mouth. Deep fear flashed in its eyes. After being flung around by Yin Chuan, all its bones seemed to have loosened, and it couldn't move. No, it wasn't that it couldn't move, but that it didn't dare move in front of Yin Chuan. The seven fiends were fierce, but how could they have imagined that they would meet an even fiercer monster today? This was a monster who treated Tao gods like little chicks. Why should they be fierce? The seven fiends hated Zhuotianhun to death for tricking them here. It was over. It was over. Our dragon carriage is still missing one dragon. Are you unwilling to pull our carriage? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Thank you, Sage King, for not killing us, the seven fiends said miserably. Pull the carriage? Pull the carriage? They were Tao gods, and they were going to pull it? The seven fiends wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, considering how domineering this monster was, the seven fiends could only submit. After all, this was someone who could easily crush them. Moreover, pulling his carriage might not be too embarrassing, right? Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yu Qianjuan's last bit of competitive spirit disappeared. Damn, Tao God. This was a Tao God. To pull a carriage? What kind of emperor was he serving? How could he have been dissatisfied? How could he have wanted to fight him? How could he have wanted to fight him? Fight my ass. Yu Qianjun was deeply ashamed of his previous thoughts. In the distance, the expert who had been leading the way for the seven fiends was also dumbfounded. He had been prepared to see the seven fiends slaughter and destroy the great Qin city. But could this be called destruction? This was clearly self-destruction, right? Turning around, that person fled in a panic. Is the great Qin city a place where you can come and go as you please? A roar came from within the city. Swish! A ray of light shot out, and an arrow flew towards that expert who was fleeing. Boom! That expert was instantly blasted apart by the arrow. It was unknown who had fired the arrow, but it was obviously an unknown guard. However, even an unknown guard had such power. At this moment, Yu Qianjun was completely convinced. The Nether Holy Court submission was not undeserved. Chapter 1149. Netherworld, Soul, Wrath Holy Court, in the Imperial Court. The Nether Holy Court has really submitted to Great Jun. Sage King, Yu Qianjun is so shameless. An old official said bitterly. Great Jun's #1 army general, Meng Tian, has turned his army against us. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two marshals, have all fallen. Sage King, the two armies have already reached the hinterland of our dynasty. It won't be long before they reach the city. Sage King, please make a decision quickly. Another old official shouted. Sage King, the officials bowed with worry. Soul Wrath Holy Court's army was retreating. Zhuo Tianhun naturally saw it. Anxious? No one was more anxious than Zhuo Tianhun. He had never seen such a ferocious army, especially those generals. Where did Great Jun find such ferocious generals? I understand. I have my own plans. You may leave. Zhuo Tianhun sighed. Yes. The officials sighed and left the imperial court. After the officials left, Zhuo Tianhun slowly walked to the front of the imperial court and looked to the west. 7 demons? Why haven't you killed Yin Chuan yet? Zhuo Tianhun asked with an ugly expression. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Report. The ray of light shouted. A large number of guards immediately went to stop it. Let him come over. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. The guards retreated. Soon, a figure landed in front of Zhuo Tianhun. Sage King, not good, not good. That person, said Jiaohu. What's wrong? Zhuo Tianhun frowned. The Nether Dragon has been captured, and Lord Niu has been killed. That person said anxiously. Captured? Captured? Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with shock. Yin Chuan grabbed him like a chick and threw him a few times before he was captured. That person explained. Captured a chick? Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. Who had trained this informant? How could such an important matter be treated like a child's play? I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, the Abyss Dragon scolded Yin Chuan. Then, Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the end, it fell to the ground and lost its strength. In the end, it was imprisoned. Nether Dragon, 7 demons, he's a Tao god. Zhuo Tianhun said in disbelief. That's the truth is that Yin Chuan. That person was Jiaohu. Die. Zhuo Tianhun slapped him. Boom. That person was instantly smashed into a pile of meat paste. It wasn't that Zhuo Tianhun hated this spy, but that Zhuo Tianhun needed to vent his anger. Roar. Was Zhuo Tianhun. The guards, and Li Hui's. Several days later, at this moment, 3 figures were approaching from the west of the capital. God is editors Jade and God. Emperor God's God. City. Emperor Narrow. Jade Emperor and God narrowed their eyes. Our mission is to trap the royal family of Hun New City. I am in charge of the west. Jade Emperor is in charge of the southwest. And God is in charge of the northwest. Yes, both of them answered. Swoosh. Jade Emperor and God quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them surrounded Han New City. Grand Emperor Sword Formation. Jade Emperor Sword Formation. God Sword Formation. Boom! As the 3 of them roared, 3 beams of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky from where the 3 of them were. It was as if they had formed 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. However, these 3 pillars were sword-shaped pillars. They reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Bang! Along with the appearance of the 3 pillars, countless sword chi suddenly surrounded Han New City. The surging sword chi seemed to cover the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire Han New City was covered. In the city, countless people looked into the distance with a change in expression. How could this be? So many sword chi? While countless people were terrified, The swords of a large number of cultivators suddenly trembled. Buzz! My sword is out of control. Swoosh! Ah, my sword, where is it flying to? There were exclamations everywhere. The swords of countless cultivators suddenly turned into streams of light and flew into the sword chi storm outside the city. They rotated around the entire Hun city along with the sword chi storm. A divine sword flew in, and the surrounding sword chi seemed to increase by a fraction. However, it wasn't just one sword that flew out of Han city. Thousands, no, millions of swords suddenly flew out of Han city. Buzz! Zhuo Tianhuan's long sword suddenly trembled. What's going on? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed. He suppressed his long sword fiercely to prevent his sword chi from flying away. What a terrifying sword intent. It can even bewitch an ancient immortal sword? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed drastically. After millions of long swords surrounded the city, the powerful sword formation outside seemed to have expanded by about 10 times. Buzz! It isolated the inside from the outside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Imperial guards, break the formation for me. A general shouted. Boom! Thousands of strong practitioners rushed into the sword chi storm. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Guard were swept into the sword chi storm. Bam! What was thrown out again was a pile of broken limbs. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared in the west. The Grand Emperor. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of me? Zhuo Tianhun asked coldly. Great perfection, sacred king, my master. The man smiled slightly. Yin Chuan? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed. He sent the 7 evils to kill Yin Chuan. And Yin Chuan also sent someone? The sacred king is very angry at your disobedience, so he sent me here, the Grand Emperor said indifferently. He then looked at the entire Han city and said, Han city subjects? The Han sacred court is about to be destroyed. The Great Perfection Sacred King has a decree to kill the entire clan of the evil leader, Zhuo Tianhun. As for the rest of the people, as long as they don't resist, they will let bygones be bygones. Wow! The entire Han city was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Han sacred court had been retreating, and everyone's hearts were heavy. However, who would have thought that the war would end so quickly? The enemy was already at the city gates? Scoundrel! Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with anger. He stepped forward, pulled out his emperor's sword, and slashed towards the Grand Emperor. A vast sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor in the void, as if it was going to cut him in half. Zhuo Tianhun was an ancient immortal, so he was naturally very powerful. The sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor smiled and stretched out his right index finger towards the tip of Zhuo Tianhuan's emperor's sword. Countless cultivators around were at a loss. Is this person stupid? Is he using his corporeal body to touch the sacred king's emperor's sword? Corporeal body? He's not even using his protective aura. He's using his corporeal body to touch the sword. While the ghost cultivators were in shock, the tip of the sword and the finger collided. Ding! Everyone saw that when the tip of the sword and the finger collided, a large amount of electric arcs were created. Boom! Zhuo Tianhuan's sword aura shattered. The Grand Emperor's finger remained in midair. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breaths. Corporeal body? What a terrifying corporeal body. With his corporeal body, no, the weakest fingertip, he was able to receive the sword of the sacred king? Am I seeing things? Soul Fury City was in an uproar. Zhuo Tianhun looked at the Grand Emperor in shock. How could a human have such a strong corporeal body? Zhuo Tianhun didn't know that the Grand Emperor himself was a sword. The Grand Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and God's sword had each given birth to a sword soul. This was easy to handle. 5,000 years into the heavenly secrets, and 200 split souls were nourished by 1,000,000 years of sword souls. Among the great generals of the Great Accomplishment Realm, few could match the sword will of the 3 deities. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhun felt a chill in his heart. Soul Fury Sacred Hall, people of the world, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand, Zhuotian Hun shouted. Ong. The golden dragon of 18 claws shouted, and its voice spread throughout the Soul Fury Sacred Hall. At this moment, the Soul Fury Sacred Hall had lost half of its territory. More importantly, as the Soul Fury Sacred Hall was retreating, the hearts of the people were wavering. There were very few people who were sincerely willing to contribute their strength. Even though there were very few, a large amount of strength gathered and rushed towards the golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny, which then merged with Zhuotian Han. Rumble. Zhuotian Han's strength increased exponentially. The Grand Emperor looked and slowly retreated into the three deities' sword formation. Boom! Zhuotian Han rushed into the formation. Bam! 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 Countless sword chi exploded, and the sword formation continued to operate crazily. Although the sword chi flew everywhere and countless divine swords left the formation still had its mysteries. Rumble. Zhuotian Han fought for a long time, but he couldn't hurt the three deities. This fight lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, countless people became more and more disappointed in Zhuotian Han. Roar. Zhuotian Han was forced back. Zhuotian Han couldn't hurt the three deities, and the three deities couldn't hurt Zhuotian Han, who had mobilized the power of the dynasty. However, the three deities didn't intend to hurt him. They just wanted to trap him. Once they were trapped, the strong practitioners in the surrounding cities received the news. Some came to rescue the king, but more were incomparably flustered. As for Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two armies were also fiercely attacking at this moment. The two marshals fought to be the first, as if they were competing in speed. 10 days. 10 days later, the two marshals had completely arrived outside Soul Fury City. Above Soul Fury City, more than half of the Sea of Destiny had been lost, and it was getting fainter and fainter. Tian stood at the foot of Soul Rage City with hatred. This time they were really at the city gates. When the news spread, the remaining cities of Soul Fury Sacred Court were in an uproar. Boundless City Lord is willing to lead Boundless City to submit to Great Jun Sacred Court. Boom! The Sea of Destiny lost another portion. Myriad Head City Lord is willing to lead Myriad Head City to submit to Great Jun Sacred Court. Tian sent a large number of civil officials to those cities. Many wavering city lords surrendered in the blink of an eye. The three deities' sword formation was removed. Outside Soul Fury City, it was completely surrounded by Great Jun's army. Tian held a command flag in his hand. Kill! Roar! The rolling army charged towards Soul Fury City. Zhuotian Han, who had been trapped for close to a month, had aged a lot. People of Soul Fury Sacred Court, raise your right hand. Lend me your power. Zhuotian Han roared. Ong. The golden dragon of destiny possessed him again. However, at this moment, there were fewer and fewer people borrowing Zhuotian Han's power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God surrounded Zhuotian Han. Boom! A group of strong practitioners suddenly erupted in a battle. Zhuotian Han's power had increased by a lot. At this moment, he could resist for a while. The battle of a group of peak ancient immortals instantly created an endless storm, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, the result was without suspense. Not long after, Zhuotian Han, who had lost an arm, was restrained by Wang Jian and instantly escorted back. In front of Soul Fury Sacred Court's Court Assembly Hall. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were tied up, and they were all kneeling in front of the Court Assembly Hall. Boom! Zhuotian Han's cultivation was restrained, and he was also restrained on the square. Tian stood on the square and looked down at the entire city. Everyone, remember this. Soul Fury's Sacred Court will be wiped off the face of the world by Great Jun. From now on, the entire Myriad Ghost Domain will belong to Great Jun. Tian waved his sleeves and roared. Roar! 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 Great Jun's soldiers roared excitedly. Among them, Many were new recruits that had just been recruited in recent years. At this moment, the new recruits were all excited because they had witnessed the rise of Great Jun. 20 years ago, everyone was discussing who would be the final winner between Soul Fury and Yushin. However, who would have thought that in just 20 years, the situation would change so drastically? Sacred King Yushin submitted to Great Jun, while Soul Fury Sacred King was now imprisoned and kneeling in front of his own court assembly hall. While countless soldiers were excited, they were also filled with endless admiration for Great Jun's Yin Chuan. What kind of emperor was he? Stop, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? Zhou Tianhun roared. Tian turned his head. I'm a disciple of the Zhou family. I want to see your sacred king and Yin Chuan. Zhou Tianhun said coldly. The sacred king has decreed that I will be in charge of Soul Fury's royal family. Henshin's eyes flashed coldly. You? Who do you think you are? What do you want? Zhou Tianhun said arrogantly. Clearly, the Zhou family's bloodline gave him great confidence. What do I want? Other than Zhou Zhang's family, which I have handed over to Lord Yifeng, I have captured all 13,456 of your descendants. Tian said coldly. Huh? Zhou Tianhuan's eyes widened. 13,456 descendants? Even Zhou Tianhun himself didn't know how many descendants he had. Who was this person in front of him? How would he know? What do you want? I've decided that everyone here will be executed by 1,000 cuts right here in this square. After that, their bones will be ground to dust. As for their souls, they will all be burned with flames. Their souls will be destroyed in pain and despair. Tian said sinisterly. No, you can't do this. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am from the Zhou family. Zhou Tianhun shouted in shock. And do you know who I am? Tian said coldly. You? Zhou Tianhun was stunned. My surname is Tian laughed sinisterly. Zhou Tianhun suddenly thought of something. Family? You are a descendant of the family. Your family is not extinct. How is that possible? Zhou Tianhun shouted in shock. Yes, your Zhou family was very secretive back then. However, my family is not extinct. Zhou family? You killed your master with your servant. You led the world to destroy my family. How cunning. To think that my family trusted you so much. Tian said coldly. No, it has nothing to do with me. I am just a side branch. If you want revenge, go to the imperial family. Zhou Tianhun said in fear. It was as though he was afraid of the family. Yes, one by one. All of you will die first. One day, I will take back everything that my clan has lost. Tian said with hatred. Begin. Tian bellowed. Yes, sir. Countless military officers replied. The other generals of Great Jun didn't say anything. He let Tian vent the hatred in his heart. No. Help! Countless shouts were unable to change the reality of this moment. All the citizens of Soul Fury City watched in horror as the high and mighty emperor was sliced into pieces one by one. The news quickly spread throughout the myriad ghost domain. Some of the cities that were still resisting also gave up completely. Within the Great Qin City, Yu Qianjun received news that Hun Nu's royal family had been killed by 1,000 cuts, and he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. He had surrendered. At this point, the myriad ghost domain had truly unified the world. Chapter 1150. Dezhun Holy Court. In the Netherworld, the myriad ghost domain was completely unified. Zombie Yin Chuan was now the domain lord of myriad ghost domain. In the Netherworld, the true dragon domain was split between Dezhun and Deju. However, Dezhun occupied 3/4 of the domain, while the Deju Holy Court only occupied 1/4. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry to expand his territory. The most important thing now was to prepare for the mid-level officials. The 4 domains still needed a long period of time to stabilize. Dezhun and Deju coexisted peacefully for a period of time. Xianyang City, in the study room. A group of ministers gathered. Sage King, this is news from the 4th Army's commander. Meng Wenruo. Lu Gang respectfully handed over a letter. Oh, Yin Chuan received it curiously and opened it. Fourth Army's commander, Meng Wenruo, the young master of Jilu Academy. Later, his sister, Meng Rongrong, ascended and was sent by the Sage King to protect him. Yin Chuan looked at the letter, and his expression changed slightly. Sage King, what happened? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Yin Chuan handed over the letter. Lu Buwei quickly glanced at it and passed it to the other ministers. Goddess Xichen's tomb is about to open. The situation in the northeast continent is changing. Lu Buwei asked solemnly. In Hentian stepped out and said, Goddess Xichen's tomb is buried in the Inspiration Domain. Goddess Xichen once built a large hall called the Inspiration Hall. It is rumored that the 500 heavenly Dao inducements are inside. However, no one knows where it is. No one knows. 500 heavenly Dao inducements? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, many heaven menders can only mend a part of the heavenly Dao. However, with the guidance of the Dao inducements, it might be easier. These 500 heavenly Dao inducements might be useless, but there must be some that collapsed in the past. Sage King, do you want to take a look? In Hentian asked. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment. Inspiration Hall? Dao inducements? Yin Chuan's heaven-devouring Dao scripture was still lacking the last layer. It was not that Yin Chuan could not make up for it, but it would take a very long time. If he could obtain its Dao guidance, he would naturally be able to quickly replenish it. Moreover, this world was damaged. Becoming an ancestral immortal seemed to be a little different from his previous life. Perhaps he could find a way to break through in the inspiration weave. Yin Chuan nodded and said, In 3 days, we will personally head to the northeast ring continent and head to the inspiration weave. Your subjects are willing to accompany you. The group of important ministers immediately stepped forward and bowed. Yin Chuan looked at the officials and said, Wang Jian, follow me. The rest of you continued to stabilize the Zhen. Yes. Although everyone was regretful, no one refuted. Only Wang Jian's eyes were filled with excitement. Li Si stepped forward and said, Holy King, according to Mr. Monroe's letter, Dongfeng Bubi might also go this time. In the Jilu Academy in the past, Hierarch Dongfeng helped his subjects who were not enlightened a lot. If there's a conflict, please. We understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Thank you, Holy King, Li Si said gratefully. 3 days later, everything was settled. The officials came to send Yin Chuan off. In a huge plaza, roar, roar, 2 gigantic dragons, one golden and one black, stood loftily with their heads raised to the sky. The 2 dragons looked at each other. A hint of sadness flashed in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. The 2 dragons used chains to pull a huge carriage. The carriage was 2,000 feet tall and was shaped like a huge palace. Wang Jian stood respectfully in front of the palace. He was in charge of driving the dragon carriage. Beside the dragon carriage, the officials of the Zhen were sending Yin Chuan off. Be careful on the road, ZZ said gently. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Miao didn't come to join in the fun this time. Yin Chuan looked around curiously. He did not see Miao. She heard that you didn't bring her along, so she hid and sulked. ZZ said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled. He turned to look at the officials. Farewell, Holy King. The officials bowed. Yin Chuan nodded and stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar, roar. The 2 dragons each let out a long roar and pulled the dragon carriage slowly into the sky. The 2 dragons pulled the carriage and slowly flew to the west. Wang Jian drove the carriage. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the palace. Clang! The door closed. Wang Jian stood at the entrance of the palace and closed his eyes to rest. The 2 dragons naturally knew the way and flew to the west. Yin Chuan entered the palace and was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate for a while. Meow. Yin Chuan, you can't chase me away now, right? Ha! Meow immediately jumped down from the beam. Meow. Yin Chuan was surprised. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's palm and rubbed against Yin Chuan's palm, acting coquettishly. I want to go. You don't bring me out every time. I want to go and play. No wonder they didn't see Meow when they sent him off. So she was hiding in the carriage? East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were 300 figures in white standing outside the Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor and 3 Dragon Kings were accompanying a white-clothed man. The white-clothed man drank tea and smiled. East Sea Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my suggestion? The 3 Dragon Kings behind the Dragon Emperor widened their eyes, but didn't interrupt. The Dragon Emperor also drank tea and smiled. Mr. Gonyang, do you know what you're doing? Dragon Emperor, I, Gonyang Ben Lei, am not joking. Great Zhou Imperial Court? Other dragon clans? Ha ha, others might be afraid, but my Gonyang family isn't. Dragon Emperor, as long as you agree to be my Gonyang family's vassal, the other dragon clans can forget about touching you. As long as they dare to come, my Gonyang family will block them for you. Gonyang Ben, Lei said solemnly. You? The Dragon Emperor chuckled. His expression was indiscernible. In the future, your Dragon Palace will still be the Dragon Palace. I have consulted the Patriarch, and the Patriarch personally agreed. Dragon Emperor, this is an opportunity for your East Sea Dragon Palace. You don't want to see the East Sea Dragon Palace destroyed, right? Gonyang Ben Lei laughed. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Thank you, Patriarch Gonyang, for your good intentions. The East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't need your charity. Gonyang Ben Lei raised his brows. Dragon Emperor, don't you want to consider it? No, the Dragon Clan has their pride. There's no need for the Gonyang family to worry. You've made a wasted trip. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Gonyang Ben Lei's expression became uglier. Suddenly, a Dragon King rushed into the hall. Dragon Fifth, we saw Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said excitedly. Dragon Fifth? The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace were delighted. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, but Gonyang Ben Lei showed a trace of curiosity. He was stopped by Dragon One above the EC. At this moment, the Dragon King said. His expression became uglier. What happened at this moment? The Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth is pulling Yin Chuan's carriage. Our East Sea Dragon Palace, the dignified Dragon King, was humiliated by Yin Chuan to pull his carriage. Dragon Emperor, give the order. We will avenge Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said with grief and indignation. When the Dragon King spoke, the other 3 Dragon Kings' expression changed. What? Bastard, how dare you? Yin Chuan, the Dragon Emperor, is merciful and spared his life. He actually let Dragon Fifth pull his carriage? Where's the face of our East Sea Dragon Palace? Another Dragon King exclaimed. Dragon Emperor, let me go. I will go and capture Yin Chuan. He is only an ancient immortal. What is there to fear? Dragon Emperor, I will go and capture Yin Chuan. The Dragon Kings took the initiative to volunteer. The Dragon Kings were enraged. At the side, Gonyang Ben Lei narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? Gonyang Taolu seemed to have died in a sealed world. A Dragon King pulling his carriage? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor, waiting for his permission. At this moment, above the East Sea, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped. In front of the dragon carriage, the seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge wall. On the huge wall, 3 men stood. Each of them looked at the dragon carriage with fire in their eyes. Behind the 3 men, there were 100,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals standing on the waves, staring at the dragon carriage. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with his sword hilt. The 3 Dragon Kings of the East Sea? You want to stop the carriage? Wang Jin shouted. The 3 Dragon Kings looked at the 2 huge dragons in front of the dragon carriage. The golden dragon naturally recognized it. Dragon Fifth, the leading Dragon King said with red eyes. While the other 2 Dragon Kings were furious, they saw a black dragon. Black dragon? Who was this black dragon? Why didn't they recognize it? Why was there a black dragon in Dijon? Why wasn't there any news? Looking at its aura, it wasn't any weaker than Dragon Fifth. Roar! Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in grievance. The black dragon turned to look at Dragon Fifth. What are you shouting for? Are you mourning? It's our fortune to be able to pull the Sage King's carriage. Do you want to die? The group of dragon kings. What was going on? This black dragon pulling the carriage wasn't ashamed, but proud. The black dragon was naturally the underworld dragon, the Seven Fiends. The Seven Fiends had seen the strength of zombie Yin Chuan. Resist? Resist my ass. When they found out that Yin Chuan was the zombie king, the Seven Fiends didn't dare to let out a fart. Others might not know, but the Seven Fiends knew some ancient secrets. During ancient times, some powerful zombie kings were born, and these zombie kings had a hobby, which was to eat dragons. It was better for them to be obedient. If Yin Chuan was unhappy one day, they wouldn't be able to complain even if they were eaten. Roar, roar. Dragon Fifth looked at the Seven Fiends in disdain. The Seven Fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. The two dragons looked at each other with disdain, and the three dragon kings were speechless. Where did this weird dragon come from? The dragon race's face was thrown away by him. Wang Jian looked at the group of dragon kings and said coldly, "Everyone, leave quickly and don't disturb the Sage King. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the Sage King's wrath." Ha ha ha, Yin Chuan's wrath? Humph! If not for the Dragon Emperor's order, we would have flattened Xianyang. One of the dragon kings rebuked. What a joke with just you. Wang Jian showed a trace of disdain. Dragon 1, don't talk nonsense with him. Save Dragon 5 first. One of the dragon kings said. No, wait for the Dragon Emperor's order. Dragon 1 shook his head. The group of dragon kings was depressed. Finally, another crack appeared in the sea, and another dragon king rushed out. How is it? Did the Dragon Emperor agree? Dragon 1 asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor ordered all dragon kings to withdraw. They are not to block Yin Chuan's arrival. The Dragon King said in grief. What? Impossible. The group of dragon kings said in Jiao. The Dragon Emperor wants you to carry it out quickly. The Dragon King said. The group of Dragon Fifth gritted their teeth, and their eyes were red. They could only watch helplessly as Dragon Fifth pulled the carriage. Roar. The group of dragon kings roared in depression. Dragon Fifth, we are useless. Don't worry. We will definitely persuade the Dragon Emperor to save you. Dragon 1 said in grief. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Dragon Fifth's expectant eyes and plunged into the sea. The other dragon kings did the same. In grief and anger, they could only plunge into the sea. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, the group of Dragon Fifth, prawn soldiers, and crab generals disappeared. The sea was calm and peaceful. Roar. Dragon Fifth felt sad. What are you shouting for? I am stronger than you. We are both pulling the carriage. What grievances do you have? Qisha lectured Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth. All right, stop arguing. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar. The two dragons had no choice but to continue pulling the carriage. Not long after Yin Chuan's carriage left. On the surface of the sea, Gongyang Benlei and his 300 subordinates stepped out. Looking at the place where the dragon carriage had left, Gongyang Benlei narrowed his eyes. It seems like they are also heading to the Inspiration Weave, Goddess Shichen's tomb. Ha! Chapter 11:51. East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne, looking at the aggrieved dragon kings in front of him. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth suffered such humiliation. If we don't save him, I won't accept it. Dragon One's face was ugly. The other dragon kings nodded with resentment. The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One and said, What happened to Dragon Fifth? Isn't he still alive? Ah. The dragon kings looked at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon One, you said there's a black dragon other than the Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One. Yes, it's an abyss dragon. Its strength is not below Dragon Fifth. Moreover, this dragon has a problem with its head. It was forced to pull the carriage, but instead of being ashamed, it was proud. Dragon One said strangely, Abyss dragon? Seems like it's from the netherworld. This Yin Chuan isn't as simple as he looks. The Dragon Emperor frowned. In the future, without my order, no one is to stop people from Dijon. The Dragon Emperor looked at the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings looked bitter and said, "Yes, there's more." The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. "Huh. Be careful of the Gong family. Gong Ben Lei came here with bad intentions." The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Wang Jian rode the dragon west. Along the way, no other dragons disturbed them. Following behind Wang Jian was Gong Ben Lei and the rest. Everyone flew with all their might, but the two dragons were too fast. Other than Gong Ben Lei, who could fly with ease, many of the 300 subordinates were struggling. Damn it! Is this Yin Chuan a rabbit? So fast. I can't hold on, I can't. Old ancestor, someone can't hold on. The subordinates said bitterly. Gong Ben Lei raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was also unhappy. Who knew that Yin Chuan's dragon carriage would be so fast? With a wave of his sleeve, he led his subordinates and turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Xiao! After a few days, the dragon carriage crossed the East Sea and was about to enter the Northeast continent. But when they were not far from the coast, the two dragons abruptly stopped. He glared at the group of people in front of him. Wang Jian was also startled awake. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked over coldly. Right in front of him was a white-robed man with 300 subordinates behind him. "Who are you?" Wang Jian shouted coldly. "Gong Ben Lei, please come out and meet me, Yin Chuan." Gong Ben Lei shouted. Rumble. Rolling sound waves rushed toward the dragon carriage. Roar. The twin dragons roared. Wang Jian's eyes turned even colder. Quang. The dragon carriage's main hall suddenly opened. Meow. A kitten hopped out of the room. Which blind fellow is going to be unlucky again? Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. In the distance, Gong Ben Lei's face darkened. Little bastard, what are you talking about? A subordinate behind Gong Ben Lei suddenly shouted. Bastard your sister. Your whole family are bastards. Who are you trying to scare with a face like a pig's kidney? Meow, replied Meow. You, little bastard. Little bastard. That person was instantly enraged. Face like a pig's kidney? Everyone looked over. Bushuo didn't think so. His face was red from anger, and he looked like one. Gong Ben Lei's face twitched. At this moment, Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the dragon carriage. Sage King. Wang Jian bowed slightly. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage and looked coldly at everyone. Who are you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Gong Ben Lei smiled and said, I am Gong Ben Lei. I am from the Gong family. What's the matter? Yin Chuan directly interrupted. Gong Ben Lei's face turned ugly. This person was too arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Gong Ben Lei said, Gong war strategy. Have you heard of it? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, He is your father. Father? Gong Ben Lei couldn't wait to slap him. This cat and man were equally annoying. I will not pursue the matter of Gong war strategy. I am here to ask for something from you. Gong Ben Lei suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan asked curiously, Is it him, Dragon Fifth? Gong Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know that you have killed my Gong family's disciples. I have great use for this Dragon Fifth. If you give him to me, the grudge between you and the Gong family will be written off. Gong Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth angrily roared. 7 demons at the side said, Did your language teacher die early? He doesn't understand. Dragon Fifth, what do you want in exchange? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Exchange? Ha no. Gong Ben Lei looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Ben Lei and the 300 aggressive disciples behind him. Scram, don't block Shin's way. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Bastard, you dare to be impudent in front of the old ancestor? A person behind Gong Ben Lei shouted. Xing. Wang Jian pulled out his sword, and a blood-red sword light shot out. Boom. The cultivator who insulted Yin Chuan was instantly chopped into a bloody mist. Oomph. Wang Jian snorted. Gong Ben Lei couldn't hold it in any longer. Kill. Roar. The group of disciples drew their swords and charged towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian snorted. He rushed out. Shing, 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 shing. Blood light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce killing intent burst forth. Below, the roiling sea was suddenly frozen by this killing intent. Rumble. Wang Jian and the disciples of the Gongyang family began to fight. How fierce was Wang Jian? As a great circle ancient immortal, he was naturally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, about 100 disciples of the Gongyang family exploded into pieces. In such a short time, he killed 100 disciples of the Gongyang family. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression suddenly changed. One had to know that among the people killed by Wang Jian, there was an ancient immortal. How could this person be so fierce? Heavenly Tao. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression changed. A vast green heavenly Tao rushed towards Wang Jian. Roar. Wang Jian slashed with his sword. Boom. The void trembled violently, and a violent storm quickly erupted in all directions. The huge impact caused the frozen sea below to shatter into countless pieces of ice. The shattered ice and seawater soared into the sky. The surroundings were suddenly surrounded by seawater and sea ice. The two dragons were naturally fine. The 7 fiends squinted their eyes as they looked ahead. This Wang Jian, what a terrifying killing intent. I have been in the underworld for so many years, and I have only seen Yin's eye with such a strong killing intent. This killing god is only a subordinate of the Sage King? The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar. Dragon Fifth also looked on in surprise. With a single collision, Wang Jian was pushed back 100 feet. His figure suddenly turned and stabbed towards Gongyang Ben Lei. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword was faster than the previous one. The murderous chi was getting stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Gongyang family suddenly felt a chill. Oomph. Ancient immortal? What a ferocious nature. Unfortunately, you met me. I, Gongyang Ben Lei, will fuse with the heavenly Tao. Gongyang Ben Lei roared. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heavenly Tao appeared and wrapped around Gongyang Ben Lei in the center. Gongyang Ben Lei's body seemed to have become transparent in an instant. Boom! The originally green heavenly Tao suddenly burst forth with endless heavenly lightning in all directions. It was as if all 4 corners of the world had been occupied by lightning. Everyone was instantly immersed in a sea of lightning. Up, down, left, and right, countless heavenly thunders exploded towards Wang Jian at high speed. Wang Jian's expression changed as he quickly defended himself against the heavenly lightning coming from all directions. Rumble. One after another, the lightning dragons struck Wang Jian endlessly. It was as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. In an instant, they all struck Wang Jian. The 7 fiends stared. No, fusing with the heavenly Tao. How can he fuse with the heavenly Tao? Roar. Dragon Fifth roared in confusion. Gongyang Ben Lei, he's an ancient immortal. Isn't it true that only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao? How can he do it? Once he fuses with the heavenly Tao, he will be invincible. Apart from ancestral immortals, no one can break the heavenly Tao. If he can't break the defense of the heavenly Tao, he will never be able to hurt the person fusing with the heavenly Tao. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar. Wang Jian roared and broke free from the countless lightning bolts. His sword once again slashed towards the heavenly Tao. Boom. The void shook violently again. The heavenly Tao only trembled, but it didn't hurt Gongyang Ben Lei who was inside. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Perhaps this world isn't without any merit. Originally, only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao. In this world, there's actually a secret technique that allows a perfected ancient immortal to fuse with the heavenly Tao. It's a pity that fusing with the heavenly Tao has a huge burden that only ancestral immortals can bear. Ancient immortals can't last long. With that, Yin Chuan didn't look anymore. He reached out his right palm and grabbed in the distance. The seven fiends stared at him from the side. After the battle in the Netherworld, the seven fiends knew how fierce Yin Chuan was. At this moment, they naturally wanted to see what kind of methods the emperor that made them submit to had. Yin Chuan reached out his right palm. In the void, suddenly, countless stars appeared. Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 galaxies appeared. Countless stars rotated rapidly, and a terrifying strangulation force wrapped around the surroundings. Poof! Countless lightning bolts were instantly extinguished by this strangulation force. The sea of lightning seemed to be slowly compressing. Ah, ancestral immortal, save me. Ancestral immortal, save me. The disciples of the Gong Yang family screamed. Countless stars instantly appeared where Gong Yang Ben, Lei's heavenly Tao was. Rumble. One by one, the stars collided with the heavenly Tao. After colliding, they quickly rotated around the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Tao seemed to be wrapped by a layer of stars. What is this? Gong Yang Ben Lei, who was in the center of countless stars, had a drastic change in expression. Gong Yang Ben Lei discovered that his strength was actually unable to shake the strangulation force of stars. What a powerful force! However, these stars also couldn't hurt him. After all, you're just an ancient immortal. So what if you're in the Tao integration stage? Let's see how long you can last. Yin Chuan said coldly. No, impossible. Gong Yang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Gong Yang Ben Lei understood that his Tao integration stage could only be considered as a pseudo-Tao integration stage. Soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Once he was squeezed out of the heavenly Tao, the result could be imagined. No, explode for me. Gong Yang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Boom! The vast heavens will exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosive force instantly blew up the surrounding stars. Pooh! Gong Yang Ben Lei also spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish! Gong Yang Ben Lei quickly fled towards the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor, save me! The 200 disciples of the Gong Yang family screamed in fear. However, Gong Yang Ben Lei knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His life was in danger, so how could he care so much? In the eyes of the seven demons, the countless stars that surrounded the 200 disciples of the Gong Yang family slowly shrunk and quickly condensed into Yin Chuan's palm. Ka. When Yin Chuan clenched his hand, the stars disappeared. The 200 disciples of the Gong Yang family were obviously dead. What a terrifying superpower! The seven demons exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei, who was escaping in the distance, and turned back to the main hall. Meow. Meow hopped in as well. Quang. The main hall closed. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted to Erlong. Erlong didn't dare to say anything and quickly pulled the carriage to the west. Chapter 1152. Yin Chuan's group continued their journey to the west. After passing through many territories, they finally arrived at Inspiration Territory after 3 months. Far away, a vast land appeared. Dragon Fifth shouted, reminding Wang Jian. We've arrived. The seven fiends looked at the territory in front of them curiously. The two dragons slowed down. Just as they slowed down, 70 to 80 rays of light shot into the sky, blocking their path. Inspiration Territory has been sealed. No foreign cultivators are allowed to come close. Go back to where you came from. If you don't stop, we won't be polite anymore. The 70 to 80 immortals shouted, wanting to chase the dragon carriage away. The two dragons seemed to be waiting for Wang Jian to speak, but Wang Jian did not speak. The two dragons naturally did not ask. They continued to fly forward. Did you hear our words? Still not stopping. Not good. The dragon carriage is rushing over. Block it, block it, block it. Boom. Flowers scattered. The 70 to 80 cultivators were sent flying. Miserable cries were heard. The cultivators were injured all over. The one with the most serious injuries had blood all over his face. turning his head in pain. The dragon carriage had already entered inspiration territory, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 70 to 80 cultivators clutched their chests, speechless. Barbaric driving? On the other side, Ganyang Ben Lei also arrived at inspiration territory, but he did not charge forward like Yin Chuan. Instead, he rushed into inspiration territory in a sorry state, heading straight for a valley. Xiao! Ganyang Ben Lei flew over. There were many white-robed cultivators in the valley. Old ancestor! The group of white-robed cultivators greeted respectfully. Ganyang Ben Lei ignored them, heading straight for one of the main halls. In the main hall, there were two men sitting with a map in front of them. The two were studying it. Ganyang Ben Lei, why are you here? One of the men asked doubtfully. Ganyang Ben Lei sat down, picked up a teapot, and drank a mouthful. The two men looked at each other, seeing that something was wrong, and walked over. Ganyang Ben Lei, what's wrong? Where are the people you brought with you? A man asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan. They were all killed by Yin Chuan. If I didn't leave fast enough, perhaps I would have. Ganyang Ben Lei said with lingering fear. What's going on? Aren't you in charge of persuading the EC Dragon Palace? How is it related to Yin Chuan? The Dragon Monarch of the EC was a stubborn old man. He wouldn't listen to me at all. I can only find another way. You have all read the information. The Dragon Monarch and the other 11 Dragon Kings doted on Dragon Fifth. As long as I captured Dragon Fifth, I could force the EC Dragon Palace to submit. While Dragon Fifth was captured by Yin Chuan to pull the carriage, I went to... Ganyang Ben Lei recounted the events that happened 3 months ago in detail. The Dragon King is pulling a carriage? This Yin Chuan was so bold. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor will find trouble with him? The Dragon Emperor's brain is damaged. He doesn't care at all and doesn't allow others to care. Ganyang Ben Lei said angrily. How could this be? No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yin Chuan will definitely come to the Inspiration Weave. Although his mystique is strong, he must have a weakness. I can't do anything to him alone. If he uses that mystique on me again, you two will kill him from the side. Ganyang Ben Lei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Are you sure Yin Chuan is only an ancient immortal? Definitely. Ganyang Ben Lei nodded. The two of them frowned and thought for a moment before nodding in the end. Originally, according to the rules of the family, we were supposed to do our own things and interfere with each other. However, since Yin Chuan has come to the Inspiration Weave, it's a different story. Ganyang Ben Lei nodded with satisfaction. The three of us are equal in strength. Moreover, we can use the family's secret technique to reach Dao integration for a short time. No one can stop us. Inspiration Weave. Outside Goddess Ji Qin's tomb. Goddess Ji Qin's tomb was located in the center of 4 mountains. The 4 mountains were extremely tall and arranged in a square formation. The surroundings were shrouded in a large number of arrays, making it look foggy. At the periphery, a large number of cultivators were already standing on the peaks. Countless cultivators were staring at the center. Their eyes were filled with strong anticipation. However, as if they were afraid of each other, no one rushed forward. There was a large number of battles in all directions, fighting for the top of each mountain. Roar! In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage slowly flew over. Many people turned their heads to look. The dragon carriage rushed straight towards one of the mountain peaks. Where did this blind fellow come from? A large number of cultivators flew out from the mountain peak and shouted angrily. Boom! The 2 dragon heads arched, and the noisy group was immediately sent flying. Everyone! The dragon carriage landed on the peak of the mountain. Sage King, we have arrived. Wang Jin respectfully called out to the carriage. Quang! The door opened, and Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the carriage. Miao naturally lay on Yin Chuan's shoulder, looking around with excitement in her eyes. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage's high-profile appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Many people frowned, wondering who this was. Whoosh! In the distance, 2 white lights suddenly shot over. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of them. The two of them were none other than Meng Wenruo and Meng Lingtian. Greetings, Sage King. You are finally here. Meng Wenruo immediately smiled. Meng Wenruo, the commander of the 4th Army of the Dajin dynasty. In the past, she accompanied Meng Rongrong into the immortal world. Yin Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo nodded and greeted. Greetings, Sage King of the Dajin dynasty. Meng Lingtian also smiled. Mr. Meng, have you seen Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan asked. I have seen him. I have to thank Yin Di for his help. The Jilu Academy is no longer here. The founder opened a dojo called Dongfang Dojo. Sect leader Dongfang Bubi. Meng Lingtian said with satisfaction. Dongfang Bubi is indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Yin Chuan nodded in admiration. Meow, didn't you say that the tomb opened? Why are you all standing outside like idiots? Meow? Meow was confused. Meng Wenruo smiled and said, the tomb has indeed opened. Some people have already entered. My sister has already entered. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Sage King, please take a look. There are 4 mountains covered by clouds. Goddess Jichen's tomb is among them. It opened 23 months ago. On the day it opened, multicolored light soared into the sky and the weather changed. At that time, countless experts rushed over, but they were all stopped by the tomb keepers. Meng Wenruo explained. Tomb keepers? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling curious, a commotion came from afar. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Fellow cultivators, let's go. Let's barge in. Don't let those women get ahead of us. Suddenly, someone shouted. Swish! About 100 figures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the 4 mountains. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the 4 mountains. A giant beast that was thousands of feet long came out of the array. Dog? Meow was surprised. Sage King, this is one of the tomb keepers' dog deity. He used to follow Goddess Jichen. After Goddess Jichen died, he remained loyal and devoted, guarding the tomb. Meng Wenruo explained. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, the 100 cultivators had already made their move. Evil creature, if you block our way again, we will kill you. A cultivator raised his sword and charged forward. Roar! Dog God let out a loud roar. The powerful sound wave suddenly formed a spatial ripple that charged towards the cultivator. Sky-splitting sword art split. That cultivator shouted. A sword ray slashed the sound wave apart. Let's go. That cultivator shouted. The group of experts immediately followed him to the center. Bastard! Dog deity shouted angrily. A heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Boom! The cultivator at the front was blasted apart by the heavenly Tao and turned into a bloody mist. Under the aftermath, some cultivators immediately cried out in pain. Roar! The dog god quickly pounced in all directions, and the heavenly Tao was used to perfection by him, as he quickly crashed into the cultivators that charged forward. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, more than half of the 100 practitioners were killed or injured, and the rest could only flee quickly. After winning the battle, Dog God stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked around coldly. Have you bastards forgotten what Goddess Jichen has done for the world? Dog God shouted coldly. Goddess Jichen said that there are things in the tomb for the world, but they must follow her rules. Female cultivators can enter first, and male cultivators can enter 2 years later. If any of them were not venerables, they would be killed. Roar! Dog God roared. The final roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The restless cultivators in the surroundings immediately quieted down. This dog god is actually a Tao god? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow? Women enter first, and men enter later? Why is there such a strange rule? Meow asked, feeling puzzled. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, Indeed. Back when the tomb opened, Goddess Jichen's remnant will set it herself. Many people heard it, and most of the female cultivators entered. Actually, there are many strong cultivators in the inspiration weave, such as Dongfang Bubi. They might not be afraid of Dog God, but they chose to wait out of respect for Goddess Xichen. Many people forgot to be grateful. Yin Chuan nodded. The women entered 2 years earlier. Although they were curious, they might have their reasons. Rong Rong went in first. I got my wife to accompany her. Rong Rong is very strong now. There shouldn't be a problem, Meng Wenrua said. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, Dog God looked around and then looked at Yin Chuan. After all, 2 dragons pulling a chariot were too eye-catching. Dog God frowned as he looked around. Then, he walked towards the tomb again. Shing! Suddenly, a loud sword hum sounded. On the peak of a mountain not far away, a sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist. Endless sword chi surrounded the sword light. It looked extremely majestic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swords of countless cultivators rang out in all directions. It was as if they were worshipping that sword light. My sword? It's out of control? Someone exclaimed. On my sword. Bastard, don't shake. Countless exclamations sounded. Dog God's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a purple robe standing on the peak of the mountain. The man carried a bronze sword on his back. His eyebrows were sharp, and his entire body exuded sword intent. His clothes and hair looked like swords. The man's eyes flashed. He looked coldly at Dog God. Who are you? Dog God asked coldly. Someone in the surroundings recognized him. Dugabatian? He's from the Dugu family of the southern continent. The Dugu family? Invincible swordsmanship? He's from the Dugu family? How did he attract the Dugu family so quickly? Dugabatian? He killed 7 Dao gods. His swordsmanship is fierce. While everyone was exclaiming, Dugabatian looked coldly at Dog God. For the sake of Goddess Xichen, I'll spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword won't recognize you, Dugabatian said in a deep voice. Chapter 1153. For Goddess Xichen's sake, I will spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword will not recognize you, Dugabatian said solemnly. Roar! Goshen roared. Countless cultivators stared at him, but no one dared to step forward. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Dugu family? Goshen naturally did not step aside. There's still 1 month left. I don't care who you are, but no one can break Goddess Xichen's rules. Goshen shouted coldly. Humph. Dugabatian snorted coldly as he pulled out the bronze longsword on his back. Heavenly Tao! Goshen shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao of the Dog God appeared in front of Dugabatian in the blink of an eye. Sword River. Dugabatian waved his longsword. Suddenly, a sword light shot towards Goshen's heavenly Tao. At the same time, the surrounding sword chi converged into a river and crashed into Goshen's heavenly Tao. Boom! The sword river and heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to shake violently. For a moment, sand and stones were sent flying, and a storm raged, making it difficult for people to see what was going on. Within the storm, a miserable scream could be heard. Boom! The storm dissipated. Goshen was covered in blood as he crashed into a mountain not far away. His body was covered in sword wounds. Dugabatian stepped in the air and stabbed his long sword into his back. He looked down at Goshen. For Goddess Xichen's sake, I will spare your life. Remember, in this world, no one can stop my Dugu family because no one can. Dugabatian said coldly. Humph. Dugabatian stepped forward, heading towards the array of the 4 mountains. Stop! Goshen shouted, but his body was covered in sword wounds. How could he stop Dugabatian? Dugabatian did not pull out his sword, but his eyes flashed coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed towards the array. Boom! The formation exploded with a loud bang. Immediately, the array's interior was exposed to everyone. Between the 4 mountains, there was a huge hole in the void. The inside of the hole was like a black hole, and no one could see what was inside. Swish! Dugabatian stepped into the black hole. A small world? Meow? Meow was surprised. This must be the spiritual world. It was Goddess Xichen's dojo. Meng Wenrua said. Let's go. Yin Chuan said. Ong. Dragon Fifth and the Chi Sha let out a long cry and immediately pulled the dragon carriage toward the entrance. Meng Wenruo naturally followed, but Meng Lingtian stayed behind. Other than Yin Chuan, there are many other experts who couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards the interior. "Bastard, stop! No one is allowed to enter." Dog God roared. But at this moment, who would listen to him? With such a serious injury, it was already a good thing that no one heard him. Rumble. Countless experts swarmed in. Dog God's expression changed drastically, and he quickly followed. In the surroundings, a large number of experts quickly fled in all directions. Not good. Everyone is rushing over. "We have to report this to the sect leader quickly." "Oh no, I have to report this to Master as soon as possible. The Holy King is too merciful, letting these rascals take the lead." The experts in all directions anxiously rushed in all directions to inform the ambitious and ruthless people. Meng Lingtian took a step and flew to another mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large number of people dressed in white standing there. "Meng Lingtian? That's Yin Chuan?" A man in white frowned. Meng Lingtian nodded. "Have you informed the sect leader?" Meng Lingtian asked worriedly. "Yes, the sect leader will be here soon. Don't worry. A large number of female cultivators have entered for almost 2 years, but there is no result. It's not that easy to find a peerless divine weapon." The man in white shook his head. As soon as the dragon carriage entered the spiritual world, Yin Chuan discovered the mysteries of this world. This was a small world. The sky was high and the clouds were light. It was boundless. It was similar to the world of light in the Julu Academy, but it was much more advanced than the world of light, because there was a bright moon in the sky of this world. There were countless stars. The mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, as if it was a real world. The creator of this world must be an ancestral immortal, and he must be extremely powerful even among the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Not far away, Meng Wenruo checked the surroundings for a while and quickly came over with a stone. "Sage King, my humble wife and Rong Rong entered. I told them to leave clues if it was a small world. They should have gone to the south of the spiritual world." Meng Wenruo said. "South? Then let's go." Yin Chuan nodded. Roar. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage quickly towards the south. Countless experts rushed in. As soon as they entered, they immediately flew in all directions. After all, no one knew where the treasures were or what kind of treasures were inside. Everything depended on luck. Duga Batian broke through the tomb keepers, and countless experts entered in a line. Meng Lingtian and the other disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite waited patiently. A day later, "Ancestor, it's him, it's him." A soft shout suddenly came from afar. Meng Lingtian turned his head and saw another group of experts in white flying over. There were 3 people in the lead. One of them was the one who suffered in the hands of Yin Chuan more than 3 months ago, Gongyang Ben Lei. A cultivator beside him kept pointing at Meng Lingtian. "Ancestor, it's him. He was the one who spoke to Yin Chuan." The cultivator beside him pointed at Meng Lingtian. "I'm Meng Lingtian. Everyone, why are you surrounding us?" Meng Lingtian frowned. Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. "You know Yin Chuan? So what?" Meng Lingtian was puzzled. "What did Yin Chuan say to you earlier?" Gongyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. "Why should I tell you?" Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. "Ha, why should I?" Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. "Everyone, we are disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. We have never offended you. Please don't provoke us." An Eastern Tao Rite disciple said in a deep voice. Ha, Eastern Tao Rite? Why haven't I heard of it? What is the Eastern Tao Rite?" Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. As he spoke, Gongyang Ben Lei released a powerful aura towards the disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. "The Eastern Tao Rite is nothing. However, it's not your turn to bark." A soft voice came from a void behind them. "Buzz." The void trembled and the pressure on Meng Lingtian and the others was lifted. "Sect leader." "Greetings, sect leader." The disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite immediately bowed in excitement. "Sect leader?" Gong Ben Lei's face turned ugly. Turning their heads, the disciples of the Gong family looked behind them. They saw a white-robed man standing behind them. The man was extremely handsome, and his long black hair was tied up in a loose ponytail. He looked extremely free and unrestrained. His eyes were extremely spirited, as if they could see through everything in the world. Standing in the void, it was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The experts did not feel it before. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeatable. You are Dongfang Bai. A man beside Gong Ben Lei suddenly smiled. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my disciple? Dongfang Bai asked indifferently. Gong Ben Hong. Gong Ben Tian. Gong Ben Lei. The three experts of the Gong family suddenly shouted. It was as if the person in front of them would be scared witless if they said the name of Gong family? Ha, get lost. Dongfang Bai said with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Apparently, Dongfang Bai did not have a good impression of the Gong family. What did you say? Gong Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Dongfang Bai was insulting his family? I said get lost immediately. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. You have less than 60,000 years of cultivation, and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Gong Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Taking a step forward, Gong Ben Hong stabbed his sword at Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Bai moved his right hand. The moment his right hand moved, a piercing, murderous aura made Gong Ben Hong's hair stand on end. A death instinct instantly filled his body. Not good. Gong Ben Hong's face changed drastically, because at that moment, Gong Ben Hong saw a ray of white light shooting towards him. The white light was so fast that he could not block it in time. He was a peak ancient immortal, but he could not resist at all. Heavenly Tao fuse! Gong Ben Hong cried out in horror. Boom! A heaven Tao suddenly appeared, instantly connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, it wrapped around Gong Ben Hong. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. But at that moment, Dongfang Bai no longer looked at him and did not make a move. Because Gong Ben Hong, who was wrapped by the heaven Tao, had a gap from his head to his lower body. Blood was flowing out from the gap. Within the heaven Tao, Gong Ben Hong's eyes widened as his body was split in half. Boom! The heavenly Tao collapsed and dispersed. Gong Ben Tian and Gong Ben Lei trembled and did not dare to move. Dongfang Bai held a long sword in his hand. There was no trace of blood on the long sword, but everyone knew that it was this sword that split Gong Ben Hong in half. Gong Ben Hong shouted Tao combine, and the moment the heaven Tao appeared, he was split in half. The trajectory of the sword could not be seen. Even the ancient immortals could not see it clearly. It was too fast. Dongfang Bai's sword could not catch it. There were many experts around. Not long ago, they saw Dugabatian's sword. Although that sword was domineering, it was not as terrifying as Dongfang Bai's sword, because you could not see his sword at all. Everything was over. Gong Ben Tian and Gong Ben Lei did not think of taking revenge for Gong Ben Hong, because Dongfang Bai's strength had made them lose all thoughts of resisting. Dongfang Bai held the long sword with one hand and took out a handkerchief with the other hand. He wiped the long sword gently. Gong family's blood? Filthy. Dongfang Bai shook his head. The group of Gong family disciples was stunned. No one dared to say anything. Go back and tell Gong family disciples, don't appear in front of me again. If I see you again, I will kill you, Dongfang Zhongpai said coldly. Gong Ben Lei and Gong Ben Tian's face twitched. Let's go. Dongfang Bai shouted to his disciples. Yes, the disciples shouted excitedly. It was hard for them not to be excited by such a sect master. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeated. Chapter 11:54. Spiritual World. Yin Chuan drove the dragon carriage, bringing Meng Rongrong, Wang Jian, and Miao south. However, they did not find Meng Rongrong and the rest. Sage King, perhaps they changed directions midway. Meng Wenruo frowned. Change directions? You said that goddess Ji Chan once said that women enter first and men enter later. 2 years later? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, I can't figure it out either. What's the difference between men and women? Moreover, there's nothing normal in this world. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Then let's find the other female cultivators. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The dragon carriage went around, looking for female cultivators. However, after a few days, there was no sign of any female cultivators. The female cultivators disappeared. I remember that there were at least tens of thousands of female cultivators in the past year. Why are they all gone? Meng Wenruo said in surprise. Stop! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Roar! The two dragons stopped abruptly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. It's been so many days. The full moon has been hanging high in the sky. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the moon in the sky. Wang Jian stared and said, Indeed, Sage King. There's something wrong with the moon. In the outside world, the sun star is full. Unless the heavenly dog eats the sun star is always full. However, the moon star is different. The moon star is deficient. The moon will waver. However, we've been here for many days, and the moon has been full. Something's wrong. Roar! The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Sage King, the moon isn't shining moonlight. Instead, it's burning hot. The 7 fiends immediately tried to curry favor. Roar! Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends with disdain. The 7 fiends rolled their eyes at Dragon Fifth. You're an idiot. You still can't figure out the situation. This silver moon isn't the moon. It's the sun that's been corroded by evil energy. Yin Chuan's expression changed. The sun? Meng Wenruo frowned and looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go to the sun. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The 2 dragons replied. Just as everyone was responding, a loud explosion came from the north. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Something happened in the north? Miao asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked to the north and shook his head. To the sun. Roar! The 2 dragons responded and pulled the dragon carriage towards the sun. For 10 days in a row, Yin Chuan's group flew rapidly towards the sky. The sun hung there, not moving at all. Soon it would arrive. He stopped in the distance. The group of people stared at this scene in shock. The sun was golden in color, but there were many transparent figures flying around the sun. The figures were blue and black in color, and they were rapidly circling the sun. There were so many figures. Heavenly demon? Meng Wenruo's expression changed. Whoa! Roar! Boom! The countless heavenly demons let out horrifying roars as they quickly circled the sun. There were so many of them that when the people below looked at the sun, it appeared silver. Roar! One of the heavenly demons seemed to have discovered Yin Chuan's group and charged at Yin Chuan's group. Roar! Heavenly Demon King! The 7 evil spirits cried out and tried to retreat. However, in the next instant, the heavenly demon seemed to be sucked back to the sun. Then it circled the sun wildly. Heavenly demons? Why are there them here? Meng Wenruo exclaimed. Heavenly demons bewitch cultivators. Furthermore, many of these heavenly demons are actually heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings are even more bewitching. In fact, there are billions of them in front. Wang Jian said, Heavenly demons are afraid of the sun. To think that they are circling the sun? Are they not afraid of the sun burning them? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. He looked inside through some cracks. Indeed, countless heavenly demons were burned to ashes by the sun. However, the heavenly demons seemed to be endless. They appeared strangely from the void. There was no end to the heavenly demons. The strange scene made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the dragon carriage. It was a slightly stooped old man. The old man was transparent and somewhat resembled the heavenly demons. However, he did not cry out ferociously like the heavenly demons. Instead, he looked at everyone kindly. Another guest is here. Ha! Greetings. The old man bowed slightly to Yin Chuan's group. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. You can call me Benevolence, old man. I'm a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall for Goddess Shichen. It's been almost 1,000,000 years. There are so many people here this time. The old man smiled. Inspiration Hall? Rumor has it that there are 500 heavenly Tao inspirations inside. Meng Wenruo was surprised. Yes, the Inspiration Hall is nearby. If you're interested, you can follow me. There are already many friends gathered there. The old man smiled. Meng Wenruo looked at Yin Chuan. Benevolence, old man? Huh, why haven't I heard of you before? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Before coming, Yin Chuan had read a lot of information about the Inspiration Weave. He knew that there was an Inspiration Hall that had disappeared. However, he had never heard of Benevolence, old man. I'm just a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall. How can anyone have heard of a servant? Haha, everyone, do you want to go? Benevolence, old man smiled. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Then follow me. Benevolence, old man led the way. The group quickly circled around the huge sun and arrived at the top of the sun. There was a planet at the top. Benevolence, old man led Yin Chuan's group and went straight to the planet. The journey was peaceful. However, Yin Chuan noticed something unusual. There were some heavenly demon kings around the sun. These powerful heavenly demon kings had some intelligence. They glanced at Benevolence, old man from afar, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fear? Yin Chuan looked at Benevolence, old man solemnly. Ding, 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 ding. Not far from the planet, they could hear a lot of zither music. Zither music? Meng Wenruo was delighted. The dragon carriage flew away with the group. Benevolence, old man turned into a stream of light and rushed to a huge mountain in the distance. The huge mountain was cut in half to form a huge plaza. On the plaza, thousands of women were sitting. These women were all practicing zither music. Around them, there were many mountains. Similarly, there were many women gathered. They were waiting patiently. Rong Rong. Meng Wenruo was delighted. On the plaza, Meng Wenruo saw the woman playing the zither in the distance. One of them was Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes and seemed to be immersed in the zither music. When Yin Chuan saw Meng Rongrong, his serious face showed a relaxed smile. He looked at the surrounding mountains. At this moment, many women were waiting patiently. At the same time, there were also some men. Apparently, they were also knowledgeable people. Yin Chuan recognized one of them. It was Dugu Batian, who defeated Dogod that day and was the first to rush in. Dugu Batian occupied an entire mountain by himself. When he saw Yin Chuan and the others, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he focused on the thousands of women playing the zither in the plaza again. Yin Chuan stopped at the top of a mountain. Soon, a woman in red flew over. It was Meng Wenruo's wife, Su Sanyang. Greetings, Sage King. Su Sanyang bowed respectfully. Sanyang, why are you here? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. More than a year ago, we went around the spiritual sense realm for more than 10 days and met Old Man by Shan. He was the one who led us here. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Old Man by Shan in the plaza. Old Man by Shan can split into many bodies and go to different places. Su Sanyang explained. What are they doing? Yin Chuan pointed at the thousands of women playing the zither. Old Man by Shan's zither Tao is very strong. He is teaching everyone more and more zither Tao. I tried to learn it, but I couldn't keep up with their rhythm, so I stopped. Su Sanyang explained. Learn the zither? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. Yes, Old Man by Shan said that only those who have reached the heaven-shaking realm in zither Tao can get a pass to enter the spiritual sense palace. Moreover, Old Man by Shan is teaching everyone the zither with sincerity. He is teaching them some unprecedented zither Tao, so they're willing to learn. Su Sanyang explained. Pass? Pass to enter the spiritual sense palace? Yin Chuan was surprised. Su Sanyang nodded. These people who came later didn't disturb us. Su Sanyang pointed at Dugu Batian and the others. Then why didn't Old Man by Sean play the zither himself? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Old Man by Sean doesn't have a physical body. He looks more like a projection. He can't play the zither. He can only give guidance. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yin Chuan was even more puzzled. He looked at Old Man by Sean, who was teaching everyone the zither. Old Man by Sean suddenly stopped everyone. I think you all understand that it is difficult for you to improve your zither skills in a short time. Please stop and let this female cultivator continue to learn the zither. What do you think? You can watch from the side. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Old Man by Sean said politely. The thousands of women stood up and bowed respectfully to Old Man by Sean. Thank you for your guidance. No problem, hee. Old Man by Sean laughed. The women flew to the mountains in all directions. Only Meng Rongrong stayed. Yin Chuan's expression was serious. Countless cultivators were also staring at them. Old Man by Sean looked kindly at Meng Rongrong and said, Cultivator, you are the person with the strongest comprehension of zither Dao I have ever seen. Thank you for your guidance. Meng Rongrong said politely. Haha, this is your good fortune. I won't say much. Zither Dao moves the heavens. You are still lacking a bit. I will teach you the Taishang Inspiration chapter. This was created by a friend of mine in the past. He lost a bet to me. How many years has it been? I wonder if he is still alive. Hee. Old Man by Sean laughed. Thank you. Meng Rongrong said gratefully. Old Man by Sean waved his hand. Golden words appeared in the void. As soon as the words appeared, countless fragrances appeared. Traces of solemn aura were emitted. Countless cultivators quickly recorded these words. Only a true zither Dao genius can understand this. Taishang Inspiration Chapter. Cultivator, quickly read it. Old Man by Sean laughed. Yes. Meng Rongrong, quickly read it. Not far away. Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Taishang Inspiration Chapter? Wasn't this created by one of the 3 clear sages of the Great Thousand World? Taishang made a bet with Old Man by Sean, and he lost? Was this Old Man by Sean really just a guard of the Spiritual Perception Palace? Chapter 1155. Exalted Inspiration. Everyone could feel the profoundness of the technique. Dragon Fifth's eyes flashed with excitement. The 7 demons beside him also felt the same. This Old Man by Sean is indeed a good person. What a profound technique. He actually made it public. Dragon Fifth nodded. It was rare for the 2 of them to have the same opinion. Everyone silently noted it down, including Dugu Batian, who was far away. Just this one piece alone made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain. Yin Chuan stared at Old Man by Sean. Old Man by Sean looked at Meng Rongrong with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, I see that your comprehension of the zither is very high. You will definitely be able to comprehend it. Move the heavens with your zither, and you will not have another chance in 15 days. You must comprehend it. Old Man by Sean said. 15 days. Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Yes, within 15 days. Move the heavens with your zither, and the heavens and earth will grant you a certificate to enter the spiritual senses hall. After 15 days, you will not have another chance. So you must be quick. Old Man by Sean said. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, but she finally nodded. Old Man by Sean stood at the side with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. 15 days? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. According to Goddess Ji Chen's request, men could only enter this world after 15 days? Goddess Ji Chen's request seemed to make all men miss the chance to enter the spiritual senses hall. Why? Isn't this Goddess Ji Chen's training ground? Why did she have to make it so complicated? Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the zither was indeed high. In just 5 days, her zither had already reached an extremely high level. Under the sound of the zither, the surroundings lit up and celestial music floated in the air. Countless celestial cranes circled the area. Countless cultivators were intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Not enough, not enough. Old Man by Shan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Fellow Taoist, The exalted inspiration was created by the exalted in remembrance of his beloved. The zither contains infinite love. Do you have a lover? Think of him playing the zither. Old Man by Shan explained patiently. True love. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. It was a figure that Meng Rongrong loved and hated. Ding, 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 dong, dong, dong. The sound of the guqin suddenly became lingering. In an instant, the sound of the guqin seemed to be filled with infinite beauty. Many female shouja suddenly became intoxicated, closing their eyes to feel the emotional fluctuations at this moment. The sound of the zither affected the emotions of most people. In the distance, Dugu Batian had been listening with great appreciation, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately formed a barrier around himself to block the sound. At the same time, Dugu Batian looked at Meng Rongrong in shock. Emotions? The sound of the zither could control people's emotions? If he were to lose control of his emotions in battle, wouldn't he be done for? The sound of the zither lingered on. Roar! Roar! Under the sound of the zither, countless sky demons around the sun were suddenly attracted. They seemed to be intoxicated by the sound of Meng Rongrong's zither and flew towards Meng Rongrong. The group of sky demons came. Old Man by Shan turned his head and looked at the group of sky demons. Oh, countless sky demons suddenly woke up and looked at Old Man by Shan in horror. They immediately fled towards the sun. Many people did not care, but Yin Chuan clearly saw this scene. This Old Man by Shan was not simple. Rumble. Finally, the sky and earth changed. Above Meng Rongrong's head, countless seven-colored clouds suddenly appeared. The seven-colored clouds became more and more, and the multicolored light shone down on Meng Rongrong, who was bathed in the center. The zither moves the heavens. Auspicious signs descend. Old Man by Shan said excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light rushed towards Meng Rongrong, interrupting Meng Rongrong's zither playing. A golden light ball stopped in front of Meng Rongrong. Ding! The zither stopped. This is... Meng Rongrong was surprised. Around them, countless experts looked at them anxiously. Boom! Under the auspicious light, a vast golden palace suddenly appeared not far away. The palace was majestic, tens of thousands of feet tall. On top of the palace, there was a huge plaque. Inspiration Palace. Someone read out in surprise. Inspiration Palace. This is the Inspiration Palace? At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that this Inspiration Palace was illusory. It was as if it was transparent. The door of the palace opened, but they could not see inside. Inspiration Palace. Someone shouted in surprise and quickly rushed towards the Inspiration Palace. Oh, with a pounce, he pounced on empty air. What's going on? Is this just a projection? How can this be a projection? Where is the Inspiration Palace? Countless cultivators, who had pounced on nothing, immediately shouted in surprise. However, most of them suddenly looked at the golden light ball in front of Meng Rongrong. The pass to enter the Inspiration Palace? Dugu Batian squinted his eyes. In the distance, Meng Rongrong reached out to grab the golden light ball. When she touched it, she screamed, ah! Meng Rongrong retracted her hand in pain. Eh! The surrounding cultivators, who were about to rush up to snatch it, paused. Whoosh! Yin Chuan immediately approached and looked at Old Man by Shan with a sharp gaze. You! Meng Rongrong shouted in surprise when she saw Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong had been immersed in the zither these days and did not notice Yin Chuan's arrival. Yin Chuan's sudden appearance caused Meng Rongrong to lose her head out of fear. Old Man by Shan? What is this? Why does Meng Rongrong's divine soul hurt when she touches it? Yin Chuan looked coldly at Old Man by Shan. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that it was not the pass? It's none of your business. Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan ignored her and looked coldly at Old Man by Shan. Meng Rongrong, who was at the side, pouted like a little wife who had been bullied. Old Man by Shan smiled bitterly and said, This is the pass to enter the Inspiration Palace. However, this fellow cultivator is a woman, and it is inconvenient for her to take it. Oh, everyone was puzzled. In the Inspiration Palace, The 500 heavenly Tao's Tao guides correspond to the heavenly Tao of Yang. This pass is pure Yang and female is Yin. Therefore, this pass will repel and burn the divine soul. If a man takes it, this will not happen. Old Man by Shan explained. Pure Yang pass. Everyone was confused. Only men can enter the Inspiration Palace. Women can't enter? Goddess Ji Qin's request in the past was not to let people in. Why? I hid something from you. Women can't enter the Inspiration Palace. I'm sorry. Old Man by Shan smiled bitterly at Meng Rongrong. No, Senior, you don't have to say that. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to learn the Inspiration chapter. Meng Rongrong said immediately. All the female cultivators nodded. Although they could not enter, they had gained a lot. Although you can't enter, you can give the pass to others and let them enter. Old Man by Shan said. Meng Rongrong's expression changed, and she suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange an ancient immortal weapon for your pass. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange 3 ancient immortal weapons for your pass. Fellow cultivator, suddenly the voices of the cultivators came from all around. Fellow cultivator, I'm a disciple of the Dugu family. Give me your pass, and the Dugu family will give you an ancestral immortal weapon. Dugu Batian suddenly said. Ancestral immortal weapon? The expressions of the experts in the surroundings were complicated. Old Man by Shan did not say anything and stood aside. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Here you are. Meng Rongrong did not look at the others and handed the pass to Yin Chuan. It was as if she did not hear what the others said. Yin Chuan stared at Meng Rongrong, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Dugu Baishan's eyes were filled with anger. He was angered by Meng Rongrong's casual expression. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong ignored him. From now on, you and I don't know each other anything. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said, Don't know each other anything? Really? Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Rongrong's face turned pale. She looked at Yin Chuan, and her heart was filled with both love and hate. She felt so sad. Don't think too much. Let time prove it, Yin Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan reached out and grabbed the golden pass. In the distance, Dugu Baishan's expression changed and said stop. Xing. A purple sword light pierced towards Yin Chuan. Wang Jian's blood-red sword light collided with it. Boom. The void shook violently. Wang Jian's sword blocked Dugu Batian. Dugu Baishan's face darkened. Take another step, and I won't be polite. Wang Jian said coldly. Sword? My Dugu family is the #1 sword art in the world. At the same time, no ancient immortal is my opponent. Dugu Batian shouted coldly. As he spoke, Dugu Batian slashed at Wang Jian again. Sword River. Above the void, a huge sword light suddenly appeared, accompanied by rolling sword chi, tilted towards Wang Jian. Killing wave. The rolling blood-red sword chi rushed towards Dugu Baishan's sword river. Rumble. In an instant, the two of them started fighting. The void storm raged, and for a moment, sand and stones flew. The two of them seemed to have considered the spiritual perception palace under their feet and deliberately avoided it. Boom, boom, boom. As Dugu Batian and Wang Jian fought, 3 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared and surrounded Yin Chuan's group. 3 Tao gods. Meng Wenruo's face darkened. The 3 experts each had a heavenly Tao. At this moment, they were staring at the pass, and, at the same time, they seemed to be afraid of each other and did not give way to each other. In the distance, Wang Jian and Dugu Batian were both experts in the sword, and it was difficult to determine the winner. What a fierce killing intent, Dugu Batian said in a low voice. Wang Jian's killing intent surged towards Dugu Batian, and the powerful Dugu Batian was suppressed and forced to retreat. Impossible. No one in the same realm as me is a match for my sword skills. Dugu Baishan's sword. Dugu Batian suddenly turned to the river. 9 huge sword lights suddenly appeared around Dugu Batian, and the purple sword chi storm suddenly increased by 10 times and suppressed Wang Jian. There were 3 other Dao gods in the surroundings who were ready to make a move. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he did not want to delay any longer. World suppressing. A huge coffin fell from the sky and pressed towards Dugubatian. Boom! The void seemed to be squashed, and Dugubatian's 9 purple sword lights suddenly exploded. Boom! The world-suppressing coffin smashed Dugubatian into the star. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Whoosh! The huge coffin suddenly flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. At the huge pit, Dugubatian was lying on the ground, and his body was covered in blood. Despicable person, you sneak attacked me. Dugubatian shouted weakly. As he spoke, Dugubatian did not dare to stay any longer. He weakly grabbed his sword and fled in a direction. How unlucky! Dugubatian never thought that there would be a day when he would be defeated and flee. He was so direct. He was Dugubatian. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan paused. They originally wanted to snatch the proof, but they hesitated. What a disgrace to the Dugu clan. Yin Chuan did not chase after them. Roar! Roar! The 2 huge dragons suddenly stepped forward, and 2 heavenly Dao appeared. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan changed their expressions. Impossible, these 2 dragons are Dao gods. Someone exclaimed. Dao gods pulling the chariot? Dugubatian has killed several Dao gods, but he was defeated by 1 strike? Exclamations came from all around. The 3 Dao gods were petrified for a while, and they immediately dispersed their heavenly Dao. The 2 dragons also dispersed their heavenly Dao. At this time, no one dared to snatch the proof anymore. Baishan Elder smiled slightly, and a wisp of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Miao, what is the Dugu clan? What the hell? Miao said disdainfully. Yin Chuan looked at the spiritual senses palace, not far away. Miao, wait for me outside. Yin Chuan said to Miao, who was on his shoulder. Miao, Yin Chuan, I also want to go in. I want to feel something I want. Miao whispered to Yin Chuan. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at Miao curiously. Miao nodded. I will go in first, and then I will summon you. Yin Chuan said. Miao. Miao nodded happily. I'm going in. Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. In. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Baishan Elder again. Yin Chuan understood that Baishan Elder was not as amiable as he looked on the surface. However, Yin Chuan must enter the spiritual senses palace. Protect Rongrong, Yin Chuan said to everyone. Yes, Wang Jian answered. Yin Chuan grabbed the proof and squeezed it lightly. Wang, the proof suddenly merged with Yin Chuan's body. Immediately, Yin Chuan's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The moment the golden light covered his body, Yin Chuan felt that the surroundings were not normal. It was as if there was a different space in front of him, and there was a space barrier that prevented people from touching it. However, when the golden light entered his body, Yin Chuan touched the space barrier. He walked forward and stepped into the different space. A majestic palace appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stepped into the palace. Boom! Everyone watched as the doors to the palace slammed shut the moment Yin Chuan entered. Not far away, Baishan Elder's eyes flashed. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was very excited. That little girl Jichin also wants to stop it? This is fate. How can you stop it? Take it. Take the Dao guidance inside. Baishan Elder's face revealed a trace of excitement. At this time, rings of light appeared under Miao's feet. Her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. She was summoned into the spiritual senses palace by Yin Chuan. Chapter 11:56. Inside the Spiritual Perception Palace. Yin Chuan stood quietly in the center of the hall. Miao was suddenly summoned and appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Miao. Miao looked around in surprise. This was a majestic hall that was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were 500 huge pillars in the hall. The pillar emitted an extremely beautiful radiance. The top of the hall was like a starry sky, with countless stars faintly visible. However, the bottom of the hall was pitch black, like the entrance to a huge black hole. Within the black hole, there seemed to be an extremely evil aura that was being sucked in by the 500 pillars. 500 heavenly Tao's Tao induction gather in one place? Is this the main hub of the world of inspiration? Yin Chuan's expression changed. These pillars are Tao guides. Miao asked curiously. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, the spiritual perception realm was created by a certain great divine ability. It replicated the 500 heavenly Taos of the outside world to form a realm of its own. As long as this realm is broken, the 500 heavenly Taos replicas will disperse. Miao, 500 copies of the heavenly Tao. Create a world of its own? How did you know? Miao asked in surprise. Because I've opened one before, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao, you must be bragging. Miao looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. Looking at the 500 Tao inducements, Yin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, the Tao inducements here can trigger 500 heavenly Tao replicas. If I take them, the spiritual perception realm will have a flaw. Miao, but I have a feeling that these Tao inducements are prepared for me. Miao turned its head and asked curiously. Then take it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Tao induction is not the heavenly Tao. After collecting it, it will take an extremely long time and countless opportunities to deduce the heavenly Tao. Others need a long time, but you perhaps. Yin Chuan looked at Miao with a strange expression. Perhaps what? Miao was confused. It's nothing. I found the Tao inducement that I want. Wait for me to collect it. Then you can collect the others. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Miao nodded. As soon as Yin Chuan entered the main hall, the cyan heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint began to tremble incessantly. He guided Yin Chuan to a green pillar not far away. That was the Tao guidance that Yin Chuan needed. Fortunately, Yin Chuan had found it. He walked up to the pillar. Yin Chuan reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The azure heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint suddenly produced a suction force that sucked the pillar in. The green pillar suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Yin Chuan stood still in the main hall. In his shunting acupoint, the cyan heavenly Tao was trembling incessantly. As it trembled, the countless cracks on the heavenly Tao were slowly mending and recovering. I needed to deduce for a while. You go and collect the others, Yin Chuan said. Miao. Miao excitedly jumped toward the Tao guidance. In the outside world, countless experts stared at the spiritual perception palace. They didn't know what benefits Yin Chuan had obtained after entering. Behind the crowd, Old Man Baishan was also clenching his fists. Collect it, collect it, collect it. Old Man Baishan's eyes were filled with anxiety. The moment Yin Chuan extracted the cyan Tao guidance. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The loud sound reverberated through the entire spiritual perception world. Countless cultivators suddenly looked at the sky in astonishment. They didn't know where the thunder came from. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. I finally collected it. This world's heavenly Tao has finally become a rootless duckweed. A part of the 500 heavenly Tao that merged into one was finally separated. 1.5 million years. 1.5 million years. Old Man Baishan was so ecstatic that he was about to cry. Along with this loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Not far away, the sun that was surrounded by countless heavenly demons suddenly let out a loud sound. Boom! Many people turned their heads to look, only to see that a crack had appeared on the vast sun. A crack can appear on the sun? Countless cultivators were surprised. Old Man Baishan looked at the crack, and his eyes flashed with surprise. The head of the 1,000 suns, the cyan heavenly Tao, this person is really lucky. The first Tao guidance to be collected is the cyan heavenly Tao. Among the 3,000 heavenly Tao, the cyan heavenly Tao is one of the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, that bitch Shuamiao was only able to mobilize this heavenly Tao because of a special reason. Old Man Baishan was surprised, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. As Meow collected the Tao guidance, more and more thunderous sounds were heard. Boom, 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 boom. Loud sounds were heard. Above the sun not far away, more and more cracks appeared. Old Man by Sean was ecstatic. This person is really greedy? She actually wants to collect all the Tao guidance? Who do you think you are? A sage? Even a sage can't comprehend all of them. Haha, collect it, collect it. 500 heavenly Tao clones gathered together. Now that they are scattered by your attacks, there are more and more flaws in this world. Ha ha ha. Old Man by Shan's face revealed a sinister expression. No one would have thought that the originally kind Old Man by Shan's face was now distorted and sinister. A strong resentment was emitted from his face. Old Man by Shan looked at the huge sun and the countless cracks above it. Old Man by Shan's eyes revealed a sinister expression. Suddenly, he drew a line in the sky. Boom! In the void, a huge crack appeared. On the other side of the crack, endless heavenly demons gathered. Come out quickly! Old Man by Shan shouted into the crack. Boom! Endless heavenly demons rolled out from all directions. The surrounding cultivators' faces suddenly changed. Old Man by Shan stared at the heavenly demons. Gradually, the countless heavenly demons scattered in all directions. Slowly, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. This was also a heavenly demon. However, it looked much more solid. It emitted a strong aura. Countless heavenly demons bowed respectfully to this black-robed figure. Blackthorn, heavenly demon god, under your command, destroy the sun. The sun has collapsed, destroy it for me. Old Man by Shan revealed a sinister expression. Yes, the black-robed figure replied. Then, under his command, the rolling heavenly demons rushed towards the sun. They rushed towards the cracks in the sun as if they were risking their lives to perish together. Boom! The sun emitted a series of explosions. However, the heavenly demons did not hesitate and rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Around the sun, more and more heavenly demons gathered. They rolled towards the sun. The surrounding cultivators were also taken care of by the heavenly demons. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards the crowd. Old Man by Shan turned his head and glanced at the spiritual perception palace. He revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the spiritual perception realm below. The sun was ultimately too far away from the ground. Countless cultivators on the ground below heard the loud sounds. Although they noticed that there was a problem, they did not know what the problem was. What they saw in the sky was still the bright moon. However, with the continuous loud sounds, the moon seemed to be dimming. 10 days later, at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm, whoosh, whoosh, figures came in from the outside world. More and more cultivators rushed in. At the entrance, there were also many people waiting. A white-robed man entered. Immediately, a black-robed man rushed up. Master, quickly we found it. The peerless godly weapon has appeared. Also, we found Goddess Ji Chen's grave. Quickly. The black-robed man shouted excitedly. The white-robed man's eyes lit up. Is that so? Where is it? North. Many people went there. Many strong cultivators went there. However, the peerless godly weapon is too strong. No one got it. Master, we still have a chance. The black-robed man said excitedly. Good, let's go. The white-robed man said excitedly. At this moment, Old Man by Shan appeared at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. This was a huge black hole. The black hole led to the outside world. Old Man by Shan smiled coldly. Shwamiao, you bitch? It's useless. Ha ha. Everything has its own destiny. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Suddenly, at the entrance, countless sky demons appeared and quickly occupied the entrance. What? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Just as that person exclaimed, a sky demon rushed into that man's body. Whoa. The man trembled and stopped moving. Master, what happened to you? Someone at the side exclaimed. Sky demon enter the body. Not good, it's a sky demon. Let's go. No, I have to wait for my master. It's useless. It depends on your master's will. If your masters can block the sky demon, then it's fine. If not, what if he can't block it? Just as the two of them were anxious, the man who was invaded by the sky demon suddenly bled from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Master, don't go. Let's go. Your master is dead. The sky demon has confused his mind. Your master's soul must have scattered. What a terrifying sky demon. They have condensed into a physical body. Let's go. If not, we'll die. Countless sky demons appeared. Everyone fled in panic. Old Man Baishan smiled and said, "Look carefully. You can only enter and not leave." "Ah, roar!" the group of sky fiends kept shouting. Old Man Baishan smiled. Then he followed the cultivators to the north. North, where goddess Ji Chen's tomb was. 10 days ago, high in the sky, thousands of sky demons devoured the sun. Countless sky demons sacrificed their lives to perish together with the sun. At the same time, countless heavenly demons were heading towards the countless cultivators on the star. Roar! The sky demons rushed over. "Oh, not good. Run. Help. Oh no." The sky demons did not have a physical body. Weapons and treasures could not even touch their bodies. Even the protective chi of the cultivators could not stop the sky demons. In an instant, countless cultivators were attacked. More cultivators fled in panic. Wang Jian, Meng Rongrong, Meng Wenruo, and the others' faces changed. Dragon Fifth and the 7 fiends' eyes were also filled with fear. Roar! Dragon Fifth was anxious. "Damn it. There are so many sky demons and sky demon gods. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin." 7 demons said in despair. Chapter 1157. Hall of Inspiration. Yin Xuan stood in the center of the hall and deduced the green heavenly Tao according to the Tao induction. The Tao induction only contained a rough outline of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was not just an outline. It contained endless laws and rules. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture was already at the 8th level. The heavenly Tao had a rough shape, but it was still lacking. There were countless cracks. These were the incomplete laws and laws. What Yin Xuan was doing now was to make up for them perfectly. Those who mended the heavens were blessed by the heavenly Tao. Every mender was a Tao god who understood the heavenly Tao the best. The height Yin Xuan reached in his previous life had already determined Yin Xuan's ability. Deducing? For others, it might take a long time. However, for Yin Xuan, who had already completed half of the heavenly Tao, it did not take long. Boom! Boom! Around Yin Xuan, layers and layers of green light surged. In the Heavens Hall meridian, the cracks on the green heavenly Tao were recovering rapidly. The cracks were decreasing. The green light around Yin Xuan was also increasing. Meow. Meow had already collected all the Tao induction. At this moment, it looked at Yin Xuan tiredly, as if it was really tired. Its eyes were drowsy. Then, it curled up and fell asleep at Yin Xuan's feet. Rumble. Waves of green light burst out from Yin Xuan's body. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. Finally, 1 month later. Boom! Yin Xuan's Heaven's Hall meridian suddenly burst out with thousands of green lights. The green lights instantly lit up the entire hall. Yin Xuan's aura seemed to have become much more sacred. In the outside world, there was a sudden explosion. Then, rays of light shot up to the sky from all directions. Celestial music floated in the air. Countless figures of divine beasts and immortal birds danced in the sky. There were countless auspicious signs. All the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. East Sea Dragon Palace. A group of dragon kings saw the celestial phenomenon and flew towards the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor looked up at the sky. An auspicious sign descending from the heavens. A celebration for the whole world. Someone else added another heavenly Tao. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. West Outer Continent. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Taiji Palace. Wu Zhao, who was wearing a dragon robe, was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the world rumbled. Wu Jiong flung his sleeves and looked at the sky with a glint in his eyes. Then, his pupils turned golden. In his golden eyes, Wu Jiong saw a green illusion of the heavenly way slowly appear. As soon as the cyan heavenly Tao appeared, hundreds of heavenly Taos appeared. The leader of the 1,000 Suns? Qing Tian Dao? Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. Middle Heaven Continent, outside a hall. Zhao Afeng raised his head to look at the sky. With a stretch of his hand, a wheel appeared in front of him. Zhao Afeng quickly calculated. After calculating for a while, Zhao Afeng suddenly revealed an excited smile. Qing Tian Dao, husband, you succeeded, Zhao Afeng said excitedly. In the 9 continents of the mortal realm and the 6 continents of the netherworld, countless powerhouses looked up at the sky. Yin Chuan was in the Inspiration Palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by merit that came out of nowhere. Endless merit poured into Yin Chuan's glabella. With the successful mending of the heavens, all the heavenly Taos generously bestowed a large amount of merit to Yin Chuan. Buzz! Yin Chuan opened his eyes. 2 beams of light appeared in his eyes. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has finally been perfected. Qing Tian Dao, the leader of the 1,000 Suns? Unfortunately, mending the heavens cannot break through the shackles of the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Oh! Yin Chuan looked at his feet. Miao curled up at his feet and fell asleep. With a smile, Yin Chuan picked up Miao and walked to the entrance of the Inspiration Palace. Outside the Inspiration Palace, ding 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 dong 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 dong, the sound of a zither echoed. Meng Rongrong's zither continued to play. Nearly 10,000 cultivators surrounded the dragon carriage. Outside, there were many corpses on the ground. More and more heavenly demons surrounded them, making the surroundings impenetrable. Fortunately, Meng Rongrong's Zither Dao was powerful. Waves of sound techniques were released, and countless heavenly demons immediately turned against them. They blocked the advance of countless heavenly demons. However, there were too many heavenly demons. The circle around them was getting smaller and smaller. Meng Rongrong's forehead was sweating, as if she could not hold on any longer. The 7 fiends, Dragon Fifth, and 3 other Tao gods quickly supported the heavenly Taos. They blocked the heavenly demons' advance. We can't. Sage King, come out. The 7 fiends cried out anxiously. Rumble. The Zither's resistance against the heavenly demons was getting weaker and weaker. In other words, the heavenly demons were getting stronger and stronger. Boom! There was a loud bang from the distant sun, and more cracks appeared. The originally scorching sun seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Standing in the void, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial looked at the sun coldly. Well done. Continue, destroy the sun of this world. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. With that, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial suddenly looked at the people in front of the Inspiration Palace who were resisting. Whoosh! The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian dashed forward instantly. Boom! Around Wang Jian, billowing murderous aura erupted. The blood-red murderous aura surged towards the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons retreated. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial looked at Wang Jian and was silent for a while. Murderous aura? I feel that your power is incompatible with this world. Because of this incompatibility, you are unable to unleash your power perfectly? Wang Jian looked coldly at the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial and said, The laws of heaven and earth are in conflict with me, but my murderous aura will not be in conflict. The heavenly demon of the weakest world? Do you want to try? The weakest world? Haha! Everyone thinks that this world is the weakest world. However, who would know that this is the first world to be born in Wuji? Young man, you are still too young. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. Young man? Ha! Wang Jian laughed disdainfully. One day you'll understand. Your murderous aura is indeed ruthless, and you might really be able to hurt me. It is not that I am afraid of you, but I have more important things to do. This time, I will spare your lives. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said indifferently. After speaking, the black thorn fiend celestial waved his hand. Boom! Countless heavenly demons immediately scattered in all directions. Countless cultivators' faces relaxed as a feeling of escaping death filled their bodies. All of them laughed excitedly. Spare our lives? Who dares to be so arrogant? Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind Wang Jian. Huh? Everyone looked over and saw that the Hall of Inspiration had opened. Yan Chuan walked out slowly with a sleeping kitten in one hand. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked coldly at the black thorn fiend celestial. Greetings to the Sage King, Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo said respectfully. The black thorn fiend celestial also turned to look at Yan Chuan. Clearly, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of this hothead. The surrounding cultivators' hearts were in their throats. They hoped that Yan Chuan would not anger the black thorn fiend celestial. However, why would Yan Chuan care about other people's thoughts? He took a step forward, and a powerful aura slowly pressed towards the heavenly demon. Do you want to die? The black thorn fiend celestial asked coldly. It's not that I want to die. It's you who wants to die. You, who are neither human nor ghost, are qualified to say that you will spare my life? Yan Chuan said coldly. Humph. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black thorn fiend celestial shouted. With a wave of his hand, the surging heavenly demons suddenly charged towards Yan Chuan. This time, there were more than 10 million of them. The surroundings were instantly dyed black by these heavenly demons. The horrifying heavenly demons charged towards Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong's expression changed. No. However, it was too late to play the zither. Under the control of the heavenly demon, the heavenly demons were several times faster. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Green heavenly Tao, Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Wang. From Yan Chuan's body, a green heavenly Tao suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. Once the green heavenly Tao appeared, endless heat rushed towards the heavenly demons. Ah! Roar! The heavenly demons that were touched by the green heavenly Tao were incinerated. In an instant, 10 million heavenly demons were incinerated. The green heavenly Tao was still spreading to the outside world. As it spread, all the heavenly demons that came into contact with it were incinerated. The extreme yang qi was many times more intense than the yang qi of the sun, not far away. Oh no! The heavenly demon suddenly shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it swept across countless stars in all directions. With this spread, more than 90% of the heavenly demons were incinerated. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn was the focus of attention. He was suddenly knocked back more than 30,000 meters. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn stabilized himself. However, his arms were trembling violently. He looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Yan Chuan stood in front of everyone. At this moment, all the cultivators looked at Yan Chuan in shock. It can't be right. Everyone could not resist the heavenly demons. Why did these heavenly demons look like ashes in front of Yan Chuan? Green heavenly Tao, the head of the 1,000 suns, wasn't it destroyed? The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted in horror. I do not reject the heavenly demons. However, as a heavenly demon, you must be clear about your position. The heavenly demons are just tools for cultivators to prove their Tao hearts. You can't do whatever you want in the world. The heavenly demon world is where you belong, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn fell silent. Let's go, Yan Chuan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Although Meng Rongrong was a little conflicted, she still boarded Yan Chuan's dragon carriage. Let's go, Wang Jian shouted. The dragon carriage carried Yan Chuan and his group and left quickly. When the other cultivators saw that Yan Chuan and his group were leaving, they immediately followed behind. They did not dare to stay. The surrounding cultivators left in a blink of an eye. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn silently watched Yan Chuan and his group leave. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn clenched his fists tightly. The heavenly demon world is where we belong? Ha ha! Without the heavenly demon world, how could you exist? Humph, humph. This world should belong to the heavenly demon world. The leader of the 1,000 suns? But the blazing sky demon? One day, I will beg the Lord to bestow the green heavenly Tao to me. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn said coldly. Roar! Ah! The surrounding heavenly demons slowly gathered. What are you looking at? Continue to destroy the sun. Go! The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted coldly. Countless heavenly demons immediately turned around and flew toward the sun in fear. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn turned around and commanded the countless heavenly demons to perish together with the sun. Chapter 1158. Jinlong Dominion, Great Ju Sacred Court, Royal Palace. Sage Monarch Pang Tiana met a group of men in green. Greetings, seniors. It's my honor to have 5 Tao gods in my humble abode, Pang Tianha said with a smile. The group of men in green nodded. The Azure Divine Monarch has instructed us to kill Bai Di Tian. Where is he? The leader of the group, a man in green, asked. Pang Tianha smiled faintly and said, Tao gods, it must have been tough for you to come all the way here. Rest for a while. I will send people to investigate quickly. Investigate quickly? Didn't you send a letter saying that you knew where Bai Di Tian was? The leader of the group asked. Pang Tianha smiled apologetically and said, Yes, I do know that Bai Di Tian is in the Great Ju Sacred Court. However, I do not know where exactly. Seniors, the Azure Divine Monarch has requested to kill Bai Di Tian, and I naturally do not dare to delay. However, if we rush over recklessly and scare Bai Di Tian away, we will not be able to answer to the Azure Divine Monarch. The group of men in green thought for a while and nodded. After all, according to the information that Pang Tianha had sent, Bai Di Tian's strength was not ordinary. Although Bai Di Tian could not defeat them, he might be able to escape. Everyone, please wait for a few days. After I have investigated everything, we will kill Bai Di Tian. With 5 Tao gods, even if Bai Di Tian is extremely powerful, he will not be able to escape death. Pang Tianha said with a smile. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. I have arranged the best environment for everyone. Everyone, please, Pang Tianha said with a smile. The group of formidable martial artists nodded. After making the arrangements, Pang Tianha returned to the study alone. The Azure Divine Monarch only wants to kill Bai Di Tian? Since he has sent 5 Tao gods, how can I not make good use of them? It is a pity that Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been unknown during this period. Pang Tianha's expression darkened. Spiritual perception domain. The dragon carriage quickly headed towards the ground. 10 days later, the dragon carriage reached the ground. The cultivators following behind also gradually dispersed. Perhaps they could not keep up with Yin Chuan and disappeared. On the dragon carriage, Miao was still asleep. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood outside. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong were standing in the hall. Come back with me, Yin Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, Didn't you say so? Let time prove that I'm not ready. Yin Chuan looked deeply at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong lowered her head, not daring to look into Yin Chuan's eyes. She retreated slightly. Sigh. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Hearing Yin Chuan's sigh, Meng Rongrong felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She bit her lip. This is the last time. The next time we meet, you must come back with me, Yin Chuan suddenly said with a solemn expression. Yin Chuan was not good at talking about love. It was not that Yin Chuan did not understand love, but Yin Chuan's love was more restrained. You're so domineering. Meng Rongrong pouted slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. I'm not domineering, but I'm worried about you wandering outside. Yin Chuan shook his head. Because he was worried? Meng Rongrong's previous resentment disappeared by half. She no longer refuted. Holy King, we're here. Wang Jian's voice came from outside the hall. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a bang. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood respectfully outside the hall. Wenruo, you and your wife will stay in Huanan Continent for the time being, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Wenruo immediately understood. She looked at Meng Rongrong and did not say anything in the end. Wang Jian, you will escort Meng Wenruo, Meng Rongrong, and Su Sanyang to the Eastern Territory. Come back when you're done. Yin Chuan looked at Wang Jian. Yes, Wang Jian replied. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Yin Chuan had thought everything through. This inexplicable feeling made Meng Rongrong's nose ache. At this moment, Meng Rongrong wanted to throw everything away and throw herself into Yin Chuan's arms. The resentment in her heart seemed to fade as Yin Chuan made arrangements again and again. Take care, Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong bit her lip and nodded. The two of them walked out of the hall. This was the entrance to the spiritual perception realm. However, at this moment, there were countless demons flying around the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. Ah! Roar! Countless demons surrounded the spiritual perception realm. They saw the dragon carriage from afar. Boom! Thousands of heavenly demons charged at them. Yin Chuan stared. Buzz! A cyan heavenly Tao rushed over. Whoosh! More than half of the demons at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm were burned. For a moment, the other demons looked at Yin Chuan and the others in fear. Has Old Man Baishan been here? Meng Wenruo frowned. Old Man Baishan, this person looks extraordinary. Something big might happen in the spiritual perception realm. You guys go first, Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. Then what about you? Meng Rongrong asked worriedly. Me? In this spiritual perception realm, I am indebted to Goddess Ji Chun. I might not stop other things, but I will protect her corpse. I will not let those ungrateful people taint her corpse, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, be careful. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan watched as Wang Jian led the others out of the spiritual perception realm. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was the only one left on the dragon carriage. The surrounding demons were afraid of Yin Chuan and did not dare to come forward. On the ground, more heavenly demons slowly emerged and blocked the entrance to the spiritual perception world. Old Man Baishan, using demons to block the entrance, only allowing entry and not exit? Yin Chuan frowned and thought. Holy King, Holy King. The seven fiends suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the seven fiends. Holy King, look at the corpses on the ground that were killed by the demons. They have all turned into dried corpses. The seven fiends shouted. Yin Chuan also noticed the seven fiends shout. The corpses on the ground seemed to have had their blood sucked out, but there were no wounds on their bodies. It's the suction force from the ground. Holy King, I am a nether dragon, so I am more sensitive to the power of darkness. There is an evil force under the ground that incites the demons to suck out the blood of the corpses at the same time. The seven fiends immediately said, Under the ground? The power of darkness? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the eviline force. However, it's still a far cry from the Holy King's way of the heavens. Holy King, I'm not bragging, but you're the strongest Taoist god I've ever seen. No one can compare to you. The seven demons flattered. Dragon first looked at them with disdain. Disdain my ass. Are all the dragon kings from the East Sea Dragon Palace stupid? The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth was furious when he heard the seven fiends criticizing the East Sea Dragon Palace. He pounced on the seven fiends. The seven fiends did not want to be outdone. The sound came from the north last time. Fly north, Yin Chuan said calmly. The two dragons immediately stopped fighting and obediently pulled the carriage towards the north. Yin Chuan ignored the two dragons. As the two dragons flew, they slandered each other. Along the way, Yin Chuan saw many dried corpses. Their blood was being sucked out by the ground. The number of demons on the ground seemed to be increasing. However, after flying for a few days, they could no longer see any demons. It was as if the demons in this area were all gone. Rumble. In the mountains in the distance, there were rumbling sounds. Looking from afar, endless light shot into the sky. "Hurry," Yin Chuan said. "Ong." The two dragons immediately pounced. In the blink of an eye, they were close. There were huge mountains in the surroundings. At the peak of each mountain, there were 5 forces. Yin Chuan immediately saw Meng Ling Tian and the others. They were obviously disciples of the Easter Training Hall. The leader was an extremely handsome man in white. Yin Chuan noticed his fierce aura from afar. Yin Chuan looked over. The man seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Dongfang Booby? Yin Chuan's expression changed. In the distance, Dongfang Booby saw Yin Chuan and instantly reacted. Obviously, his disciple had described him. When he saw Yin Chuan, Dongfang Booby nodded slightly. After all, Dongfang Booby and Li Si were familiar with each other. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the other mountains. The experts on the other 4 mountains looked at Yin Chuan and stared at the valley. In the valley, it was a sea of vines. Endless vines swam quickly and covered the entire sea of vines. From the gaps in the sea of vines, rays of light rushed out. It was as if the sea of vines had trapped countless experts inside. Wow! The sea of vines churned. Suddenly, a huge green monster emerged from the sea of vines. Vine demon? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't this sea of vines the appearance of the vine demon in the past? And that green monster, wasn't that the original body of the vine demon? Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 7th. He had already given it to his son. Why was it here? Was Yin Dong in here too? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly, he saw the words on the vine demon. Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 6th. 6th? Not 7th? Yin Chuan was slightly shocked. All along, Yin Chuan thought that there were a series of exceptional godly weapons, and the vine demon was only 7th. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. 7th wasn't the order of the exceptional godly weapons, but the number of the vine demon. There was more than one vine demon in this world. There were at least 7. Wow! The vine demon quickly twisted countless vines, stirring up the experts inside. Heavenly way! Heavenly way! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About 10 heavenly ways shot up from the center of the sea of vines, but the vine demon still trapped all the Tao gods below. Exceptional godly weapon? It is indeed an exceptional godly weapon. 10 Tao gods are trapped under it. Qisha exclaimed. Wow! The vine demon shouted arrogantly. On the surrounding mountains, including Dongfang Booby, the 5 exceptional godly weapons didn't interfere. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from inside the sea of vines. All Tao gods hold the sea of vines. I will break it. Okay. Shouts came from inside the sea of vines. Heavenly sword of Dugu. A loud roar came. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 huge sword forces rushed out from the sea of vines. The sword forces shot up into the sky, tearing the air and the wind. In an instant, it was like a big explosion, cutting down countless giant vines. In an instant, with the 9 sword forces as the center, billions of sword chi burst out like a blooming sword lotus. Suddenly, the vine demon's vines were shattered. Wow! The vine demon cried out in pain. Chapter 1159. Why? The vine demon was torn apart by the billions of sword chi below, instantly exploding into billions of fragments. The peerless divine weapon instantly shattered. Boom! Countless fragments exploded in all directions. The scenery under the sea of vines was completely exposed. A huge golden palace. In front of the palace stood Dog God and Old Man by Sean. Old Man by Sean controlled tens of thousands of sky demons and blocked the outside world with Dog God. On the ground, thousands of corpses were strewn everywhere. At this moment, close to 10,000 cultivators surrounded the two and the palace in circles. 9 of them had heavenly Daos behind them, and each of them had their own heavenly Daos. Countless experts held their swords and stared at the golden palace. The palace had the words, "Evil Suppressing Golden Palace" on it. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Without Goddess Ji Chun, you wouldn't be here today. Ungrateful things. Do you really want to dig up Goddess Ji Qin's grave, leaving Goddess Ji Qin's corpse in the wilderness? Today you dare to touch Goddess Ji Qin's corpse. In the future, you will be hunted down by the world. Roar. Dog God roared in grief. Dog God, everything is fated. Sigh. Old Man by Sean sighed. Senior, thank you. Without you, my companions, and I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Everyone else is dead, but I will hold on until the end to protect Goddess Ji Qin's last breath of peace. Dog God thanked Old Man by Sean. Ji Qin saved the world. How can I not come when there are evil people digging up her grave? The treasure in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace is the hope Goddess Ji Qin left for the world. How can I let these evil people have their way? Old Man by Sean said hatefully. Treasure? The hope of the world? The eyes of all the cultivators surrounding the evil-suppressing Golden Palace lit up. There are no treasures in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. Only Goddess Ji Qin's corpse. Dog God frowned. Is that so? Seems like my information was wrong. There is only Goddess Ji Qin's corpse inside. No matter what, I will help you. These evil people don't even think about tainting Goddess Ji Qin. Old Man by Shan shouted. But Old Man by Shan's words seemed to make things worse. The 10,000 cultivators around didn't believe him. They looked at the evil-suppressing Golden Palace with anticipation. Dog God looked anxious. Dog God, Goddess Ji Qin must have taught you how to control the evil-suppression Golden Palace. Use it to maximize its defense. Unless everyone attacks at the same time, no one will be able to break through the Golden Palace. I will use the heavenly demons to disrupt them. Old Man by Shan shouted. All right, Dog God replied. He then stepped onto the Golden Palace. His hands glowed with golden light as he touched the roof of the Golden Palace. Buzz. The evil-suppressing Golden Palace suddenly emitted a bright golden light. This was the last line of defense. On the other hand, Old Man by Shan summoned more and more heavenly demons. 100,000, a million, densely packed together. Senior, no matter what the outcome is, Dog God will never forget. Dog God shouted. Old Man by Shan nodded. However, the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings looked at each other, and their eyes gradually turned cold. The evil-suppressing Old Man said that as long as they attacked together, they would be able to break open the Golden Palace. For a moment, all of them were looking forward to it. On the top of the 6 mountain peaks, Yin Chuan and the experts of the 5 forces raised their eyebrows at the same time. Bai Shan Old Man was not helping Dog God at all? Dog God, be careful of Old Man Bai Shan. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and shouted. Dog God looked up. Umph. He snorted coldly and ignored Yin Chuan, as if he thought that Yin Chuan was also a grave digger. In the distance, Old Man Bai Shan looked at Yin Chuan with a meaningful look. Ah! Suddenly, Meng Lingtian's scream came from behind Dongfang Bubi. Everyone looked over. They saw that one of the fragments of the vine demon that were scattered all over the sky had fallen on Meng Lingtian's head. This fragment was still emitting a faint green light, like a seed. The vine demon? The vine demon was not destroyed. It was beaten to its original form. The peerless divine weapon is still here. As long as it is nourished, the peerless divine weapon can be restored to its peak. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were excited. Everyone had seen the power of the peerless divine weapon with their own eyes. Although Dao God and another Dao God canceled each other out, there were still 8 Dao Gods and nearly 10,000 cultivators. Even Dugabatian. How could a peerless divine weapon trap so many experts? Wasn't this a precious treasure? Many people's attention shifted to the vine demon. Seeing this, Old Man Bai Shan's face darkened. He immediately said, Dog God, it seems like these people don't want the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. That's great. Hearing Old Man Bai Shan's words, everyone's face changed again. They all turned to look. Dugabatian took a step forward and shouted, I was the one who destroyed the vine demon, so this seed is also mine. I will not interfere with the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. Huh? Many experts' faces darkened. What? You don't agree? Humph, if I say it's mine, then it's mine. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will fight to the death with him. Dugabatian said hatefully. Dugabation's roar made everyone's face sink. Obviously, Dugabatian was notorious. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Palace. Dugabatian, however, took a step forward and rushed toward Meng Lingtian. Swish! Dugabatian suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lingtian. Brat, give me the vine demon, Dugabatian said coldly. A powerful aura rushed toward Dongfang Bubi and the others, causing a storm to rise. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Sectmaster, this is a vine demon bestowed by heaven. Please deal with it. Meng Lingtian respectfully handed it over to Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently, since it's a vine demon bestowed to you, you should keep it. Meng Lingtian said in shock. This sect master naturally hasn't reached the level of snatching treasures from disciples. Keep it well. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Yes, thank you, sect master. Meng Lingtian immediately shouted excitedly. But Dugabation's eyes were cold. Humph, do you think you can take this sovereign's things? Dugabatian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi looked at Dugabatian, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This cold light was like a sword intent that rushed toward Dugabatian. This sword intent wasn't vast, but it was filled with a sinister aura. Dugabatian had never seen such a sinister aura before. Scram! Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Haha, you want to scram? You're courting death. Dugabatian shouted angrily. Boom! A powerful sword intent slashed toward Dongfang Bubi. The powerful sword intent pounced like a ferocious tiger and stabbed toward Dongfang Bubi's forehead. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes, and a cold light shot out from them. With Dongfang Bubi as the center, the void around him shook violently. A white light shot toward Dugabatian. Boom! Dugabation's sword intent exploded. His entire body froze in the air. There was a hole in his forehead. Hiss! The experts on the surrounding peaks all felt their hearts skip a beat. Many people didn't see what happened, but it was already over. All they saw was a white light. White light. Many people didn't understand, but Yin Chuan saw it. What a fast sword. The sword is unconventional, but it's extremely fast. This isn't the orthodox sword Dao, but the unorthodox sword Dao. But the unorthodox sword Dao is actually so fast. Fast, Yin Chuan exclaimed. In the air, Dugabation's sword pierced through his forehead. His tenacious vitality left him on the verge of death. No, I have the Dugu Heavenly Sword, and I haven't used the Purple Firmament sword technique. I have countless shocking sword techniques Dugabatian said with difficulty. Dugabatian knew that it was over, but the unwillingness in his heart made him resentful. I only use one sword to kill, Dongfang Bubi said coldly. On the other side, countless experts attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace at the same time. More than 10,000 experts attacked with heavenly energy, divine swords, and heavenly sabers. Dog God, activate the Golden Palace with all your might. Old Man by Shan shouted. Okay. Dog God quickly activated the Golden Palace. The evil suppression Golden Palace instantly erupted with billions of golden light. It exploded with the strongest power and defensive power to block everything. Heavenly demons, go! Old Man by Shan shouted. While all the experts were worried, the countless heavenly demons suddenly rushed toward the Dog God. Boom! Tens of thousands of heavenly demons entered his body. Dog God's soul was instantly impacted. Dog God trembled, and the power he used to control the Golden Palace suddenly became chaotic. The evil suppression Golden Palace, which was originally shining with billions of golden light, instantly dimmed. Its strongest defense was instantly removed. Boom! At this moment, countless forces crashed into the evil suppression Golden Palace. Boom! The tremendous force sent the Dog God flying. Around the evil suppression Golden Palace, the powerful force caused the void to shake and nothing could be seen clearly. Ah! Dog God screamed in pain. Bam! Suddenly, a hand caught Dog God. It was Yin Chuan who caught Dog God. At the same time, the power of the azure heavenly path surged into Dog God's body. Bam! Countless heavenly demons were instantly incinerated. Dog God instantly came to his senses, but he was most worried about the evil suppression Golden Palace. No! Dog God shouted in shock, but it was all too late. Everyone's attack had severely damaged the Golden Palace, which had the weakest defense. Rumble! The ground cracked. Wisps of black evil energy were emitted from the ground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators looked over and saw countless cracks on the Golden Palace. The door of the Golden Palace was blasted open. Everyone saw the interior. Inside, there was only a coffin, a huge coffin. There was nothing else. Nothing was there. There were no treasures. Is that really the corpse of Goddess Shi Chen? Someone exclaimed. No, we have been tricked. That Baishan old man, that old man. Everyone looked at Baishan old man. Dog God looked at Baishan old man angrily. Traitor, you lied to me, ah. Dog God pounced on Baishan old man. Whoosh, but he missed. Baishan old man was just a projection, not a real body. Ha ha ha, I lied to you. Not only you, but your companions were also killed by me using heavenly demons to distract them. Ha ha ha. The evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken. Finally broken. Ha ha ha. Baishan old man's face suddenly became ferocious. Traitor, traitor. Dog God roared in grief. Wong. Above the countless cracks in the evil suppression Golden Palace, a huge projection slowly appeared. Slowly, the projection condensed into a form. A human head with a snake body. Goddess Ji Chun. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Not far away, Dugu Baishan's corpse fell to the ground. Dongfang Bubi also stared at Goddess Ji Chun. Almost everyone looked at Goddess Ji Chun. Goddess Ji Chen's projection slowly appeared. The evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken, sigh. Goddess Ji Chen's projection sighed. Goddess, is that you? Is that you? Dog God suddenly ran in front of Goddess Ji Chun. Dog God, you are still here. I am just a remnant thought of Goddess Ji Chun. I am attached to the corpse of the goddess. When the corpse was disturbed, I woke up. Goddess Ji Chun said, It's them, goddess, it's them. Those traitors, they dug up your tomb. We couldn't stop them. Dog God cried. Around them, the nearly 10,000 experts who attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace had ugly expressions. Not only did they end up empty-handed, they also had to face Goddess Ji Chen's blame. Sigh. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. At this moment, Yinchuan also noticed that the people of the 5 factions who didn't participate in the battle were also sighing. Although they entered the spiritual world, they didn't make a move. That was because the 5 factions still respected Goddess Ji Chun. But the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the valley were a different story. Ha ha ha. Little girl Ji Chun, do you still recognize me? Old man Baishan was in a good mood. 100 evil old demon? Congratulations, you're finally going to escape. Goddess Ji Chun sighed. 100 evil old demon? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Old man Baishan, 100 evil old demon? Ha ha, spiritual world, it's been 1.5 million years. Do you know how it feels to be poisoned for 1.5 million years? That bitch Xuan Miao used 500 extreme, Yang Heavenly Tao clones to form a spiritual world to poison me? You're just a guard, just a guard? Old man Baishan roared. You're just a guard, yet you spent such a price to build the evil suppression Golden Palace? But it's still broken, it's still broken. I'm going to come out, and everyone who hurt me will pay the price. Roar. 100 evil old demon roared with a ferocious expression. The heavens are dead, and the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You won't be able to take revenge. Goddess Ji Chen's virtual image shook her head. Even if it's dead, I'll still whip its corpse. I'll whip the corpse of everyone who hurt me, including you. I'll grind your bones to dust. Roar, 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 roar. 100 evil old demon roared. From the cracks in the ground, countless heavenly demons rushed to the sky. Following 100 evil old demons' hand, they rushed towards the Golden Palace. Crash! The Golden Palace, which was already in ruins, collapsed. Goddess Ji Qin's final remnant will looked at 100 evil old demon one last time. 100 evil old demon, I hope you cherish the world and the people. Goddess Ji Qin's remnant will slowly fade away. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. Above the starry sky, the dim moon exploded with a loud bang. Vaguely, everyone saw the heavenly Tao appear one after another. Boom! A heavenly Tao exploded with a loud bang, causing the entire world to shake. Not good. The spiritual world is about to collapse. Someone shouted. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards Goddess Ji Qin's coffin. No, roar. Dog God rushed over. But there were too many heavenly demons, and Dog God was instantly invaded. Suddenly, Yin Chuan appeared beside Goddess Ji Qin's coffin. He grabbed the coffin and Dog God and appeared on the dragon carriage. Let's go, Yin Chuan ordered. Roar, roar. 2 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the outside world. The spiritual world collapsed, and cracks appeared in the void. The dragon carriage instantly entered the cracks and exited the spiritual world. At this moment, countless experts were fleeing in panic from all directions. The heavenly Tao of the spiritual world exploded one after another, and the world became unstable. On the ground, black gas rushed into the sky. Billions of heavenly demons rushed out and charged towards the countless cultivators. 100 evil old demons' virtual image had already disappeared. But deep within the cracks, 100 evil old demons' voice sounded. Roar, I'm finally out. Blood, I want endless blood. 100 evil old demons' voice came from the depths of the earth. Countless cultivators were killed by the heavenly demons. Their blood was instantly sucked into the depths of the earth. Rumble. Outside the spiritual world, the entire spiritual weave suddenly experienced a huge earthquake. Cracks appeared in the entire spiritual weave. Countless experts rushed over from the outside world and looked around in fear. An extremely evil aura was emitted from the depths of the earth. 100 evil old demon, am finally out. Roar. The loud roar echoed throughout the entire spiritual weave. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.